Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions.
It is a cloudless summer's day here in Adelaide. This is the third test of this Ashes series. Australia has a 2-0 lead. It's going to be mid-30s today and high 30s tomorrow. There's a chance of breaking the all-time record crowd for a day of Ashes cricket at this historic ground. More than 50,000. The gates to the members opened at 7:30. Seats have been claimed. Those who will be in the sun for good portions of the day will want to be well prepared for it. Down on ground level, there's a great sense of intrigue around the makeup of Australia's team, and whether Steve Smith is going to take his place in this game. He was spotted in conversation not that long ago with the captain and the coach before leaving the fields, and there is some suggestion that he will be unfit to take his place in this game. No sight yet of Usman Khawaja, who would shape as the likely replacement. So it's a wait and see, not for the first time in the series, as to what Australia's team sheet is going to look like. This is the Bunnings build-up, brought to you by Sightco. Third Ashes test at the Oval on SEN Test Cricket. I'm going to duck down and join the Australian team here. Jake Weatheralds, this is sort of his home test. Adam Collins is with him. Collo.
Jake Weatherall, thank you so much for joining SEN Test Cricket. What a day this will be for you. What a week for you on your old home ground, Adelaide Oval.
Yeah, no, it's pretty exciting. Obviously, it's such a great place, this, and it's so familiar for me. Obviously, spent so much time in my career here, and I'm so glad to be back.
Waking up this morning knowing you'd be wearing your baggy green out here must just add an extra layer to the whole experience.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Obviously, so many great players here, players I've played with for such a long time, and to be alongside them, and obviously I know the history, the rich history South Australian cricket has, so to be a part of that would be great.
I'm tipping there were a fair few friends and family looking for tickets as well on a week like this.
Yeah, no, very hard to get all the tickets out, but thankfully I got everyone that I really wanted here at the game, so that's pretty cool.
Opening the batting with your old South Australian teammate, Travis Head. It's worked so well over the last couple of weeks. Give us an insight to that, why you and he work so well.
Probably because we keep it pretty simple, to be fair. We spend a lot of time together. We know each other pretty well. And, and he's the way he bats, he sort of takes a lot of pressure off me, to be honest with you. Just he goes out and scores quickly, and I can sort of get into my innings and do my thing. And, he's just awesome to bat with.
Give us a sense of how you've looked so ready for this step up. I mean, of course, a decade of professional cricket, but last week in particular at Brisbane, you looked like a battle-hardened veteran.
I'm probably at that age now. I'm probably a veteran. So, I think Shield cricket is such amazing development. Obviously, in Australian cricket, we're so lucky to have such a strong first-class system and a system that makes you ready for Test cricket. And obviously, the two opportunities I've got, I've taken with, which is great. But at the same time, it's going to provide more challenges as time goes on. But I feel in a good space, which is good.
We all saw you visualising out in the middle before the Brisbane Test match. Looks an absolute treat out there at the moment. That's a big part of your sort of setup, making sure you can see what you want to do later in the match.
Yeah, you just get a sense of what's going to happen out there. Obviously, I've played a lot here, so probably won't have to spend too much time visualising and stuff like that. But probably just get a sense of the bowlers and what I might see during the game. Obviously, the crowd's sort of rolling in early, so which is pretty good. So we get a good sense of all the visual cues and stuff, so it'll be good.
And having enjoyed plenty of success here against the white ball and indeed the red ball too, but square of the wicket, famously here at Adelaide, that must suit your game so well, being such a prolific cutter of the ball.
Yeah, it should provide good feedback for me. Obviously, the wicket might be a little bit slow early on day one, which allows you to play off the back foot quite well. So whatever happens, it's a good wicket no matter what. But the short square boundaries definitely allows it for more leg side and square base shots, which is great.
The difference of having Pat Cummins captaining, I mean, what a thrill taking the field with one of the all-time greats leading the team today. Yeah,
no, I'm so excited. It's part of it. Obviously, Smudge is amazing, and he's obviously great himself. But have another great along your side, just sort of makes you stand a little bit taller. And I think it's such a big part of the series. Obviously, if we win this game, we would take the series. So for him to be out there has been pretty amazing.
Both captains are clear that if they win the toss, they'd like to bat today, given it's going to be so hot. I suppose all those days in the gym, all those days of pre-season, prepare you to bat all day in the heat on an afternoon like this. Yeah. You spend, obviously, everyone prepares differently, but I've always been pretty big on myself, making sure that I'm ready to go and bat long periods of time. Obviously, as an opener, you're expected to try bat a whole day. So I think if we get an opportunity to bat, that's what we're trying to do today, bat the whole day and bat big, which would be great. And if it all works out this week, your first 3 Test matches could, in theory at least, be Ashes winning. I mean, what a remarkable opportunity for you and your team. Yeah, obviously it'd be so amazing for Australian cricket. I think it speaks volumes of how much we've done, especially the rest of the group. I'm sort of just jumping on the coattails at the moment. The core group's done so much for Australian cricket over the last few years, so it'd be cool to be a part of that. You must just be loving this, right? This first few weeks in your international career. not just the attention, but the chance to showcase what you can do on the bigger stage.
Yeah, no, I think it's what you want. You thrive as a cricketer is to show what you've got, and no better stage than this today. And I think this place is going to be awesome to be part of it. Some home crowd, home feeling about it, but also show some skills off and put a performance on.
Well, it could not be better set up on a stunning Adelaide day. Not a cloud in the sky. Hopefully, you get a chance to bat all day. Jake Weatherall, thanks for joining us.
No worries, thank you.
So Adam Collins there with Jake Weatherall. We might just stay down with Colo in a moment's time. The drama has played out before us. Steve Smith out in the middle chatting to the captain and the coach as he's an emotional character, throws his head back at the end of that conversation, leaves the field, hasn't been seen since. Usman Khawaja has been warming up in the nets and he's just walked out into the middle to join the official warm-ups. Simon Katich, I think it's reasonable to extrapolate now that Smith is out and Khawaja is in.
Yeah, judging by that vision we just saw on the TV, Steve Smith didn't look that well, really, to be honest. I don't know whether it's illness or a concussion or...
So the speculation is that there has been... He was struck a blow and is suffering the effects of a concussion.
Yeah, so we'll find out pretty soon. But, it doesn't look good. And Khawaja's out there amongst the group and it looks like he's strapping his fingers up. So
that's always the best sign, is watching the warm-up as to what's happening, isn't it?
It gives away a few signs, that's for sure. And could there be a late change? It looks like there might be.
So Adam Collins is down at ground level. There's nothing like this is usually footy where we wait for late changes in a team, but it comes to the Adelaide Oval for cricket.
Yeah, fun and games. I missed the Khawaja net, but as I come down here, as you say, he's strapping up his fingers at the moment. I spoke to a member of the Australian staff just then who said nothing to see here about Smith, but I suppose they wouldn't give us that information so close to the toss. But no Smith down here. Khawaja down there chatting with the core group right now, including Travis Head, and no Stephen Smith on the field of play.
It has been pretty remarkable, Katich, if you think through the confluence of events around this Australian team for the series, and that they are 2-0 up and need only avoid defeat here to retain the Ashes, whilst Pat Cummins was unable to play the first two. Josh Hazlewood at various stages now ruled out for the series. Smith fills in as captain and then comes to Adelaide, which is the ground that he's most likely to thrive, and might be a late out. They've done it with a lot of bits and pieces. I think total credit to the team setup and to the work that's been done underneath. I think about this Australia A program with Tim Payne and having the depth of player ready to go, experienced and junior, so that anyone can slip in at a moment and get performances from them.
Yeah, no, it's all part of the man management of not only the 11 but also the squad, and that's something that they've been sort of building towards this over a couple of years. We saw they've been toughened last year with a really good series against India, and I think there's been injuries, whether it's been Hazlewood over the last couple of years, and we've seen Boland step up, and then now obviously with the decision to open with Weatherall, he's grabbed the opportunity on the back of a really good, strong performance for Tasmania. With shield runs over 900, I think an average of 50. So, there's opportunities presenting, and the perfect scenario is these guys that keep getting the opportunities are grabbing it. Inglis gets 100 on debut in Sri Lanka, so he makes the most of his opportunity. Webster makes the most of opportunity last year. So it's a great sign for the Shield that, guys that are coming out of the Sheffield Shield are ready to go, albeit a number of them are more experienced players like Webster and Weatherall and Josh Inglis, so and Scott Boland. So that's a positive for the Shield, and it's a great reminder to the young players out there that if they keep doing the yards and keep performing, that in the next couple of years there's going to be more opportunities in this Australian team once a few of the senior guys have finished their careers.
Let's go back to Adam Collins. Colo?
Steve Smith's just walked past me up the race, and he's walking out towards where the team departs. He's walking with the Cricket Australia security official, and he's gone straight past where the team are walking up, backpack on, and over towards where the team buses are normally stationed on the eastern side of the ground. So whilst Khawaja's warming up to my left, it looks like Steve Smith's leaving the venue to my right.
Yes, he's walking down below us now, so that's precisely what happened.
Yep.
Exit stage right, Steve Smith, and Usman Khawaja, who lost his place around his back issues. The rejig in Perth, he's not fit to play in Brisbane. He's left out of the team yesterday. he's going to get a reprieve to continue his Test career.
And I'd love to know what sort of mindset he's going to have, because I think, talking to him last week at the Gabba, he seemed pretty relaxed about the way this is all playing out. Obviously, it's played out very publicly in the media, and there's a lot of different narratives. But I think, it sounds like he's at peace with it all, and he was when he got back in for Travis Head. It's going to be interesting now how he deals with not being selected yesterday, but then now being back in now at the last minute. And I hope that he approaches it with that same mindset that he had 4 years ago. Just enjoy, treat it as a bonus, and then whatever will be, will be.
Steve Smith has left Adelaide Oval. He's not going to be part of this third test, and Usman Khawaja has joined the Australian team in its warm-up. So quite the drama unfolding ahead of the opening day of the third test of this Ashes series here at Adelaide Oval. This is the Bunnings build-up. Sightco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Sightco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
In Virginia, smashed on the Northern Expressway near Port Wakefield Road, slowing city-bound. A breakdown on the freeway uptrack near the tunnels. As water mains 2 North East Road, Elizabeth Street, Tea Tree Gully, and Hampstead Road near Mother Road in Broadview. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
In 1952, Mervyn Victor Richardson did the most Aussie thing ever. He disappeared into his shed, rattled around with some scrap metal and an old pitch tin, and emerged with a revolutionary, lightweight, affordable rotary mower. The Victor was born. The Yanks pinched it off us a few years ago, but now Victor is coming home, and we're never letting go of it again. It's an Australian not to mow your lawn with a bloody Victor. Search Victor online to find your nearest retailer.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Go Harvey Norman. Shop split system air conditioners now with no deposit, 36 months interest free on a participating Latitude credit card. Shop in store, shop online. Shop the latest in energy efficient air conditioning from leading brands Fujitsu, Mitsubishi Electric, Samsung, Westinghouse and Rinnai. With no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude Financial Services. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance $500. Equal monthly payment plan, T's and C's, charges and exclusions. Shop split system air conditioners with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude now at Harvey Norman.
Go! This season, sound makes it home with Sonos. I can watch the game in my living room and it sounds like I'm at the stadium. When I'm in the kitchen, I group my Sonos soundbar with my kitchen speaker and don't miss a ball. Oh, and at dinner time, the game comes outside to the barbecue with me on my Sonos Move 2 portable speaker.
Mate, I heard that bat on ball from here.
Sound makes it home with Sonos. Visit sonos.com to learn more.
Hey Strikers fans, Jason Sanger here. I'm fired up for another massive summer of KFC Big Bash at Adelaide Oval. And nothing beats our iconic New Year's Eve match presented by Health Partners. Join us for Adelaide's biggest New Year's Eve party as we take on the Brisbane Heat with Birds of Tokyo live and a huge sound and light show post-match. It's the ultimate family night out. New Year's Eve sold out last year, so lock in your seats now at adelaidestrikers.com.au. Adelaide Strikers, our city, our team.
Caltex makes the engine cleaning power of Techron available in every grade of fuel, not just premium. Caltex with Techron is proven to clean vital engine parts by removing harmful deposits and keep your engine running smoothly. And for a limited time, RAA members can save 10 cents per litre at all Caltex locations in South Australia. Fill up at Caltex. and give your engine the Techron cleaning treatment today.
Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply. See caltex.com/au for details.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. SITECO stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
The Bunnings build-up to this Adelaide Test has taken a dramatic twist. Steve Smith has left the venue. Came this morning, didn't join the warm-ups. Conversation with captain and coach. Returned to the dressing room and has departed the grounds. The Bunnings build-up is for Victor 18-inch Classic Cut Mower, available at Bunnings Warehouse. And Usman Khawaja, I think it's fair to say doesn't warm up out of turn, is warming up, ready to play. Lisa Sthalekar joins our SEN Test Cricket team. Lisa, great to see you.
Great to see you, and good morning, everyone. And what a gorgeous day. I opened up the curtains 6:30 a.m. People were singing Christmas carols out the front, and there were hundreds of people already kind of jamming to come here and be part of this amazing test match.
The members line up. The gates opened at 7:30. It is one of the great sights in Australian sport as the members, who are of a certain vintage for the most part, all charge in to find their favourite seats. And the festive setup that Adelaide has wanted at the Christmas test. They want to have joined the three big test matches: the Christmas test, the Boxing Day test, the New Year's test. It's a 6-year contract. It is set up with a festival outside. There are elves and Santas. There's a blend of cricket and Christmas all jammed together. I got my baggy green Christmas hat
Very
on
good.
the way in.
I look forward to you putting that on.
I'll put that on for the first ball of the test match. So Usman Khawaja comes in here, Lisa. Just while you've been behind us thinking through all of this, where's your mind been going?
Yeah, look, for me, you've got to keep the same openers, Head and Weatherald. Obviously, two local boys as well that know the surface, but just how dynamic they have been. And it's mainly as well as the impact that it's had on Marnus. He's looked a different guy when those two have been able to kind of set a wonderful platform and play a certain brand. He's come in and been really positive. So I feel like if you kind of swap it now, you're kind of going backwards. But I just quickly looked up. Usman has only batted in that number 4 position twice. 2016 and 25, I think, and has only scored, high score of 2. So it's not a lot of opportunities for him there. Obviously, his best positions are first, second and third. So could they put him in 3 and drop Marnus maybe at 4? I mean, this is going to be the fascinating thing because it's not what they wanted. They told Usman, sorry, you're not needed for this test match, and then all of a sudden he gets a reprieve. And the gods must be liking him at the moment because he's been given another chance.
Australia loses a bit in this equation. Khawaja's obviously incredibly experienced. Smith's catching was one of the absolute features at the Gabba. And Khawaja he's never been the most athletic fielder anyway, but one of the issues for him in Perth was up and down. He couldn't get to balls in the cordon. Our amateur selector panel, which runs right around the country, some are stumping for Webster, but then you end up with a few too many bits and pieces. The straight swap to be least disruptive to the team does make the most sense. Just come in and bat at 4, fill in for Smith, and don't disrupt any of the other elements of the team.
Correct, I agree, because everything's flying at the moment. And even though they stumbled across this opening pair, you've got to be able to stick with what... And it's the future of this Australian side. And unfortunately, Usman Khawaja is not part of the future. He's part of the here and now because there is an option for him to come in. And no doubt the team will get around him and go, here's your chance, mate. Enjoy it. Ashes, who knows how many more you've got left.
Yes, and that's the dynamic that we're seeing. Hugs all round for him as he joined the warm-ups formally, and the team was told that he is going to take his place in it. What have you made of it all from one step back, Lise, as you join us for the first time in the series?
Yeah, it's been a fascinating series to watch. I feel like England have had their moments, their opportunities where they've been on top or they've been able to have a lead, and then within a blink of an eye, within a blink of a session, all of a sudden they've lost the test match. I caught up with Baz McCullum out there and just asked how he's going and how he's found it, and he just goes, I just want our guys to keep playing the same brand. And it's interesting because we've seen probably something a little bit different from Harry Brook and Stokes as well in the build-up to this third test. The language is slightly changing. They understand that you can't keep playing that kind of form. You want to be a dog or a mongrel, as we like to call it, where you have to grit your teeth and kind of soak up a bit of pressure but still score runs. So the messaging for 2 and a bit years has been go hard, go hard, go hard. This is a young group of guys. I'm going to be fascinated if they can now switch and go, okay, now I need a drop. I think they'll go the other way. They may drop anchor and not look to even score potentially.
They are the source of some ridicule now for the approach to the series, and not the least of which that they've played their 2 warm-up games. They're 2-0 down in the series. So that's one of the refrains that's going around, is they might actually be ready to get into this series. It's just they've got to win all 3 test matches to achieve their mission, which the postscripts are going to be harsh unless they summit. This is a nation that hasn't won a test match on these shores for 15 years, so what chance that they win 3 in a row? The failure of planning as well as execution is pretty vivid.
Yeah, I think, and I mentioned as well to Baz when I was out there, it's the same type of thing with the England women. They play at home against lesser opposition, smash it, and everyone's excited and they think they're world beaters. But then when it comes to tougher oppositions, pressure moments, they're not able to stand up. So something's actually systemically wrong in their system, because they're not producing players, and maybe it's the county system is not strong enough. They're not being challenged enough to be able to come, away, travelling and playing an Ashes away in front of our crowd. But the same goes to us, but we seem to manage playing over there. So there's something about our system, our domestic structure, that just makes it hardened cricketers, whereas England, there's a question mark about that for me.
Yeah, the thrilling series are always played in England because Australia has a chance there, but England, what are we, 5-0, 4-0, 4-0 and 2-0 provisionally after 2. I do feel like they could make 600, but I don't know how they take 20 wickets. That's how I've come to this test match.
Yeah, even before this series started, I had kind of predicted 3-1, and my concern was always around the 20 wickets, because the pitches aren't going, the overcast conditions aren't going to be there like it is in England. We had seen, and I'd gone over to England and I'd watched one of the test matches against India, and if it wasn't for Ben Stokes picking up wickets in the middle, who was it? They're only good with the new ball. And how long does that last on our kind of hard, abrasive pitches? So that's the real concern. We've already lost Mark Wood, and no doubt that we may lose another 1 or 2.
Let's all find out. We'll take pause here. The toss is coming up, the confirmation of the Australian team with its late change. Lisa, thank you. The Bunnings build-up. Spec-Right Merbau decking available at Bunnings Warehouse. This is the 3rd Ashes test at Adelaide Oval on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Site code stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Down the leg side, he's feathered it through. And
just like Test cricket, Beaumont Tiles is an Aussie original. For more than 65 years, Beaumonts have worked hand in hand with tradies and builders to shape the style of Australian homes. With trusted trade pricing, expert service, and the biggest range of tiles, bathroomware, and hard flooring, Beaumonts delivers style built to last. So visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Real cricket fans watch a test match for 5 days straight. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Tired of slippery pavements and floors with inferior solutions that fade faster than form slumps? It's not just annoying, it's dangerous. Trips, slips, injuries, and the same old costly maintenance. OmniGrip Direct is the smartest surface solution. Quick curing, no smells, and made from recycled Aussie materials, it lasts 5 times longer, saving time, money, and hassle. Don't use inferior products and get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Do it once, do it right with OmniGrip. Visit omnigripdirect.com.au.
Got a backyard project calling your name? Whether you're building decks, shifting soil, or reviving the veggie patch, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts are built for backyard legends like you. Strong, reliable, and ready for action, our gear keeps up with your weekend hustle. Because we know it's more than just work. It's your pride, your passion, your project. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, made for weekend warriors. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Hey Strikers fans, Jason Sanger here. I'm fired up for a massive summer of KFC Big Bash at Adelaide Oval. Get festive as your Strikers face the Melbourne Stars on Tuesday, December 23, with high-energy cricket, Christmas fun, a kids zone, and more. The perfect family night. Junior tickets from $7, adults from $34. Join us Tuesday, December 23 at Adelaide Oval. Secure your tickets at adelaidestrikers.com.au. Adelaide Strikers, our city, our team.
Goodwee batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. And Isuzu. Adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today.
Captains are due in the middle of Adelaide Oval. Ben Stokes is there carrying his blazer. Pat Cummins makes his first appearance in this Ashes series. The coin toss for Keno Go, $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. I like this, Paul and Emerald. It's a caterer's toss. Australia win, cater for 3 days. England win, allow for lunch day 4. Very nice, Paul. Very nice. 0433 98 11 16 to play along with our coverage right throughout the summer. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. And for Isuzu test drive, the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. Australia have promised full disclosure around Steve Smith's condition after the toss, which happens in a moment's time. It's never more important for a bit of net whispering at this stage. Bharat Sundaresan, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Yeah, I mean, Steve Smith didn't bat 2 days out from this test. We were told he was unwell. He was at the ground, but he didn't bat, which was alarming. He did walk into the nets. He was the first guy in yesterday. Copped a very painful blow to his box, and he yelped out in agony. But I think it might be another part of his anatomy that might have ruled him out of this test, Gerard. Hearing vertigo, and he's had this issue before on the eve of what turned out to be that dramatic ODI in the World Cup against Afghanistan in Mumbai, where Glenn Maxwell made the double 100. Steve Smith came to the press conference and he looked all out of sorts and he complained of vertigo, but he did somehow, feel better the next day, so he played. So it's happened before to him, but to miss out on a batting beauty like this at the Adelaide Oval must be very serious.
I know. Let's find out.
Jeff Crow is the match referee, and Pat is back. He's got the coin. Please give the flick. Tells us the call. It's a heads. Pat, what would you like to do?
I'll have a bat first.
Reasons for that?
Wicket looks really good. Sun's shining, so it feels like a good day to bat.
Just the third red ball match here in 11 test matches. How does your approach change in a game like today?
Not too much. It's always a really good wicket here, so it just feels like a pretty regulation test match. Don't think you need to get too funky. It's one in the calendar we're always looking forward to.
Back as captain, but also some last-minute drama. Steve Smith is out. Can you tell us why?
Yeah, Steve's feeling a little bit unwell the last couple of days. He came and gave it a crack this morning, but didn't think he was going to get up for this one. So he's headed off home, but pretty lucky we got someone like Usman who can step right in.
Where does he bat?
Uzi will bat 4.
Okay, and obviously, you've been out of the side for a little bit. Are we expecting you at full tilt this test match?
I hope so. I feel great. Preparation's been awesome, so been itching to get out here for a while, so hopefully make it count.
And good to have Nathan Lyon back as well, especially on this surface with the sun baking down.
That's it. Always a huge asset for us. He's bowled really well here over the years. Again, he's pretty fresh coming into this one, so no doubt he'll get a few overs pumped into him.
All the best this week.
Thank you. Ta.
Ben, what would you have done?
Yeah, we would have had a bat as well.
You've had a lot of conversations with your side in the last couple of weeks or so. How are you looking to try and turn this around? And what do you want to see from your team this week?
Talking's done now. It's all about what we got out there and do on the field. And obviously I'm excited that we get to go out there as a group and try and make a mark on this game early with the ball.
People say that this pitch might suit your team a little bit more. Do you agree with that?
Look, we've got to play what's in front of us, got to play the conditions, and we won't know what this wicket will offer until we play some cricket on it. But generally it's a pretty good wicket here. So as I said, it's nice that we can go out there as a group and then try and make a mark in this game early.
Josh Tongue comes into the side. What can we expect from him?
Effort, hard work, and full of heart. Just got that natural wicket-taking ability. So really looking forward to getting him going.
Go well this week.
Thank you.
The news from the middle is that Australia have won the toss and they've elected to bat.
First time in the series that has transpired. So the team news for Liquorland: score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Not as advertised. The Australian lineup will be Travis Head, Jake Weatherald, Marnus Labuschagne, Usman Khawaja, Cameron Green, Alex Carey, Josh Inglis stays at 7, Pat Cummins returns, Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland. So Bharat is joined by Tom Morris. With us for Milwaukee. Milwaukee is for everyone in the trade, and it's not just for today or tomorrow. Welcome in, Tom.
Thank you, Gerard. So confirmation, Usman Khawaja at number 4, where he's barely batted in Test cricket. Baz, what do you make of that? Is that any surprise? Or what would the discussion have been behind the scenes?
Once Steve Smith was ruled out. No, I think Usman Khawaja was kept on as standby and standby to come into the middle order. I think all this talk of, he might have replaced Travis Head as opener, I don't know where it's coming from. That's not going to happen. I think they've made their mind that at least till the end of this series, it's going to be Head and Weatherall, and then you'll see where you go with it. So, and even the way he's been training as well, he's been facing a lot of, the semi-new ball. He hasn't walked out with Jake Weatherall. You were there, Gerard. We were watching some nets together yesterday, or day before yesterday, and you saw he faced a bit of the new ball, but it was mainly against, he was preparing for the test like he would bat in the middle order. And when I saw him yesterday, on the eve of the test, it was unlikely, that's not what he likes to do if he is playing a test match, but maybe he got the late call up, and that's what we're hearing now as well, that the selectors said, look, keep preparing like you are playing tomorrow, and don't bother about the new ball because you will bat in the middle order. And Steve Smith, and I guess with a thing like vertigo as well, they would have had to wait till today to see how he was feeling. And because Steve Smith's had this issue in the past as well, We're seeing some images coming through as well. I think he's ruled himself out more than anything else.
Yeah, he'll be so disappointed, and he has left the venue, so that gives you an idea of how unwell he is. So just for clarity here, Bharat, for as happens with the speculation around being struck in the head at some stages, you're our net whisperer. If Smith had been struck in the head in the nets, you would have seen it. That never happened.
No, that never happened, Gerard. He was hit in the box, and he had a longish net, 2-3 days out. And this vertigo issue is not new for him. Like, he's had it before, like I said before, on the eve of that ODI World Cup game against Afghanistan and Mumbai. And even otherwise, I mean, he's been having issues with lights, and in the last couple of years I've seen, even when he's batting in the nights, there'll be a light far away, a camera light, and that bothers him. So it's an ongoing issue with him. But just looking at his body language again this morning, that wasn't concussion, because it wasn't the doctor who walked up to him and had a chat with him. It was just him not feeling good. He kept looking up into the sky towards the sun, which is what he was doing 2.5 years ago as well during that World Cup.
We do like drama for Ashes tests in Adelaide, don't we? 4 years ago, nothing is more emblematic of the times than Pat Cummins' withdrawal. It was an afternoon game on the day of the test match because he had shaken hands with a local cricketer the night before and was judged to be a COVID close contact. Amazing when you think back on it.
And you remember Steve Smith walked out with an oversized blazer for the toss. Michael Neser famously made his test debut. But yeah, I mean, we like to leave it late for some drama here in Adelaide.
And let's not forget Usman Khawaja came back into the team at the SCG in the last Ashes because Travis Head had COVID.
And you know where that COVID happened? It was Travis Head's birthday party right here in Adelaide.
The twists and turns of Usman Khawaja's career continue. Gerard, he turns 39 tomorrow. It's quite remarkable that he's still playing Test cricket and he's back in today.
So Lisa had the numbers straight away. He's batted at 4 twice in his Test career and he's made 2 runs.
Yeah. And he averages 238 batting at number 5.
Which is totally skewed from that one Test match where he makes his twin tons.
It's all too much for me. Hey, Gerard, on a serious note, John Williamson, the iconic Australian singer, will sing True Blue this morning as a tribute to the victims of the terrorist attack in Bondi. So that will be a nice moment here at Adelaide Oval.
Flags have been at half-mast at the venue since that unfolded on Sunday night. Bharat, just the overall setup is the town knows how to stage a test match. That much. It's what makes it the highlight of every summer. It feels magnified to be here this week.
Oh, absolutely, Gerard. I mean, Adelaide can go to sleep for 10 months of every year, but it's 2 times that really comes to life. The Fringe Festival in February, and more than that, the Test match. And this time it just feels extra special. Ashes. And I saw the members. They were here since 5:30 a.m., Gerard. They were just queuing up. They were all up War Memorial Drive, but not just around here. I mean, there have been so many dinners that we all attended in the last few days, and it almost feels like a celebration. They're calling it the Christmas Test. They've desperately wanted a Test match at this time of the year, after school holidays, not during the last week of school term. And I think that's why I think Adelaide is up and about. You can feel the buzz, you can feel the energy, and it's come alive.
I've got one quick one on Usman Khawaja before I go. He's the first Australian cricketer to play after his 39th birthday, as of tomorrow, since 1986. So he's in uncharted territory when it comes to players of that age. And it remains to be seen whether he can perform at number 4. But it is another twist in this remarkable career of Usman Khawaja and a chapter that we didn't think we'd have 24 hours ago.
The England side of things, Bharat, is David Lloyd has arrived, Bumble. He said he did go straight to the nets to watch them bat. He said there was no blocking. There was no blocking. What have you observed in the England setup where there have been some home truths spoken clearly?
There have been, and there have been some strong messages that we've heard from both captain and coach. And I think it was interesting that you had the coach, captain, or coach, vice captain, and captain speak to the media. That's not what you come to expect from this English team. Brendan McCullum was very clear about his messaging and how he wants to protect his players. He wants to take all the heat. Ben Stokes, after Brisbane and before this test, or yesterday, he spoke about how he's done some straight talking in Noosa with them. I think they're just going to come in and probably play some baseball, Gerard. We haven't seen outright baseball so far. And look at the bowling lineup that they picked as well. A couple of the Aussie top order were very surprised that Atkinson is missing out because they felt like he gave them a little bit of control with the new ball. They've gone with 3 wicket takers, all 3 of whom can be erratic and go for runs in Tongue, Archer and Cars. But Ben Stokes is stuck with character over, say, a horse for coach selection. And this is their last chance. If this goes awry, well, forget about what the future of baseball is. The future of the top brass of English cricket is will be in big question marks. And every Englishman I've spoken to or Englishwoman around cricket, former commentator or former players, commentators, they're all waiting. They're all waiting because the inquisition, it feels like, will start the moment the last ball is bowled in this test match.
This is clearly a bat first pitch.
Yes.
But perversely, I actually think this is England's best chance.
Yeah.
I don't... How they take 20 Australian wickets, I think, is an open question. But running down 480 on a day 5 that would be unforgettable, that's actually the way I could see them winning. So you couldn't choose it, but they're actually cast into their natural role here. See if they can keep Australia to 420, make a big 500, set up a preposterous run chase and go and do it on day 5.
Yeah, and you know, the other way hasn't worked out for them because they just haven't looked like a team who know how to bat first and set the game up. They're always better at following the game. Temperatures-wise as well, Gerard, well, having said that, the 2 hottest days are today and tomorrow. Then it starts getting a lot cooler. It's in the mid-20s from, I think, Friday onwards. So Australia would be happy with the way this toss has gone. Like you said, England might not complain either.
Australia's won the toss, elected to bat. The pre-match formalities, which will include a tribute to those who lost their lives at Bondi, comes next. Our pre-game show is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu. Test drive the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
We've got a crash in Northfield on Grand Junction Road near Foster's Road. Otherwise, a burst water main in Broadview on Hamster Road near Regency Road. We've got works on Port Road in Queenstown near Weber Street. And check your speed, One Tree Hill Road in Golden Grove and Albert Road, Mount Barker. Bus Stop Films accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today. Jack Corns joins SEA SA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
52 weekends a year. That's all you've got. 104 days of freedom. 104 days to explore this beautiful country. Go on great adventures and follow wherever the impulse takes you. 2,496 hours of beach, bush, country, off-roading, getaways, holidays and road tripping. Nearly 15,000 minutes of irreplaceable family memories. So don't waste a single minute. Conquer your weekends in the Ford Everest.
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Pie's so good, they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Go Harvey Norman. Shop split system air conditioners now with no deposit, 36 months interest free on a participating Latitude credit card. Shop in store, shop online. Shop the latest in energy efficient air conditioning from leading brands Fujitsu, Mitsubishi Electric, Samsung, Westinghouse and Rinnai. With no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude Financial Services. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance $500. Equal monthly payment plan, T's and C's, charges and exclusions. Shop split system air conditioners with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude now at Harvey Norman.
When the makers of better beer ask themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be zero carb, zero sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
A mug. How thoughtful. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Mont Blanc Legend 100ml, just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $161. Gift for Barn Lady Million 80ml, now $119.99. Don't pay RRP $230. Or Versace Poem 100ml for just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
This Christmas, Trojan is the ultimate stocking stuffer. Just like a consistent fast bowler, Trojan hits the right areas with practical and affordable gifts that DIY legends will use time and time again. How's that? And Trojan has a wide range of options available for under $20. So there's a Trojan gift for every DIYer and every budget. No ideas, no excuses. This year, hit a 6 with Trojan under the tree. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in-store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
The festive spirit is rich around Adelaide, but also the pall of horror and sorrow that has associated with Australian life since the events on Saturday night at Bondi Beach, and that is going to be reflected in the pre-match ceremony ahead of this test match this morning. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu, test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. If you are just joining us, Australia has won the toss and elected to bat. And having played the first 2 test matches without its best bowler in Pat Cummins, Australia will play this test match without its champion batter in Steve Smith, who is a late withdrawal on health grounds. It's all played out rather dramatically. Missed training 2 days ago, was part of the Australian setup yesterday. A conversation with captain and coach out in the middle, and then his departure from the venue, which has opened the way for the late inclusion Usman Khawaja. The pitch conditions for Pope Gardening, celebrating 100 summers together in 2025. It is the most beautiful strip here at Adelaide Oval. Simon Katich, I defer to you in these moments. You'd love to have a bat today, wouldn't you?
Particularly with the heat, Gerard. 35 degrees forecast, 37 tomorrow. So if you maximise this opportunity, you can really set the test match up with just good, hard, relentless batting partnerships and just grinding England, who aren't used to these conditions. That's one thing that's been questioned throughout this series, the durability of a number of these English quicks. They've got a number of them have had injury histories, but also they haven't played a lot of cricket leading in, and they hadn't had a lot of 4-day matches and preparation here on these shores. So this is going to be a big challenge for them. How do they respond after what we saw unfold at the Gabba late in that test, where there was a little bit of spite, a little bit of niggle? Are they going to bring that here? Because if they don't bring it today, Ashes is done and dusted.
The weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. It's already 27 degrees, and as Simon referenced, en route to a top of 35. So today to be played in sweltering heat, and tomorrow the forecast is for 39 degrees. It backs off thereafter. 30 degrees Friday, 27 degrees Saturday, and the chance of rain on Sunday. If we do go the distance, there is the risk of interruption at that stage. The ceremony is going to feature John Williamson, who's with his guitar out on the field in front of the Sir Donald Bradman Pavilion. The Bradshaw Bell, which is a convention here rung before each day's play. Local hero Darren Lehman to ring that. Here's Gerard.
Welcome to Adelaide Oval for the third men's NRMA Insurance Test match between Australia and England. Can you please welcome to the field, carrying the Ashes Crystal Urn, England cap number 600, 82 test matches, Michael Vaughan, and Australia cap number 370, 71 test matches, Jason Gillespie.
Michael Vaughan's been a feature throughout the week at functions. He rather hilariously stood yesterday and said England's plan was to win this series 3-2. They are perfectly on track. Well, Jason Gillespie, an absolute favourite on these shores for all that he's done in Australia and in South Australian cricket.
Please welcome the teams to the field. England, led by Captain Ben Stokes, and Australia, led by Captain Pat Cummins.
Cummins returned from the back injury, which for a good period of time threatened any involvement in this test match, committed himself to aggressive rehab, was ever so close in Brisbane, probably lost the debate with the coach as to whether he would play or not, so has the extra break to be ready for return today. And Ben Stokes, this is a legacy moment for him.
Ceremony are our match officials. Field umpires Nitin Menon and Hassan Raza, third umpire Chris Gaffney, fourth umpire Sean Craig, and our match referee Jeff Crow. After the tragic events at Bondi Beach last Sunday evening, we come together as nations to pay our respects to all those who lost their lives and offer our condolences to their families, their friends, and to the Jewish community. We also acknowledge those who bravely offered assistance to others at the scene. We now ask those here today and fans watching around the world to please stand, if able, as we pause for a moment's silence.
Hey, true blue, don't say you've gone. Say you've knocked off for a smoker and you'll be back later on. Hey, true blue, true blue, give it to me straight. Face to face, are you really disappearing? Just another dying race. Hey, true blue, true blue, is it me and you? Is it mom and dad? Is it a cockatoo? Is it standing by your mate when she's in a fight? Or will she be right? True blue, I'm asking you.
Cricket is a sport for all, and we welcome all fans and participants regardless of their identity, background, beliefs, or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect and feel respected, and we thank you for playing your role. If able, we now ask you to remain upstanding as we are joined by Senior Nurringerry Elder Uncle Major Moogie Sumner to conduct the Welcome to Country. Jessica Mills will then perform God Save the King, followed by Emma Kavanagh, who will perform the Australian National Anthem.
Good morning, everyone. What I'd like to do is invite our ancestors here to be with us. My ancestors, your ancestors, wherever you come from. Alkandi, Richard, Rumai, Kalka. What I said, I invited the ancestors from the 4 directions to come here, sit down in the land of the Ghana people, the land of my mother. The song was to welcome you and your ancestors here to this land. And thank you all for coming.
Emotion-charged ceremonies in front of full stands here at Adelaide Oval. Sport as a source of comfort in troubling times in Australia. As observed by both teams, and a crowd that is going to be 50,000 strong. Darren Lehman rings the Bradshaw bell. It signals the final countdown to the start of play in this third Ashes Test match. Australia has won the toss and elected to bats. Simon Katich alongside Damien Fleming. Beautiful ceremony.
It certainly was. Wonderful tribute, wonderful anthems as always. And, geez, it brought back some memories. John Williamson.
Yeah.
That was a song that we heard in the dressing room every time we had a victory for Australia in my time, particularly when Steve Waugh was captain.
Beautiful choice for the circumstances of the week as well.
Yeah, just awful. Thoughts with everyone involved. There's not much more you can say, really. John Williamson, close friends with Steve Waugh. It was Steve that introduced True Blue to the post-match celebrations. And, yeah, it's funny when you hear it, Cato, you start thinking of memories of celebrations, don't you? John joined us in the dressing rooms a couple of times.
It was sung pretty often during that period.
Yeah, yes. Not always my choice of music, the country and western. It's more with Steve-O, but looking forward to this first session. You know, just the Wetherill and Head partnership and how important it is for this Test match. But going forward, just excited to have two aggressive openers, and let's see what Jofra produces. Is it going to be 150 kilometres an hour? Surely he knows he'll only be bowling short spells, because they need to make early inroads, or it's going to be a long day for the English.
Flags are at half-mast on the old scoreboard, the new electronic screen, and above the sail grandstands to our left. England in a tight huddle. A lot has been said inside their camp, and now is the time for action. Australia has suffered the loss of Steve Smith in the lead-up to this match. Usman Khawaja replaces him at 4. And in the Australian song, as alongside Pat Cummins, stood the South Australians, arm-in-arm, Travis Head, Alex Carey, Jake Wetherill, who lays claim to so much cricket at this ground. And they would have been feeling all manner of pride as they represent not only their country, but their state here. And Head has done so with such distinction in the past 3 Test matches that he's played here, centuries in all of them. And how he would love to pick that up. He's the celebrity of choice this week. If you can get near Travis Head, he's got his own line out in the village green. There's a stand that's been set up to sell his liquor of choice. Front page of the local paper. He's the poster boy for it, for sure and certain. You'll see the first ball. Jofra Archer in this series has taken 3 wickets at 57. So it has to be him, and it has to be this morning.
It has to be. I mean, he was brilliant in Perth. He set the tone right from the word go in Perth. Second ball, got rid of Wetherill. Was on the money. Gabba let himself down. I think there was 4 balls down the leg side in that first over. To be fair to him, I think he should have had Travis Head out early with a nick through to Jamie Smith, and he's one we need to watch. Big gulf between his performance in this series so far and where Alex Carey's at. And the keeper, he's the heartbeat of the team. He sets the tone in the field.
First ball of the Christmas Test to the prettiest venue in the world. Head faces and stays underneath the rising delivery from Jofra Archer. The delivery of the first ball. Macca's loving the cricket. 135.8.
A little bit slower. But, he is one modern fast bowler that first ball isn't as fast as he can possibly bowl. He's like an old-time fast bowler, Jofra Archer. He works into it, but he'll want to be pushing into the 140s by the middle of this over.
Jerusalem rings out from the English fans as Archer bowls to Head, who leaves well wide of the off stump.
Yeah, 2 comfortable siders early on for Travis Head. First ball was too short and wide, and then on that occasion there, that one's just drifting across wide of the stumps, and Travis Head's happy just to have a look at it early.
3 slips gully points, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Is the way Ben Stokes has deployed the troops. The plucky left-hander Travis Head faces up to Archer, and he's playing tip and run out to cover. The first run on the board for the local hero.
They love him here, isn't he? Like, he is just such a wonderful character and match-winning superstar, and everywhere you walk around the city, there's posters of him. But interesting, I saw there, Cato, that typical jump in the air from Travis Head when it's a short of a length delivery and it didn't really get up. He had plenty of time to play it. He could have just stood tall and dropped his hands there.
Yeah, and when you think of Archer's start, it's just been too short, all three balls. You want to see if Travis Head wants to drive one early while he's feeling his way for this wicket, getting a pace and a feel for if there's any sort of movement off the seam, but just been too short so far.
Jake Weatherald gets his first look at Jofra Archer, who's over the wicket to him, and Weatherald in behind, defending back down the pitch to the bowler in his follow-through.
My first thought when I saw the wicket, I'd heard it had been flat, and I just wondered whether this ball's just going to hold in the surface a bit, particularly early. And generally day one, you know it's going to be that little bit slower. I don't think there'll be that much moisture underneath. It's hard to tell because you can't get on the surface and feel, but it definitely has that sort of spongy grass look to it.
So it's just too short. Encourage the cover drive here.
Weatherald leaves well outside the off stump on the rise again.
Yeah, if it's a tad slow, you need to be at least 1.4 metre.
And as an opening bat, there's a difference between an easy leave and a tough leave where you have to actually be really sharp and quick with the decision-making process. So far in this set, they've all been easy leaves, and that just relaxes you a little bit. You get a feel for what sort of pace is coming off the surface, what line they're trying to attack. Archer's got to challenge the stumps more here.
Last ball of Archer's first over. He delivers to Weatherald, who's leaving easily again. None for one. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. The 90 minutes leading up to play was defined by all that was taking place around Steve Smith, and now Cricket Australia have given a formal statement. Tom Morris?
Yeah, so Steve Smith ruled out of this test today. Cricket Australia has confirmed over the past few days he's been feeling unwell with symptoms of including nausea and dizziness. He was assessed and monitored closely and was close to being available to play. However, given the persistence of symptoms, a decision was made not to proceed. Now, it goes on to say he's being treated for a potential vestibular issue. I've just Googled that. Problems with the body's balance system involving the inner ear and brain. This is something Steve has experienced intermittently in the past and has been managed accordingly. He's expected to be available for the Boxing Day test in Melbourne. So that sounds like vertigo, doesn't it?
It does. It does. As Bharat was able to forecast for us. Bryden Cast, 9 wickets in the series, largely unthreatening. He bowls around the wicket, head tucks him away to leg, but straight to mid-wicket and can't find a run. Tom Morris with a good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Well, that ball there from Bryden Cast, interesting, he started around the wicket to Travis Head, so clear plan there to cramp him, but that ball swung back quite appreciably, so some swing. The flags above the TV at the scoreboard end are definitely sort of going that way to the left, so interesting to see how long the swing lasts.
Cast delivers, Head swings out through mid-wickets. It drags down to fine leg. He'll take a single.
That just sort of sums up his series, Cast. He bowls a good first ball that swings, and then the next one's a wide long hop, isn't it? It's funny in Adelaide, you know, it doesn't get humid a lot, but even with really sunny conditions, if you get the right breeze, the ball can really swing. Had some really great days and fun days here on hot days, but just with the right breeze, enough grass on the pitch to keep the ball new, and it hooped.
Head has both runs, Weatherald with 3 slips in place, faces up, jams down on a ball into his pads. Head swivels to make sure that it's not going onto the stumps. It's stopped half a yard short.
I just wonder, there's something in his action. There's a little bit of that West Indian sort of rock and gather that means he tends to drag down more than he pitches up. Like we saw it.
Whose action does it remind you of?
A little bit of maybe, is it Kenny Benjamin?
Kenny Benjamin, yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
But it feels like that lends itself for him being fractionally shorter. So these two definitely sit back and sweat on anything short. So he's got to be careful he doesn't get too short again.
Leg gully. Sacrificed the third slip. Weatherald jammed up to a ball coming into him. Trickles away across the popping crease.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts with his body. You wouldn't, with his bowling action, you wouldn't say it's the most pure action going on. So there is some inconsistencies, but he can bowl a wicket-taking delivery. The previous ball was actually, when it pitched, one that could potentially be cut, but it actually moved in significantly.
And there's decent bounce in this surface. We've seen it for a number of years with the pink ball. And that's generally when there's been that 8 mil of grass. It catches the surface and just climbs compared to the old Adelaide Oval that kept quite low.
Caster Weatherald again jammed up on the ball coming into him. They're up and asking around LBW. It's not a realistic shout, but he's causing the Australian opener trouble.
He is. The only thing he's got to do now is just challenge the stumps more, because at the moment the ball's bouncing too much from that length for him to get an LBW. So I think England, if they're going to over-attack, they're better off over-attacking now with the new ball and it's swinging than later on, because this is the time to try and strike the first couple of overs.
No ball has been signalled from the TV box. So Cast will have to do it again. Bowles and Weatherall puts bat on ball and lays it away through square. It races across the beautiful turf at Adelaide Oval and touches the boundary for 4. Jake Weatherall into his work. The boundary for Azito brushless power tools. Do you? It's none for 7.
That's the problem. If you, for me, the way the ball's swinging, I'd come over the wicket.
Yeah.
Because then you're bringing in the LB shout. Then if it nibbles away, you've got the slips in place. But if you get too straight from around the wicket, it is easily to be able to get work through the leg side, which Head and Weatherall do very well.
Last ball of Casters over. Weatherall leaves tight to the off stump. Australia none for 7. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
In Virginia, we've had a crash on the Northern Expressway near Port Wakefield Road. Solid delays inbound. Otherwise, in Tea Tree Gully, a burst water main Northeast Road just near Elizabeth Street. And in North Adelaide, the cricket is on today, of course. It's about to start. Road closures are in place around Adelaide Oval. Do be careful, extra foot traffic in the area. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins the SEN SA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64. Jofra Archer from the Cathedral end, bowls to Head, jams down on a ball to point. Fielded cleanly, no run. So Head's recent scores in Test matches at Adelaide Oval, 175 against the West Indies in 2022, 119 against the West Indies in 2024, and later that same year, 140 versus India when last we were here.
Yeah, a couple of easy kills there against the West Indies, wasn't there? But last year's knock against India, well, that was something else against a quality attack in a big series.
2 to his name, opening the batting. Travis Head, Archer to him. Plays the ball to mid-off, takes off for a sharp single. Weatherall met the call well. Stokes had to come a long way, all the way really, to the batter's end of fields. Just feeling the Q end. Travis Head, he's on 3.
And Australia were 1-0 down last year too.
Yeah.
It was a very significant test. We'd lost again. I reckon a few spots were up for grabs. Mitchell Starc took his best career figures in that test match as well, but Travis Head, particularly in front of his home crowd, short boundaries, square, he loves batting here.
Jake Weatherall faces up to Archer, in on the hip. He plays it aerially out through backwards square. It's an easy run.
Once again, it's the length, just too short.
So guess what? It's not swinging. He hasn't moved a ball yet.
No.
Whereas Cast probably swung 4 balls, didn't he? Just with that fuller. He's getting blocked into the offside. You want an expansive cover drive. And if it goes for 4, well, albeit, because you've got to get wickets with the new ball here. Once this Kookaburra flattens, this will be excellent batting conditions.
Ballooned off the thigh pat for a leg by. Archer back into Heads. Open to cover. Just the jumpy defence. One of his trademark moves. Heads just ticking it over. He's to 4, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Yeah, I always felt, Flem, that in the first 30 overs here, I know it's a different wicket now because it's a drop-in, but you had to over-attack and be prepared to go for maybe 4 and over and risk going for 120 in the first session. But your whole objective was to take 3 or 4 wickets, because then it makes your job throughout the middle and later in the day a lot easier. Whereas if you get to lunch and the opposition's 1 down, it's a long way from home for the rest of the day with the ball.
142 clicks at the moment. Archery's coming around the wicket here. Full toss. That was a high full toss too. Weatherall turns it away to leg, no run.
I wouldn't say he's bowling in the avenue of apprehension at all here. And the problem is that that's full, but he's been bowling too short. And what it does is, well, one, you're not giving yourself a chance to get a bowled or LBW or a nick behind. But with half trackers, you're not setting up your bouncer. If you're bringing them forward or catching them on the crease, you've got the surprise bouncer up your sleeve. But if you're pushing them back all the time, if you do bowl a bouncer, it's going to be easily ducked under or hit through the leg side for 4.
Weatherall, it's down the leg side and he never caught up with it.
Oh, I think that previous ball...
Pick that up in a tip. None for 10 into the over. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. Australia won the toss, selected to bat. None for 10. Casters in from the Riverbank end. He bowls, and Travis Head just a bit tied up as he tried to squirt it away. It falls to the popping crease, no run.
I'm just going to go back to that full toss from Jofra Archer. I reckon that was the attempted Yorker, like we saw at the Gabba, that got rid of Jake Weatherall. But there was a big miss there from... the Yorker that was an absolutely brilliant bit of bowling compared to what we just saw in that previous over.
And he got in with a full ball in Perth as well.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite a Yorker, but it was fuller than a half volley.
And that one was over the wicket, wasn't it?
I just like over the wicket. And then around the wicket's a defensive option.
Cast to heads, full face of the bat, out to cover. Stokes closes, no run.
It is a modern phenomena, though. Most right-hand bowlers come around the wicket, and it works to a degree. When you first started off, were most bowlers right-handers coming over the wicket?
Yeah, mainly over, and then eventually they all started, probably coming, particularly when it was reverse swinging. And I think we'll see Tung do that. He'll definitely come around the wicket to the left-handers because he does get the ball to go away from them.
Mate, those couple of wickets he got at Lords, he got them to go against the slope.
Yeah. Crawley at leg gully. Casters angles, just tying up these Australian openers. Head has the strike. He's back cutting magnificently. How's that for openers? Travis Head flays the ball to the boundary. More of that, please. Boundaries for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. He's 8.
Well, Travis Head received his early Christmas present there from Brighton Cast. That is not where you bowl to Travis Head. That is asking for trouble. Short and wide, just like we saw at the Gabba. Travis Head is not going to miss out on that.
Made no effort to keep it down, up over the top of points. None for 14. Head from his pads, strokes it to mid-on, no run. Cast kept his place. Atkinson moved out for Tung. He's the workhorse. Bowled a lot of overs in Brisbane without any true threat.
It's funny for me. I see him and Tung as similar bowlers, and Potts and Atkinson as more accurate. I would have been happy if they made the double change, Tung and Potts.
Heads on 8 from his pads. A little bit untidy in his defence. Back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think I would have gone the other way. I would have dropped the batter. I would have put it on the batting group and made them be more accountable, because that's what's lacking in this England team at the moment. Lack of accountability, because they keep getting picked.
Yeah.
For the last 3 years, averaging 30-something, well, particularly Crawley. Pope to a less, well, Pope has as well, but
if they drop Pope, They could have played Bashir as well.
That's what I mean.
Couldn't they? And made the change with the quicks.
And put it on the middle order to do the job and give Stokes more responsibility and Jacks more responsibility.
Second no ball signalled for Cass, who's back in and head full, driven to mid-off, knocked down by Stokes, saving
the
runs.
First drive of the day.
But I agree, Flem. I think the way that these two are lining the ball up from around the wicket, it gives them scoring opportunities on both sides, because we saw previous over, Cass gets too tight and gets picked off through square leg by Weatherald. Now he's doing the same thing to Travis Head. A good save there from Stokes, but it feels like Head can score on both sides here. He's got a very fine line for the line that he's bowling to not get picked off both sides.
While it's swinging, I'd come over the wicket.
Last ball of the Cass over. Towel fell out on the way in.
Yeah.
Head left. Now he points to the towel in the aftermath and to the umpire.
Thought he was going to pull out, Gerard.
Yeah. It's all allowed to go through. None for 15. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart, and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Australia none for 15. Head is 8. Weatherald is 4. This session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Jofra Archer just paused at the top of his mark at the Cathedral end. This goes back to resets. Jake Weatherald's hunched down in his stance. Archer stays around the wicket at the start of this over and safely defended. So Cass on approach about 6 steps away. The towel falls out of the back of his strides. Head has a moment, probably thinks about pulling out. It all happens suddenly. He's immediately pointing in the aftermath. What happens? What happens if he goes out that ball?
I'd be asking the question, because he looked like he got distracted by it, and you do, because you are tracking the bowler all the way to the crease, and as soon as you see that happen, then all of a sudden you're like, do I pull out or not? And it's so last minute that he faced up, and in the end he was lucky that there was no nick.
Weatherald from his pads turns to mid-wicket, no run.
So yeah, I'd like to know whether he can say to the umpire, look, I was distracted by that, should it have been called a dead ball? Because I think there must be some sort of ruling with that.
Certainly the keeper and first slip were both aware of it as well in all the signalling in the aftermath, but clearly the umpire has no view of it. Square leg would be watching, so...
Well, it happened quite late, so the square leg umpire probably can't really call. He doesn't have enough time, because...
Archer's got into the mid-140s. Bowls to Weatherald, who's forward defending and pinching the run.
Good stuff.
Just wide of mid-on. Good proactive batting from the Australians. Weatherald is 5.
Very good running so far. I think they've looked to be aggressive when they've needed to at the right balls, but then when the ball's been in a pretty good zone, like that one there was, it's just been knocked into the gap nicely, and there's been an intent to rotate the strike, which is great partnership batting. And what it has looked so far, it looks a good surface.
Yeah. It's annoying when you're bowling, though. You just want to get one batter down the end and work them over.
Archer bowls to Head, ducks the bouncer. Just a fraction too high.
Yeah, that got through okay, though.
Yeah.
You know, for me now, there's no excuse not to get fuller, knowing that you got the bouncer up your sleeve. You'd imagine the next one he'll bowl a metre fuller and it'll be around head height. But that really got through.
It did. It was a good bump of that, on the money. 147 Ks.
So this is late in his third over. I wonder how many he is. He's just building his pace now. Yeah. I wonder how many he's in for. Archer to Head, defending back down the pitch.
I'm thinking 5.
I think initially at the start of this series they would have been thinking 4 from him each, him and Wood, but they had the battery of 5 to do it in Perth. They don't have, that same sort of luxury. They only got the 4 now, and Tung's come back in, and no frontline spinner as well.
Archer trying to reach full tilt past the umpire, bowls to head, tried to turn to leg, and just got a bit jammed up again. Ball falls harmlessly away. End of the over, Australia none for 16. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Presenting the Australian team for Australian Made by Australia. Support Australian Steve Smith, a late withdrawal. Usman Khawaja is back into the team. Head and Weatherald opening, none for 16. Rise in delivery from Cast left alone. Weatherald is 5. He has the strike. Head is 8. MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. The opening session of the test match. And our experts are for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Simon Katich joined by Lisa Sthalekar. Please welcome in.
Thank you. Where's your jacket, Kato?
Apologies. I had a full,
Sorry,
suitcase.
Oh, please.
I did know.
Carry-on doesn't count.
Fully loaded. Yeah, I had that as well, and I forgot to put it in. Apologies.
2 slips, leg gully, casts. Weatherall cuts. It's a beautiful stroke. He leaps into it and thrashes it away for 4. Weatherall announces his intent. He's 9. The boundaries for Azito brushless power tools do you. It's none for 20.
Just short again, isn't it? Short and wide, and these two guys know exactly how to play on this pitch. Doesn't try to put it down along the ground, just rides with the bounce beautifully.
Both are so good square, and that's where the runs are on offer here at Adelaide Oval. Don't they know it from all their years of Shield cricket? Heads brought that to international cricket, and Weatherall trying to get in on the act. He's got 2 boundaries. Cast bounds in, bowls to him, back to cut for another 4. Bang up over the top. Oh, he's bang on, Jake Weatherall. 13 boundaries for Azito brushless power tools do you.
Well, it's time for Ben Stokes to step in now. He's got to say, no, I'm not having this, and rip him off. This is not good enough. This is exactly what we saw at the Gabba, and it is absolute rubbish from Cast. It's not proper test match bowling. Like, this is absolute rubbish from him, and he deserves the treatment he gets. Jake Weatherall's too good a player not to put that away. Stokes can clap all he wants. He's got to rip him off here. This is a poor start, and they're just going to give Australia the momentum just like they did at the Gabba.
Running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Cast to Weatherall, who leaves. That got tight to the off stump. Late decision to leave.
Just looking at the wagon wheel of both of the players, everything's square. There has nothing been driven down the ground. The ball has been swinging. Pitch it up. That's been the issue for England right throughout this test series, and they're still not learning. Even the break and Noosa hasn't got them to figure out that they've got to go a bit fuller.
So Cast looking to fight back. Previous was a beauty after 2 terrible deliveries. Cast to Weatherall. He tried to pull. That got big on him. Wore it in the helmet. Falls away.
And to just top it off, because of those balls, Ben Stokes now has been reactive and changing the field purely because of those 2 balls. So the plan has gone, in the space of 5 balls, has gone from attacking him straight and having a leg gully in to now bringing an extra man on the offside purely because Cast has bowled 2 bad balls.
And another no ball from him. So he's got woes all over the place here. Bryden Cast. His 3rd no ball. Australia's none for 25. Weatherall's on 13. And Australia threatening. Cast bowls full. Weatherall jams it out. Stokes fields from mid-off. No run.
And you're spot on, Lisa, about the length because, you know, how did Jake Weatherall get out in the Gabba? How did he get out in Perth? They were too full of balls. And yes, he was well set at the Gabba, so it took a very good Yorker from Archer to get rid of him. But early on in Perth, second ball, LBW falling over a little bit. And yes, he would have been nervous. But if you're going to get hit for fours, at least get them hitting back down the ground here because it gives you keeper, slips and a gully a chance to get in the game. At the moment, they're just standing there like statues hoping that something happens.
Last ball of the cast over. Sends it down to Weatherall, who drives, beats the dive at cover, and hammers another boundary. It's beautiful batting. Weatherall 17, Australia off to a flyer. None for 29. Scoreboard rolling for tyre power. Customer safety first. Adam Collins coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-6464-6464. Drinks break and a change of gloves for the Australians after half an hour in the beating Adelaide Sun. And oh boy, what a bad start for England, especially Bryden Cass. Adam Collins jumping in, Simon Katich to my right, Lisa Sthalekar to my left, and Tommy Morris has got some gold over there as well, Tommy.
Yes, Colo. So the first 5 overs of this test had the shortest bowling on record. So that doesn't even include the 6th over when there was a couple of cut shots and went for 13, including a no ball.
Tommy Morris for Marshall Batteries, holler for a Marshall Battery. That is damning. In here, bowling to Travis Head. He's Jofra Archer now round the wicket from the Cathedral end, deflected out to backward point where there won't be a single. Knows the call.
When you look at how Australia always start, and we talk about Mitch Starc with the first over and how many wickets he's picked up in that first over, you set the tone. They haven't got anyone to do that, England. There's no, and I think we were speaking off air as well, Cato, there's no leader of the bowling attack. You're asking Archer, who's played a handful of test matches over such a long period of time, young guys as well coming in, trying to make a name for themselves.
Archer on the runway, up here in bowls to Travis Head, who goes back and defends to wide mid off, no run.
And even majority of Archer's deliveries as well, Head and Weatherall are jumping and just defending off the back foot, except for that big juicy full toss. That's the only thing that's been up in their half.
Bryden Cass is going at 5.5 runs and over this year, Kat. Big numbers, and he's been picked ahead of Gus Atkinson, who's, yes, blown hot and cold, but had his moments with the new ball.
Yeah, I thought it was a strange selection that he paid the price.
So did the Aussies, for what it's worth. Archer around the wicket again, bowls to Head, off his hip, no run to mid-wicket. But Ben Stokes loves Bryden Cass. Teammates at Durham, and he's spoken lovingly of him in the past as someone who he can do anything for him, but he's found himself badly out of rhythm.
Yeah, and I think he's been picked on the spirit he showed by backing up and fronting up at the Gabba. He didn't give up. So credit to him for that. That is an admirable trait, but you've still got to back it up with skill and execution, and he's just not doing that at the moment.
So Archer away from the Cathedral, bowls here to Travis Head, defends from the stumps. That's fuller and better, out to cover. It's been a better over across the board so far.
That's a perfect line and length from Archer there. That was a tough decision for Head to make then. He doesn't really want to get forward. He never really gets a big stride into the ball. He wants to sit back and he's waiting to cut and pull and flick. But on that occasion there, it was a length where he did think about it for a split second, squared him up on the crease and asked a good question. And that's what you've got to keep doing, ball after ball. Make sure that the batsman feels under pressure with their decision-making and their footwork. They haven't done enough of that.
So Archer turns, just 3 wickets in the series so far. delivers to Head, 3 slips the gully in position. Head goes back, hit on the pad, bit of interest from the cordon, but it was a deflection off the inside edge, and the bowler had no interest. But again, a better part of the pitch to be hitting.
Yeah, he's finding the length where it's probably, bail height almost, which means Travis Head has to make a decision. It's the worst thing you want to do as an opening batter. You want to kind of be able to leave or go, yep, I'm absolutely hitting that. Footwork doesn't really go anywhere. He's just jumping a lot of the time. So if he can keep honing in and don't get bored bowling that line and length.
Found some pace as well. Every ball in this over above 145 kilometres an hour. Archer finishes it here to Head. Head goes back again from the crease. Collected by the bowler. A maiden, a bit of respite for England. None for 29 Australia. Head's on 8, Weatherall's on 17. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Toolkit Depot's Bosch Spend and Get starts tomorrow. Spend $250 across the Bosch range and get $50 back in TKD bucks. The more you spend on Bosch, the more you get back. Bosch Spend and Get starts tomorrow for 3 days only at Toolkit Depot. T's and C's apply.
Our first session is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Right, and Castle get another go. Simon Katich shaking his head. 2 slips the gully, 6-3 field away from us, southern end. Bowls here and Weatherall right in behind it. Better length, defended out to mid-on, no single.
I just saw it as a really good opportunity for Ben Stokes to plan a marker and say it's not acceptable. This is not what we came out here planning to do. Have a breather, get Tongue into the attack early, give him a chance, and he's someone that does like bowling to left-handers, so get him in the attack and back him in rather than just keep backing the same horse who hasn't done the job for you at the previous test and here today. Jofra Archer's just bowled a beautiful set. Carter's got to back that up now.
Not a cloud in the sky. Cast away from us. Up to Jake Weatherall. Bowls here around the wicket. Weatherall goes back and tries to thrash him over deep mid-wicket from a ball that was short and there to be hit but doesn't make contact. It balloons over the horizontal blade.
Cast is lucky that Jake Weatherall was thinking of pulling that ball, because if he'd thought about cutting it, he would have hit it for 6 into the Gavin Wanganeen stand. And it would have gone up a deck.
Watching it back for a second time on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, it was well wide of the off stump and it committed to the stroke, perhaps before he realised how far the ball was drifting into the gloves of the wicketkeeper.
It's interesting he tried to pull that because it was so wide, and he's played some beautiful cut shots already. Really surprised he went that way.
So again, Cast up, bowls here, Weatherall round the wicket, tries to cut and misses. So a couple of plays and misses in a row. It's not a good part of the pitch for Cast. It genuinely set up and was there to be smashed away, but Weatherall didn't make contact.
See, this is where I think the English team have got it all wrong. The amount of guys out there with their hands on heads going, ooh, close. It's like, no, guys, you should be thankful that he didn't get something on it. Right? If he gets a wicket out of that poor bowling, that is a blessing in disguise for you. But that is not where you bowl here in Adelaide.
Yep. Spot on.
Jake Weatherall, 4 first-class hundreds at Adelaide Oval, highest score of 198. And, of course, that BBL final 100 that put him on the map many years ago. Cast to Weatherall, bowls here. Weatherall forward, leg stump line, tucking to mid-wicket where there's enough of a gap to get himself a single. He's up to 18, none for 30 Australia in the 8th over.
And the other thing too is you can have a plan, initial plan of coming around the wicket, cramping them, but he's now nearly 4 overs in and it hasn't really worked for him. Why not try over the wicket for a couple of balls? Just see if that line causes a little bit of angst amongst the batters, because at the moment they just look comfortable with that angle coming in and the swing coming back in as well. At least with it swinging from over the wicket, if one doesn't swing, then you bring the outside edge of the bat into play as well.
Cast ahead, has to be accurate here. Bowls around the wicket, Head drives and Max lets it, smashes it straight to cover point where there won't be one. We've got Zach Crawley there in the sun hat who cuts it off and denies a boundary. Got plenty of it. A reminder too, if you're coming along to Adelaide Oval today, you can listen to every ball with no delay using SEN Stadium. You can also sync us up to the TV pictures, SEN Sync on the SEN app. Download it today free of charge. packed house here at Adelaide Oval. Sell out. The hill is chock-a-block, barely a blade of grass underneath the old scoreboard. It's in that direction that Cass is running and bowling here to Travis Head. Has the chance to cut, goes through the offside, doesn't get much of it, but it'll still trickle out towards the 8. They return for a couple. That'll take Head up into double figures. He's 10 at the end of the over. Australia up to none for 32. Wetherell down the other end on 18. That's the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
It'll now be none for 33 at the end of the over. Tucking into the onside is Travis Head to mid-on. There was a no ball called from the last over retrospectively by our third umpire this week, who was Chris Gaffney upstairs. Nitin Menon and Ashan Raza are the two on-field officials overseeing their 35th and 25th test matches respectively. In our first session here for MEGT, sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Got Tom Morris with us as well. All of his updates coming for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. A change in dynamic with the teams historically as well.
That's it. This is the first Ashes test that hasn't involved Stuart Broad or Steve Smith since the Sydney Test 2007, which of course was the farewell test for McGrath, Langer, and also Shane Warne. But looking at Bryden Cass, he averages 38 against left-handers in Test cricket, averages 26 against right-handers, but I don't think, Lisa, that's any excuse for what we've seen today either.
No, just it's unimaginable.
40 minutes in. Archer around the wicket. New over starts to Wetherell. Hits him on the pad, tucked up. Little bit of extra pace, maybe an inside edge. Either way, no concerns. Wetherell's 18 from 25. This is exactly what Australia needed to do, having won the toss on a day like today. Forecast high of 35 degrees. Just get a nice gentle start.
Yeah,
just take the new ball out of the equation a little bit and put the pressure straight back on the visitors.
And get their fast bowlers bowling over after over after over.
Indeed. Two slips of gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Archer in bowls here. Wetherell round the wicket, takes on the short ball, balloons up in the air and taken by the keeper. He's got him. Archer's got Wetherell against the flow of play. Wanted to work it down towards long leg, got big on him, and it's the extra pace of Archer. England get a wicket inside the first 45 minutes. Australia 1 for 33. Wetherell caught round the corner by the wicketkeeper Smith for 18.
Yeah, you're right. That has come out of nowhere. Both Australian openers were looking really good, but it just tucked him up so that around the wicket angle worked. The length, the pace of Archer is the difference compared to Cass. Just got the top edge, a bit of glove. Not many words as Archer runs past Wetherell. Just a look to say, I've got you. England have managed to pick up their first wicket, given the fact that Australia came out of the blocks hard. So credit to England for sticking at it.
Just when they needed something here with Wetherell looking the part, but a couple of plays and misses in the previous over, looking to take on Archer, who has had his pace in the mid-140s. His previous over, a probing maiden. Now to the crease, a man who enjoys batting on the Adelaide Oval. It's Marnus Labuschagne. 61st Test match, averaging 46 overall. Seeing a replay back for Chemist Warehouse. He has shoulder of the bat, maybe off the glove on the way through as well, and the easiest of catches for the wicketkeeper Smith, Tom Morris.
Jofra Archer has 4 wickets for the series, and Jake Wetherell accounts for 3 of them now.
Seems to be his nemesis, doesn't it? But when you think of the other dismissals, rather full, whereas this one slightly shorter than what we're used to.
All of Tom's numbers for pay.com.au. Points for business. Thank you, Tommy. Labuschagne here at Adelaide averages 71 with 3 centuries. 2019, 2021 here against England, and 2022. But his last century was 37 innings ago. What a great opportunity for Australia's number 3 on a hot day to get himself in on a true track. But first of all, has to get through the Archer interrogation. So they'll start with Crawley around the corner in the leg gully as well, Lisa, in addition to 2 slips in the conventional gully.
It's because of his, I guess with Archer, his like laconic kind of approach to the pitch. He does really fast arm speed, gets that extra bounce as well. And he's been honing probably the last, 8 deliveries around that top of the stumps bail height.
So Archer, his first ball here to Labuschagne. Away from the old scoreboard, bowls here. Labuschagne goes back and defends, no run out to point. Right in on it, as they should be, England. If got to make every opportunity count today. First ball, 145 kilometres an hour to him.
Now you can see that Cover, Stokes, Duckett, there's that square leg. They're all kind of hunting as a pack now, trying to kind of come in to ensure that Marnus doesn't get off strike with just a drop and run, a simple way that probably Head and Weatherald were able to do early on in their innings.
Archer, halfway through his over. Up here, bowls to Labuschagne, ducks the short ball. Kind of awkwardly. Thought about playing at it, then got the helmet and the bat beneath the ball.
See, I've got no issues with that. At the badge, asking the batter to get out of the way. The telescope of the bat just popped up slightly. Mess with his footwork. He's just come out.
Archer's got Labuschagne 3 times in Ashes cricket. Of course, it was Archer's first delivery to Labuschagne at Lords that knocked him out in the grill at Lords back in 2019, which started the Labuschagne story as an injury sub. Here's Archer bowling here. Labuschagne leaving close to the off stump. Came back off the seam. He left on the 5th stump line. Very good bowling this. And the speeds are up as well. 147, 147, 146 after the wicket-taking delivery.
Yeah, Archer's now kind of locked in on what line and what length he needs to be able to execute now. And every now and again, if he can bowl a bumper or if he even wants to try a Yorker as well, he's got that in his arsenal.
This is what Archer's capable of, changing the game. Final ball here of his successful over. Up and bowls, and Labuschagne goes back and edges to slip, but it's on the bounce to Joe Root. Takes it well on the half volley. A wicket maiden for Jofra Archer. Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Weatherald's gone for 18. It's 1 for 33. Heads on 10. Labuschagne gets a score.
In Virginia, we've had a car crash on the Northern Expressway near Port Wakefield Road. Towies are on the scene. It shouldn't be too much longer. Otherwise, in Tea Tree Gully, a burst water main. Northeast Road near Elizabeth Street. Burst water main for Broadview as well. Amstead Road near Muller Road. Heavy delays in both directions. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday, the 1st of March, 2026, to get back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SEN SA Breakfast with Vix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 646464. Castle get another over. Away from us. Bowls here to Travis Head, round the wicket. Head looking to drive, one man to beat. What a catch! Zach Crawley diving away to his left. That's a screamer. That's exactly what England have needed to do to take all their chances, and they have turned a half chance into a beauty. 2 for 33, 2 wickets on that score. Head's gone for 10, Cass gets the wicket.
Well, Zach Crawley is in that position just in front of point, in for this type of shot. Limited footwork. Actually, the footwork comes after the contact. He dives well to his left, plucks it just inches from the ground. And you're right, England are up and about right now. One of the fuller deliveries Bryden Cass has actually bowled before he'd been bowling short, wide. Bowls it nice and full. Head waiting and camping on the back foot. Just a little bit too late, and that open blade cost him dearly.
That is a classic for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. Watching it back, he has dragged that in an inch above the turf. We're seeing the replay for Chemist Warehouse on the replay screen one more time here at cover point. barely any time to react. Got a good chunk of it. Travis Head and Zach Crawley, who's taken some very important catches for England across the journey, does so again here. And Usman Khawaja, what a morning he's had. Not in the side as named yesterday. Steve Smith missing here with vertigo. And Khawaja gets his chance at number 4 and walking in inside the first hour of play.
You almost sense it is important for Usman, and he likes it when the team's probably, or he has got his back against the wall. Australia losing 2 quick wickets, and all of a sudden he strides out. He's only batted in that number 4 position a couple of times, highest score of 2. But he can change those numbers here because it is perfect conditions right now to be batting.
The challenge for Khawaja in recent years has been seam early on, with the exception of that double ton at Gaul, and what a double ton it was. It's been a couple of barren years since the 23 Ashes. So reprieve today, day before his 39th birthday. Khawaja, 2 slips the gully. Crawley now round the corner at leg gully. Cast to in here, Kawaja's first ball. He leaves it alone on length. Tom Morris is going to join us as well. But Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Lisa's been talking about his minimal stats at number 4 in Test cricket, but in first class cricket he has spent some time at number 4. 49 innings, 10 hundreds and an average of 55. So at the lower level he has batted at second drop, but it's been few and far between for Australia.
Well, let's hope he can bring those numbers here.
He would love it. What a birthday present that would be. There's been no 39-year-old that's played for Australia since 1986.
That's a beauty. Do so tomorrow. Cast up to Khawaja here, leaves alone in the channel. That's where he wants to be. Usman Khawaja here at Adelaide Oval made a stunning 100 here, opening the batting unexpectedly against South Africa nearly a decade ago. At home he averages 48, but it's a story of the last couple of years with him when the ball's been moving around. Can he find a way to get into this match and into this series? And England will know that. They'll be making sure the stumps are in play. Make Khawaja make good decisions. Cast up here. Khawaja gets the chance to leave alone again. It's not quite getting it right here on the 6-stump line.
It's quite different, isn't it, than what we've seen with the other 2 left-handers before him. He knows where his off-stump is, very controlled, calm. People sometimes take that kind of behaviour that is he that passionate about it? He absolutely is. He loves playing for his country. And at the moment, Australia, surprisingly, are 2 wickets down, and he finds himself out there in the middle. Cass is all of a sudden bowling fuller in length. Still would like him to hone in on the stumps. Maybe just slightly top of off stump would be the ideal.
Umpire Menon having a chat to Labuschagne at the non-strikers end. Not quite sure what it's about. Perhaps where he was backing up from. So we'll pause here. Ben Stokes goes up to his bowler at the top of his mark for a chat before drifting off back to mid-off. Last 4 overs, England have taken 2 for 4. So since Australia got off to that flyer, they found a way to get it right, primarily through Archer. There'll be a change in field for this.
It's coming over the
delivery,
wicket.
Yeah, so over the wicket, and a 3rd slip jumps in. So change of approach to Khawaja. His 4th ball. Cast to him here. And Khawaja has to play, but gets it down to fine leg with one hand off the bat. Wasn't far away, but kept it down with some control. Khawaja 1, 2 for 34, 1 ball left in the 10th over.
Yeah, we've probably seen the last couple of deliveries, even Labuschagne against Archer, he kind of took his bottom hand off the bat as well. Same here for Khawaja, just tickling it around the corner.
Yep.
So maybe a bit of variable bounce that the guys are starting to see. But ever since the first wicket now, both Archer and Bryden Cass are honing in on that fuller length.
So Cass will get 1 go at Labuschagne. Also yet to score. 3 slips the gully behind him. Cass, who started the over with a wicket, bowls to Labuschagne here over the wicket, wide of the crease, and he worked it to square leg. Probably a chance to work it behind square and get off the mark, but not to be. So a wicket and a run from the over. Head gone for 10. Great catch from Crawley. Australia 2 for 34. Khawaja 1, Labuschagne yet to score. Toyota scoreboard, Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Of course, it'll be Archer to continue. He's got 1 for 4 from 5. He's doing the job. Picked up Wetherald with a rapid delivery. Bowls here to Khawaja. Round the wicket, 3 slips, delivers and leaves not far away. The Cordner interested. It came back off the seam on the angle. Watching it back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Great start.
Perfect start. Making Khawaja really think about where his off stump is, what the length, what the bounce is all about. England very vocal now behind the wicket and also cover, extra cover. All charging in. This is clearly England's moment. Can they get Khawaja early? Bowling here is Archer around the wicket to him on his hip and he shovels it round the corner. Duckett herring around, throw at the stumps and he misses. So Duckett was working from mid-wicket. Wrong side. Had he been left arm, a left-hander rather, that might have been a closer call for Labuschagne rather, but they're through. Khawaja's 2 for 35 Australia. They won the toss this morning and batted on a glorious Adelaide morning. Labuschagne at the non-striker's end was just on a bit of a deck chair, and then all of a sudden he had to kickstart his motor and he was like, oh, we're actually running? Was he? I didn't think we were going for the quick singles, and in the end he put the thumb up because he did safely get there. But just shows you as well, Marnus Labuschagne just not quite switched on.
Leg gully's back for Labuschagne. Archer to him here. It's more gentle. Back of the length, he goes back and defends with the ball right under his eye.
England really have to make sure that Australia has to earn every single run. And since the first 2 openers in Head and Wetherald, they've been able to squeeze and stop those quick singles that were easily being taken.
So it's Root and Brook, the 2 slips. Crawley's the leg gully. Took a screamer to get rid of Head. Archer over the wicket, scoreboard end, bowls here, squared up Labuschagne, spits out past point along the ground though, so no concerns, but a fine piece of bowling. They get 1, that gets Labuschagne off the mark as well. 2 for 36, the throw's speared in. England sensing that they've got to keep as much pressure on here as they can, and Archer's playing his role. Fine bowling.
Yeah, so full. Where Marnus felt like, oh, hang on, I can just tickle the ball. It was actually not hitting leg stump. It was going down leg stump, and somehow he's managed to get it around that point region.
Yeah, from our angle, it looks like it was a conventional sort of middle stump line skewing away off the leading edge. But yeah, it was Labuschagne's made that look good from a very full length.
Just showing you that these two haven't quite picked up the pace of the pitch as well.
That catching mid-wicket's back for Khawaja. 12 metres from the bat. Bowling here is Archer, and it's let through down the leg side by Khawaja. Maybe more than that. 4 pitches over. It's where they've got a catching mid-wicket in Bryden Cars. So Khawaja just 2 scores above 50 in his last 27 Test innings. 3 scores above 50 since the 2023 Ashes. That's why he found himself in that drop zone. Missed out at Perth in the first innings. Injury. Missed Brisbane. Missed selection here, but reprieved in early. Archer to him. Khawaja leg stump line. That's better. Help down to fine leg for a single. That'll complete the over. He'll retain the strike. Khawaja 3. Labuschagne on 1. It's 2 for 37 Australia on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Buying and selling goods here and overseas can be complex. Octex Trade Finance provides a flexible line of credit to pay suppliers in over 70 countries at competitive FX rates with up to 60 days interest-free. Visit octet.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 646464. There's going to be a bowling change for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. It's the man playing his 7th Test match, second against Australia, Josh Tongue, to replace Cass at our southern end. Lisa.
Yeah, had an opportunity to play against Australia in England. Picked up 5 wickets in that Test match.
Here he is, first ball in Australia to Khawaja, left alone, outside the line of the off stump, but that'll be a nervous one to get away, no doubt, for him. I thought he'd play last week.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that they really liked what he did. Obviously, county cricket.
Yeah.
Missed, 24 season because of injury, and had a very good county season, won the championship with Notts.
And he was brilliant in the game that mattered most to Fifer, to knock over Surrey, to win the championship for Notts. Took 21 wickets against India in that series in the middle of the year. And here he is playing today. Bowls to Khawaja around the wicket, gets big on it. That's the extra bounce that Tongue can generate. Played it well, down towards mid-wicket where there won't be a run. So his first away Test match. And the other thing to note is that in that England series, picked up Jadeja 4 times and Jaiswal twice. So he has got a decent record against left-handers, and Khawaja obviously one of those.
Yeah, just reading a little bit more about him as well, and he had quite an interesting injury. Had to have 2 surgeries on his right shoulder.
Leg gully jumps in, changing field. Tongue bowls to Khawaja around the wicket, 4th stump line, leaving alone. It doesn't quite have the carry through to Smith either.
It was going to be potentially a career-ending injury. It was called a thoracic outlet syndrome, and it was a nerve problem. And so had the 2 surgeries. Had, if you can imagine, there's Botox in to assist and help, because that Botox sometimes relaxes the muscles around to enable things. See, Botox isn't just about your face and getting rid of the wrinkles.
Yes, not just vanity. Away from us, here's Josh Tongue. Up to Khawaja here, bowls and leaves. This will be the last over before drinks. It's 11 o'clock local time now.
So has had to kind of fight back, and then kind of had a few injuries like you expect with a lot of young fast bowlers that are going through the paces. Hamstring, pec muscle. But off the back of a very strong county season, he gets an opportunity here, probably waiting in the wings, thinking, this is what I'll do if I get the ball in hand.
And they love him as well, especially Rob Key. They think this guy can be something special. Josh Tongue up here and bowls to Khawaja, who leaves alone again, just not quite getting the line right here. Although in saying that, watching it back on the Chemist Warehouse screen, it was on about the 5th stump line, and it did move away after hitting the seam. Got Khawaja at Lords in 2023, got Warner twice and Smith twice.
Big names, top order bats.
Yep. And again, that point about left-handers and Josh Tongue. So good matchup for England here early on. Last ball before drinks. Tongue passes umpire Menon, bowls here. Khawaja forced to play and defends. Knows the call. Tongue kicks it up to himself in his follow-through. That will complete the first hour of play in this 3rd Test match. Australia 2 for 37. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Khawaja 3, Labuschagne 1. Weatherald was dismissed for 18 and Head for 10 in consecutive overs. That'll be where we'll leave it here. Our drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. Then Gerard Whateley will be in for me.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. Fosrock are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosrock's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosrock. Fosrock.com.au.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes, meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
His head has the strike. He's back cutting magnificently. How's that for openers? Two slips, leg gully, casts. Weatherall cuts. It's a beautiful stroke. He leaps into it and thrashes it away for 4. Archer in bowls here. Weatherall round the wicket, takes on the short ball, balloons up in the air, and taken by the keeper. He's got him. Against the flow of play. Away from us. Bowls here to Travis Head, round the wicket, Head looking to drive, one man to beat. What a catch! Zach Crawley diving away to his left. That's a screamer. Taylor, 2.5 hours to start the third test here at Adelaide Oval. Drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The openers made hay through the first half hour, and you're thinking, how many runs are there on offer here? But then Weatherall and Head both fell 18 and 10. The score was 33 for both. It's now 2 for 37 with Marnus Labuschagne and the late inclusion Usman Khawaja out in the middle. This opening session is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. And our experts right throughout this test summer for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Welcome back, Damien Fleming.
Yeah, Gerard, listeners. Yeah, I didn't predict that. I was a bit the same, that Australia were going to have a very big batting day as this Kookaburra ball flattens out and the pitch will flat out. But 2 wickets opens it up big time, and Marnus and Usman have looked a bit nervous. I think England could have actually done a bit better. Archer's figures look outstanding, but I don't think he's bowled as well as he should have. He's bowled too short, but picking up a wicket. And I thought Josh Tongue started well. You know, he could be a big in for Australia as we see Ben Stokes marking out his run-up. He should bowl well in these conditions. If there's any swing left in this ball, he will maximise it.
So Jofra Archer bowled through the first hour of play, and now Ben Stokes, 8 wickets in the series at 19.25. He's bowled tirelessly at stages, picked up 5 cheapies in Perth and did really all the heavy lifting, it felt like, in Brisbane.
He's at his best when the ball's swinging. He moves the ball both ways.
First ball after the break, Labuschagne is on 1. Stokes right arm over the wicket to him, and Labuschagne is watching as it passes outside the off stump. So the 2 dismissals, Weatherall's in his international career so far, 2 fast Yorkers and 2 of the short arm jabs on a ball tied up on the front shoulder, which is a kink in his armour early.
Yeah, and there was one that was like 1.5 metres outside off stump, and he tried to pull it. So there's something about whether he might premeditate the short ball, which pushes him back, makes him vulnerable to the Yorker, but then he gets cramped as well, as you said, when it's following his body.
Stokes to Labuschagne, pulls for 4. Hit it hard, no, it won't get there. In fact, Cass got around quickly to his left. Just a little squarer than I had imagined. A single taken, Labuschagne 2. It's 2 for 38.
And Travis Head found it hard today, didn't he? Only got a couple of shots away, so yeah, a good position for England. I mean, this hour, if they can win this hour, they are well and truly into this test match. And as I said, the way Tongue started, you know, he was into that avenue of apprehension. Stokes' first 2 balls have been real warm-up balls. I want to see that first one, if he pitches it up, whether it swings or not, because he's a very gifted swing bowler.
2 slips, gully points, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wickets, fine leg. Usman Khawaja is on 3. Stokes around the wicket to him, and he leaves alone. So Head driving, one hand off the bat, not in total control. Crawley, brilliant diving catch.
Great catch. Close. Yeah, great catch. And that's been a weakness for England, besides Jacks's wonderful catch last test match. Australia's catching was unbelievable, but there was one session they dropped about 4 or 5, didn't they, England? And so that signs that that's a team that's breaking apart. But time away up in Noosa, so far things have worked pretty well for England.
Stokes is bowling to Khawaja, who defends the ball to the offside.
Now that could have easily not been caught, and then it's just another, that could have been a dismissal, but well done from Crawley. He's a big man, he moves well, he's got long levers to get under that, and there was no doubt that that was a catch. So the fielding's backed up the bowling so far for England.
Archer, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Cast 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. And Tongue opened with a maiden. Khawaja cramped down in his stats. Stokes to him, jammed down, ball squeezed from inside edge onto pad and went past the stumps.
Not surprisingly, Usman's looked very scratchy. He hasn't batted for a long time. He's been obviously netting up a lot. Originally left out of this team, but obviously Stephen Smith missing it with vertigo. He's got the opportunity, but it's been a tough start for Usman.
So with the 2 dashing openers gone, this is sort of your insurance, your ballast at 3 and 4. Stokes' last ball of his first over, Khawaja forward, bat and pad tight together, sees it off. The Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first, Australia 2 for 38.
A breakdown in Plimpton Park, Crossroad eastbound just at Marion Road. Otherwise, a burst water main still being fixed in Broadview, Hampstead Road near Muller Road. Heavy going through there. And in North Adelaide, the cricket is on today, of course, so road closures around Adelaide Oval. Plenty of foot traffic, so do be careful if you're driving on through. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday, the 1st of March 2026, to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SEN SA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Australia 2 for 38. More than 45,000 in at Adelaide Oval on the most beautiful looking Wednesday morning.
How good does it look out there?
Yeah. The ceremony's just in front of the full members stands. Josh Tongue, second over. He bowls down the leg side and he's tucked away by Labuschagne. His coverage down at fine leg. First run that Tongue can see.
Just that little hum around the field as well from this big crowd. Looking up, we can't see the hill. People are standing on it, but it's absolutely filled. It's chockers.
Quite a brilliant sight. So the record crowd here was set once we moved to the pink. 55,317. So estimates between 52 and 54,000 today. And then if the test match happens to develop into a thriller by the weekend, as Saturday's weather is perfect for it all. Tongue around the wicket, Khawaja leaves.
Tongue's an unusual bowler. He can bowl around the wicket away from left-handers. His front leg does fall away significantly. He collapses, so he actually bowls past the 12 o'clock. He's almost releasing at 1 o'clock. So that, that's a weird type of delivery to face.
Take a little bit of getting used to. The leg gully has come significantly square, really to be a short backward square, and there's a deep backward square as well. So honing in on Khawaja here, Tongue outside the off stump and left alone.
I don't know if they need that catcher on the leg side. I'd rather have a third slip because he's taking the ball away from Usman. Is he moving in there now?
Yeah.
At
least to the offside.
At least the offside.
2 gullies?
Yep, that's okay. Yeah, either a third slip or a second gully. And also, when you've got 2 gullies, I think you're more inclined to bowl fuller. They've got to bowl full in this first session. So it's been a good start picking up a couple of wickets. But, once again, I don't think they've been very accurate.
Tongue to Khawaja, in behind, defending to the leg. No single there.
But it is a very unusual action, isn't it?
Yeah.
From Tongue, and that's the beauty. There's not too many bowling actions that are similar. I love the uniqueness of seeing different fast bowlers in particular go about it.
So what's hard to know is the stresses that placed, and Lisa just gave us the litany of injury that he has suffered, is what is biomechanical in that, and Botox in the shoulder. So they tried everything, I think it's fair to say. He bowls to Kawach, who swings across the line, jammed it into his pads. That's a very unusual moment from Usman, who lives to tell the tale.
Wow, that looks like a premeditation, isn't it? If he drops short, I'm going to go for it. So pressure's building. He wanted a release shot there. You know, that's a dreadful shot.
You chop that on, turning 39 tomorrow, and you're saying goodbye to your Test career.
No, he wants to play the rest of the series. You know, get a big 100 and make it hard to be dropped out of this team. Pressure building though.
Intriguing phase. Tongue to Kawach, just stayed out of the short ball. That's good thinking by the bowler, wasn't it?
Yeah.
2 for 39 at the end of the over. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu MU-X SUV tows up to 3.5 tonnes. The perfect blend of strength and style. Love how you live. Book a test drive at your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Hearts and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Josh Tongue got that last ball up to 148, and that's the pace that was well forecast.
It wasn't the most well-directed bouncer, but it was apt, because Usman might have taken it on and he would have been in no position whatsoever. But can Stokes get this outswinger to Marnus?
From the cathedral ends, the England captain bounds in and bowls to Labuschagne, who's defending safely to the offside.
Haven't seen him swing one ball yet. He's probably bowled a little bit short, but the other option he's got up his sleeve, Stokes, is the bang a short of a length, and then he's got a really late in-swinger. So he might be setting Marnus up for that one.
Labuschagne with 3 Test centuries at this venue, all in pink ball cricket. Just his second red ball Test at Adelaide Oval. He's twitchy, Labuschagne. Stokes is with him, and he doesn't bowl.
As he landed,
didn't like the footing at all.
Like a kick forward or something, wasn't it, with his back foot?
Suspicious glance over his shoulder. Nothing untoward on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Stokes comes this time, and Labuschagne leaves extravagantly. High bat lift. So Australia's batting order thrown out by Vertigo. Steve Smith, after a couple of uneasy days, a conversation with Andrew McDonald and Pat Cummins as the team was arriving, and then departed the scene before the warm-ups came. He'll be back in the hotel, just trying to get his equilibrium back. And it throws Australia's batting lineup out. Played the first 2 tests without its champion bowler, and now without its champion batter at 4. Stokes bowls to Labuschagne, who defends under his eyes.
And what's the recovery like? Is that hard to actually predict?
Yes, it's uncertain. The onset is uncertain, and the recovery is uncertain. So, and that played out in the days as Smith was absent from training 2 days ago, but then batted in the nets twice yesterday, and just
no good today.
Not right today. And that so could be fine for tomorrow, or lingers.
Wow.
But
that's scary.
Cricket Australia's reassurance is he'll be right for Melbourne. But he was a disappointed figure, to say the least, as he left the grounds. Labuschagne turns very fine. It'll race down under the sight screen and touch the rope for 4. A tickle down the leg side from Labuschagne, who goes to 7.
Classy shot there from Marnus. Didn't try and get too much bat on it, you know, just working it down to fine leg. Even though it's a long boundary, it flew for 4. But Stokes getting it wrong. I don't know if that was an attempted bounce or something, but it was always going down the leg side. Marner said, thank you very much.
Yes. Took the scoreboard to 2 for 44. Stokes just searching for his rhythm. Labuschagne forward driving. He's picked out mid-off. He won't get a run.
If I'm Stokes, I wouldn't get put off by that shot. It was a good one for Marnus, bringing forward, full face of the bat, hitting it to mid-off. But in this first session, I don't think they've brought them forward enough because there has been some movement in the air when they've bowled full. But generally, they've been bashing short of a length, and so far on this pitch, there's not a lot of seam movement.
Stokes with a no ball signalled earlier in the over, so he's still got 2 to send down. Labuschagne is on 7. And he's driving wide of mid-off. He tuned it up on the previous and he blasted it away the next time of asking. Labuschagne finds a groove. He's 11. It's 2 for 48.
Yeah, well, he went full again and he just got it a little bit more closer to a half volley. And Marner said, thank you very much for that one. Stokes, I think you're better off still being full, giving it a chance to swing. On that occasion, it looked like it was his in-swinger that was in the slot. But it definitely moved in the air.
Stokes with a follow-up. Labuschagne defends the last ball of the over. 2 for 48, the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. Fosrock are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosrock's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosrock. Fosrock.com.au.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Australia 2 for 48, both openers gone. Weatherald 18, Head 10. Labuschagne's 11. Khawaja has the strike, he's on 3. And Josh Tongue around the wicket to him. Khawaja runs the ball into the gully. It's not fielded cleanly. Crawley diving away to his right. It gets through under the old scoreboard and they'll take a couple. Khawaja to 5. Tom Morris, our roadside reporter. Marshall batteries, mobile and store service. Horror for a Marshall. That's 50 up for Australia in the 16th over.
Gerard, Pitch Fizz suggesting this is the second spiciest Adelaide Day 1 pitch on record. Does that surprise you a bit, Flem?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
And maybe it's the length they've been bowling, but I like Quick Fizz. I don't know about that.
Pitch Fizz, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Tongue to Khawaja, who leaves.
But I've barely seen a ball that's seamed. Sorry, Bharat. Have we?
Not really, yes.
No.
Cass got a couple to move in early.
There was swing from Cass, I reckon. But yeah, okay.
Bharat joins us for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. Welcome back, Bharat.
Morning, Gerard. Flem? Yeah, not sure about that either. Yeah, haven't seen the ball do much off the pitch for it to be a spicy surface.
2 for 50. Tongue to Khawaja. Oh, tried to remove. Got the bottom edge. Into the pitch. Slews away to the cordon. So he does look very uncertain at the moment, Usman, which you could understand a bit of ring rust.
Yeah, very much so. And I think he was told last afternoon, actually after Pat Cummins came out and told us in the press conference that the 11 has decided that maybe Steve's not that right. So he has been preparing to play since last afternoon. Mentally anyway.
A couple of inside edges. Tongue to him. Khawaja tried to clip from the toes. It goes back to the bowler who fields in his follow through.
Just has got no rhythm going so far in this innings. And England have, unlike with Head and Weatherall earlier today, have given him no freebies for him. Even Ben Stokes in the previous over went full to Marnus. He had something to drive with. Uzi, it just feels I guess that's how cricket plays out, right? When you're going through that kind of phase that he is right now.
Tongue from the riverbank end around the wicket. Khawaja drives, edges, drops, second slip. On the dive, a chance put down. It's a bad miss by Harry Brook.
Just going to say, Josh Tongue's been fantastic. He's come into the series and he's barely bowled a bad ball. He's been threatening the outside edge, and he finally gets it from Usman and Brook. It's two hands. You've got to take those.
He's moving away to his left. It's pretty regulation. Should have swallowed that up in the hands, and Khawaja should have been gone for 5.
Yeah. Oh. Gee, that would have been massive. Australia 3 down in the first session.
So they all reset. A single was taken. Labuschagne turns neatly to leg. There's a leg gully in place, but he rolls it wide of Crawley and collects a single. 4 from it. England spill a chance. It's 2 for 52 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bold. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Australia 2 for 52, should have been 3 for 50. Harry Brook dropping a regulation chance from Usman Khawaja. It's Ben Stokes who begins his third over in from the Cathedral end. Labuschagne's on 12. Blocks to mid-on.
Yeah, and if you're Usman Khawaja, you're thinking, probably thought your test career might be over, the way things were going in this series. Now you got what you can call a third life in his career. He got his second life 4 years ago. And now England have dropped him. Just when it looked like he was trying to break free, it was so wide outside off stump as well when chasing.
He was in no position to hit that ball in the middle of the bat.
Stokes to Labuschagne, leaves the ball coming back at the off stump. So he's nowhere, Khawaja, at the moment.
No.
He's got to fight his way through it, but he's nowhere early in this innings.
It's different to a 35-year-old 4 years ago who got the opportunity, got twin hundreds. At 39, it's been a tough 2 years, particularly in home conditions, against a bowler who is a good matchup for Khawaja, isn't it, Tongue, to have that ability to come around the wicket and still challenge the outside edge.
2 slips in place for Labuschagne, who's driving, picks out Crawley at cover, no run.
And we have a similar problem to what happened last year when it was Usman opening with McSweeney and Marnus was really battling. The scoreboard went nowhere, and eventually one of them got a good delivery, which puts pressure on the incoming batsman. So this is the scenario the Australian selectors didn't want coming into the scenario. That's why, to get Weatherald in, who scores quickly, they like head up the top because he accelerates the run rate. I don't want to get bogged down.
Labuschagne leaves.
I wonder if there was any thought given to maybe pushing Inglis up the order and playing Bo Webster.
Yeah.
Who we've said a few times has done nothing wrong to lose his place in the side.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out Inglis at 7. If he's your next best batsman, they've been talking about him for years, and he's the one that's going to fit into that slot, why not put him in the slot straight away? Because it is different batting 7 to 5.
Green is the next batter for Bendix Breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks. Stokes to Labuschagne, very watchful, blocks to left.
It's not like he's a young man either, Inglis. 100 on test debut against Sri Lanka. So even that 7 spot for me doesn't say that you think he's going to be a world-class number 5.
And even the reasoning around they didn't want to break Carey and Green up didn't make much sense.
No.
Like you said, Inglis at 5, then you still have those two batting in their normal positions.
No, I'd rather Carey at 7 and Inglis at 6.
Stokes to Labuschagne. Turns him to leg. Can't find the run at mid-wicket. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. It's 2 for 52.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. A maiden over from Ben Stokes. So he leaves Khawaja to face Josh Tongue. Tongue should have picked him up in the previous over. Comes at the veteran Australian again. Khawaja clips off his toes. That was a crisp shot all the way across the turf through square for 4. That might help settle Khawaja, and it emphasises the sense for England they missed him when they had him. He's 10. It's 2 for 56.
That's comfortably his best shot, isn't it, of this short innings so far, Usman Khawaja. And that actually seamed in a little bit from middle stump, but that's beautifully timed from Usman. That's got to give him a lot of confidence.
Tongue readies himself. Khawaja plays to Gully on the bump. No run.
I think that's what he needs right now, some confidence in his own game. And Uzi's that kind of character. He doesn't give much away. He always talks a good game. And he volunteered to do the press conference. It wasn't a big crew the other day, just 3 of us. He spoke about where he is in his career, and he's only in the team because the team management have asked him to stay back, and he was ready to leave a couple of years ago. And he still thinks he's got it, and he's looking to have it till the end of the Ashes anyway.
Tongue around the wicket, bouncer, Khawaja underneath.
That's a good bouncer, that one. Very good bouncer. But Usman saw it early and ducked. That's a good sign. Just wear the bowling down. It's a hot day. Eventually they'll get into the areas where you want to score.
It's beyond the 31-degree mark. We're heading for a top of 35. It's 11:30 local time. 2 scorchers to start the test match. Tomorrow hotter than today. Tongue to Khawaja, full face of the bat, runs it out to cover, takes a single. Stokes comes around to his right to field. Khawaja goes to 11.
That'll help as well. Doesn't want to be stuck at one end like he has been large parts of this innings. Damien Hoff was saying yesterday that he doesn't sleep well when there's a test match in Adelaide. He's always nervous, anxious. But this is the first time, he said, in his 29 years that they've had 4 Shield games before a test match. So he's got the perfect reading of this pitch and what it needs for this test.
Tongue down below us, the riverbank end. Sets in, bowls to Labuschagne, who's forward defending. Been lots of runs on offer here in the Shield season. Bharat.
Marnus made 100. And he was here for Queensland, 2 months ago. Just 500s in those 4 games.
Great guy.
And spinners have come into play, maybe late day 3, early day 4. So this should have something for everyone.
Australia with the advantage of batting first, but both openers are gone. Labuschagne's on 12. Tongue over the wicket to him. Blocks out the last ball of the over. 2 for 57, the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first. Adam Collins to take you through to lunch. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brand.
G'day G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solheart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan with you. Khawaja back on strike, given a chance on 5, a regulation chance in the cordon put down by Harry Brook. It was when the score was 50, now up to 2 for 57. Ben Stokes, Cathedral end up to Khawaja, 2 slips the gully around the wicket. Khawaja looks to pull and does so confidently. Behind the square leg umpire, runs away for 4. Khawaja getting inside the line, making sweet enough contact up to 15 with that boundary. 2 for 61.
Yeah, it wasn't the Usman pull shot of years ago. It was more a little bit of a flick, but now he's picked up a couple of 4s through the leg side. His confidence has to be growing. He's just got to be patient, not premeditate. Get that feet going, because now he's got himself into double figures. And particularly when he gets that pull shot going, you know, that's a feature shot of his batting.
Stokes passes umpire Raza, bowls here around the wicket. Khawaja full and straight and driven well, straight to mid-on. Again, good contact though, but none, but it'll build that confidence.
It's like the drop catch is the wake-up call he needed.
Yeah.
The feet are moving now. Even that one, he just got on top of it and it sounded good.
He was put down early when he got that 100 at Sydney 4 years ago. And we know what happened there. It's been a most unusual test career, Usman Khawaja. It's in so many ways. Into his 86th start today. 2 slips the gully. Stokes the captain, up to the veteran. Bowls here. Khawaja, leg stump line towards mid-on. Waits it well enough. Wide of mid-on for the single. He's 16, 2 for 62 Australia. 9 boundaries this morning. That makes it with Khawaja's earlier this over. It's been a good push and pull, hasn't it? First half an hour, Australia won. Second half an hour, England won. Now we're seeing them duke it out.
Yeah, and probably Ben Stokes is the one that hasn't been consistent. You know, he bowled pretty well up at the Gabba. Like, Tung's been excellent, but there hasn't been as much pressure from Stokes' end.
Got to say, I've been thinking at the back of the box, where was Josh Tongue last week at the Gabba? I mean, it did feel like he was a monster to get picked for that test.
Yeah.
Anyways, here now. Stokes towards us and towards Labuschagne on 12. Delivers here, and Labuschagne leg stump line, or is it? Hit him in front. Big decision for umpire Raza. He says it's sliding. Stokes is on his knees bleeding.
What an appeal
bleeding
for
with him.
Stokesy.
I mean, the way Labuschagne played the ball, it looked like it was sliding. That was the naked eye test, and umpire Raza agrees with that assessment. Stokes will not review leg before shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of emotion in that appeal, because Smith, the wicketkeeper, didn't give Stokes anything down the other end.
Seeing it back, Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and
it was his in-swinger.
Yeah, did plenty, and to be fair, it's hit him in line with middle and leg, but it was doing a lot. Snicko might have got an inside edge as well. 137 kilometres an hour. We'll look back at that again. Labuschagne facing Stokes up here, bowls, and Labuschagne drives. Just wide of mid-off, but he's able to cut it off, no single.
Yeah, maybe there was a little inside edge.
Yeah, I think so. Just caught half a frame of that as the ball was being bowled, so he's reprieved on that basis.
It just shows, you know, his ability as a swing bowler. I mean, that ball went so late.
It would have been the inside edge that was the main thing saving Labuschagne. Interesting, he's played across his front pad a couple of times, Vaz.
One thing he hasn't done, is bowled the outswinger. The in-swinger's gone a couple of times.
Stokes has 49 Ashes wickets. Up to Labuschagne here, and Labuschagne lets it go in the channel. Back of a length. 5 runs from the over, including the Khawaja boundary. Australia 2 for 62. Khawaja 16. Labuschagne's 12, and that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
G'day, there, a crash in Findon on Grange Road near Crittenden Road. There's urgent electrical works currently underway in Kilkenny on David Terrace near Torrens Road. A burst water main in Broadview on Hampstead Road near Welland Road. Also a burst water main in Tea Tree Gully, North East Road near Elizabeth Street. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. And Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
All of Tom Morris's bits and pieces for pay.com.au, points for business, Tommy.
Jai Richardson will join his Perth Scorchers teammates in Brisbane today and play against the Heat on Friday.
Great signs. Hung in, round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who leaves alone. He was bowling very quickly in the nets yesterday, Jai Richardson.
Well, he's been bowling superbly well. He's going back to even Perth when he had a couple of net sessions with the Aussies. But he just looks like you can just pick him tomorrow.
Gee, I hope his body can hold up. It was 4 years ago, didn't he? Yep. His last test was 5 for here against England. I mean, he's the one that they would have been banking on for the next generation because there's not a lot of options.
So it's Tung in his 5th over, bowled tidily and well. Delivers to Khawaja. Yorker length, dug out to mid-wicket. No run. If you were sort of marking it up as a bit of a depth chart, if you exclude the big three plus Nisa plus Doggett, those in the frame right now, who are the next few you'd have?
I'd have Richardson ahead of Doggett.
Yep.
But at least we've seen 2 tests of Brendan, and I think he'll get better. So I'd have Doggett and Richardson in there. And also, the one thing about Doggett shows that he can back up test matches. So my problem for the next generation is, we played 5 tests in 7-8 weeks over the summer.
Round the wicket, Tung bowls. Khawaja, chance to swing and does so. Thrashing it out behind point. Another boundary for the Queensland captain. He's up to 20. 2 for 66 Australia. That was put away.
That's probably the poorest ball Tung's bowled, hasn't it? And now Usman, he smells blood. He's got that opportunity of the drop catch. That's his 3rd boundary since then. So confidence up. And playing his shots too, isn't he? He's looking to be aggressive.
He played it on the up, but that's the luxury when it's so far outside the line of the off stump. Came off the stickers of the bat, but all good 3 boundaries for him. Khawaja facing Tung again. Into the onside, finds the gap, just about. Gets through for 1. Had 2 men to beat, Crawley and Carson. It was the latter who circled around to stop it. Khawaja 21 with the single, 2 for 67.
He's definitely decided to be a lot more aggressive after that drop catch. It happens. He's playing with a lot more freedom now. So as soon as he saw width in that previous delivery, he went for it, and this time very risky again. Not afraid to play that ball off middle stump.
Of course, we saw Usman Khawaja's press conference the other day and the social media posts between test matches. He is not lacking for determination at the moment. He wants this badly. Labuschagne facing Tung here, middle stump line, full and straight and tucked out to mid-wicket where there won't be a single. He's that personality, isn't he? Was he that he just wants to keep proving everyone wrong, even though he's had such an exceptional test career. He can't help but be tempted by just going again and giving it his all here. And if he pulls it off and makes a substantial contribution, well, who knows what that might mean ahead of the final 2 tests of this series.
He's been talking a lot about receipts that he has on his detractors. It's a modern day cricketer thing.
Yes.
Become.
Adam Zampa after the World Cup a few years ago, of course. Here is Tung, bowls to Labuschagne, down the leg side, wants nothing to do with it. 5 runs from the over, 2 for 67 Australia. As we say goodbye to Flem, he's one of our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Labuschagne 12, Khawaja 21.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. As Kat jumps in for the last 18 minutes of the session. Morning, Kat.
Morning, Colo, Bharat, all our listeners.
Here's Ben Stokes continuing his spell. The Cathedral end up to Khawaja, 2 slips the gully around the wicket bowls, and Khawaja leg stump line full mid-wicket, wants one, called through by Labuschagne, and rightly so. Good batting. Khawaja 22, 2 for 68. What are your thoughts on your old opening partner from a million years ago, Kat?
Yeah, look, he's settled nicely after that drop catch of Harry Brook. I think the boundaries have shown a lot more confidence. The clip through square leg would have done him the world of good after that happened. England have had a pretty good out. I thought Tongue and Stokes have built up a bit of pressure. I thought Archer's spell was outstanding early on. The Australian openers will probably both be disappointed with their dismissals.
I wonder whether they might give Archer one little burst. He took 1 for 7 from 6, but bowled at genuine pace earlier on. Stokes towards us and towards Labuschagne. Bowls here over the wicket. Labuschagne inside edge onto the pad, spits out to the onside. Asking good questions on that angle, Stokes.
Yeah, the other option is, do they get Jacks into the game early? See if there's any turn and bounce, particularly with Khawaja out there.
I mean, it's a hackneyed cliche these days, but the seams at spins talk from, we used to hear a lot from Warnie that, I mean, there is a nice gentle covering of grass out there. It might be that he can generate a bit of bounce early on Jacks with that tall action. So an option for England. Stokes passing umpire Raza up to the crease and bowls. Labuschagne plays back to mid-wicket, just behind square actually, gets one. Good angle from him. 13 for Labuschagne, 2 for 69 Australia.
Yeah, it's just felt like England have been able to build a little bit of pressure and create sort of half chances. The inside edge off Labuschagne just saved him, but that was right on line from Stokes and very good length. And then Tongue has bowled a fuller length, particularly to Khawaja, got the outside edge, and it should have probably been taken by Harry Brook. I agree. Flem was on earlier and he mentioned the fact that it felt like the ball, they needed another fielder offside, and I completely agree with him. They had a leg gully in. It never felt like the leg gully was going there. It felt like more a chance to go for a nick.
Stokes will operate round the wicket to Khawaja here. Bowls and Khawaja leg stump line and finds the gap at mid-wicket. Nearly found it in the previous over. A sign that he's in pretty good touch so that he can bisect those two fielders for a couple. He's 24, 2 for 71 and 35 degrees outside. All those numbers for pay.com.au, points for business.
Yeah, now he's moving nicely. He's actually looked a lot more composed probably than Marnus has, which is saying something, because Marnus is in good nick, but just in terms of the way he's scoring freely now, he looks like he's into his groove.
Yeah, if you ask him, he'll tell you he's had to bat in probably the most difficult era for top 3 batters the last 2 or 3 summers, and the most of the runs have come from the middle order. So in a way, he would be enjoying these conditions.
Partnership up to 38 between this pair. Stokes bowls, Labuschagne, or Khawaja rather, goes back and plays it to backward point, and Stokes falls over. A bit like his old teammate Mark Wood, who's gone home between test matches, who does that fairly often in his follow-through.
Stephen Harmison hasn't missed them regarding Mark Wood, have they?
Yeah.
Management. But to be fair to Harmy, I think he's right on the money.
Yeah.
Absolutely spot on. There's been a real disdain towards county cricket with his squad, and he just came in underdone.
Seems as simple as that, doesn't it? There was an opportunity for Wood to play some cricket late season in September, and they didn't go with that in favour of this. Stokes bowls here. Khawaja plays under his eyes, but there's a gap at cover and times it defensively in that direction for one. So Khawaja will retain the strike and move to 25. Labuschagne's 13 at 2 for 72. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Good Wee batteries from Solar Hut and for Octet Smart Business Finance. You are all over at Simon Katich. It is going to be Will Jacks. He'll get a crack with 12 minutes until the luncheon interval here at Adelaide Oval. Tom Morris for pay.com.au, points for business.
So Australia's average score after winning the toss and batting in Adelaide since 2000 is 8 for 512. That's 11 innings. And just once since 1951 has Australia been bowled at for under 300 batting first here at the Adelaide Oval after winning the toss. So it all bodes well historically for what we're about to see.
Good numbers. Bowling change for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Jacks will start with a slip and a leg gully or a leg slip, kind of, sort of. Bowls here. First ball round the wicket. Turned away by Khawaja past the square leg umpire. Out to long leg where there's a sweep up. They'll return for 2. He's up to 27. 2 for 74.
Yeah, Usman Khawaja wouldn't mind this, but like you said, Kat, I think the mood that he seems to be in, he will go after the spinner.
Yeah.
And there could be an opening for England just before lunch.
I'm a little bit perplexed as to why they've got a leg gully.
Yeah.
It's a strange field position.
I mean, it's not quite a leg slip, is it? They wouldn't have planned for Khawaja being here. Maybe they did. Who's to know? Around the wicket, Jacks bowls here away from us. Khawaja, full of length, drives it to mid-on, where there's one, because Joe Root set deep enough for that. He's 28, 2 for 75.
We can already see in the first couple of balls, Khawaja thinks this is his chance to score. So, in a way, that's why Ben Stokes has brought Jacks on, because he can give up 10 runs here, but, you know, it's the chance to take one more wicket and maybe try and have a fourth just before the lunch break.
And we know how much Khawaja's enjoyed playing against spin in the second half of his Test career. So for Labuschagne, the setup will be short leg just behind square and a slip. Jacks bowls. Labuschagne gets it on the full, out through the offside, not convincingly, but out towards the rope anyway. Towards the Chapel stand, it runs. It's just dragged in at the last by Joe Root, who puts in the hard yards always in the field. They return for a third, but that wasn't far away from Labuschagne actually lifting that to either cover or mid-off. Labuschagne advances to 19 and it's 16. It's 2 for 78.
And this is what the change of pace does. That ball just dropped on Labuschagne. He's looking to go through cover. He's lucky that cover was a little bit squarer, a bit straighter, and that was straight to him.
So back to Khawaja. Jacks to him here, round the wicket. That's on the leg stump line, but it shoots through with a bit more pace and he keeps it out, thrusting his bat down.
And it's not uncommon for a spinner to come on in Shield cricket here just before the lunch break and get a wicket.
Saw spin played a big role here in the Queensland fixture with Mitch Schwepson taking 10 wickets earlier this season. Jacks 2 left in his over. Bowls here to Khawaja. Wants to sweep for the first time. Does so well. Out fine of the man at deep backwards square. It will go for 4. So Usman Khawaja, who loves sweeping, gets himself into the 30s. He's 32. Australia 2 for 82. He's the leading run scorer for TAC. Speeding. How your holiday ends is your choice. Well played.
Yeah, the line there was perfect for the sweep shot. It was drifting down leg. He had the man at leg gully there, and he just knew that as soon as he got it past him.
Jacks to Khawaja. Back to the fuller length, and it's placed out towards mid-on where there won't be a single. But they have successfully taken 10 runs from Jacks' first over. 2 for 82 the score. Khawaja's 32. Labuschagne 16. Tyre Power scoreboard with 10 minutes to go in the session. Customer safety first.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
So after a quiet hour of play or thereabouts, Australia have added 25 wicketless runs in the last 4 overs. All those numbers for pay.com.au, points for business. Ben Stokes to continue from the Cathedral end.
I still feel like Marnus hasn't got flow to this innings. Ben Stokes has targeted that inside edge of his.
Stokes on the approach. Bowls to Labuschagne on 16. Delivers here. He goes back and defends under his eye. No runs the call.
Yeah, it just feels like he's playing a long game. Feels like he's just happy to, dig in, and he'll probably look to get to lunch and then potentially try and up the ante later in the day once he feels comfortable. At the moment, they bowl quite disciplined to him as well. So,
yeah, the couple of opportunities that came his way from Stokes, the ball down leg side, which just tucked away for 4, and then the drive past mid-off. He's taken them.
Stokes up, the skipper for England bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves alone late. Stokes wanting to add his name to the list of England captains who have won here at Adelaide. On 9 occasions, England have won here, albeit 5 of them before World War II. But, well, you know, if you're looking for omens and you're an England listener, most recently, of course, in 2010, which was a test where Cat played. 1995 with Mike Gadding's 100 and Devon Malcolm's wickets. And back to the 70s and before, of course, the Bodyline Test match wrapping up the Ashes here in Adelaide in 1933.
In extra
controversial circumstances, yeah. On the first couple of times too, 1884 and 1892. Here's Stokes up here, bowling to Labuschagne, who defends into the onside, but round the corner, good angle. Gets one, moves himself to 17. It's 2 for 83. Some great names in those early days here at Adelaide Oval. Players that had a big hand in England winning test matches. And that's a 50-run stand before we go anywhere further. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. It's been this pair coming in when Australia lost 2 wickets with a score on 33, and they've settled things very nicely, Kat.
Yeah, and that says it all, really. Look at the partnership. You know, Usman Khawaja's got 32 of them and Marnus Labuschagne 17. So it's been Khawaja who's been the more dominant partner, and I think Labuschagne's happy with that at the moment. He just looks content. I think he's definitely looking for a big score here and knows that with a change in field, 2 mid-wickets coming into place.
Yeah, so Ollie Pope's jumped over there with Ben Duckett. Bowling here is Stokes round the wicket. And pulling is Khawaja through the onside. Behind square for 4. Usman Khawaja moving through the gears. Up to 36. 2 for 87. Looking the goods.
And he did speak about his gears the other day. I don't think he has really appreciated the talk about him being a sitting duck and not scoring runs quickly. And when he was asked about Travis Head and what he's doing at the top of the order, didn't really acknowledge much about what Travis Head is doing, and he said that I have all those gears as well.
Tell you what, he's running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite that's steady, hot and strong, Usman Khawaja. 2 mid-wickets remain. Stokes up to him, and Khawaja defends off the front foot, full and straight, well played. Yeah, those early days of Ashes test matches here were wild. Some great names, Stoddart and SF Barnes, and of course Wally Hammond, a couple of hundreds in a test match here. The Bodyline Test with Larwood and Gubby Allen taking 15 of the 20 wickets. I mean, these are great England cricket names from years gone by. And Ben Stokes, what he would give just to lift this week, to get them 2-1, to take them to Boxing Day alive. Well, can they get another one here to help with that? Stokes bowls to Khawaja, in behind it defensively. Ends the over. 5 runs from it, though. 23 gone. Australia 2 for 87. Khawaja 36. Labuschagne 17. Our coverage is for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The player of the morning for Australia, for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist, is Usman Khawaja. This partnership he's built, it's reached 54 with Marnus Labuschagne. Will Jacks will continue. They should get 2 in before lunch, but they are in no hurry here. They're at a risk of only getting 1 in, Cat, which wouldn't be good cricket.
They're already 2 overs down on the scoreboard.
As always. They didn't get penalised after Brisbane from the ICC. I was surprised to see that. Slip in the, let's call it leg gully. Jacks bowls to Labuschagne, who goes back and plays straight of that man to forward square leg for 1. Easy single to start the over. He's 18, 2 for 88.
And it feels like Australia, even though this is just before lunch, but I think when Will Jacks comes to the crease, they're going to put him under some pressure to force Stokes to have to go back to his quicks as often as possible, particularly in this heat. I don't think they're going to let him just settle in for a long spell.
2 sweepers back at deep point. Deep square, not quite deep backward square, so inviting the sweep if he wants it. Jacks bowls to Khawaja, stays at home and clips through the onside for the 3rd time in a couple of overs. There's a gap and it hits the stumps. Joe Root from wide mid-on by the time he's collected it. They're through for an easy single. 37 Khawaja, 2 for 89 Australia. So England to say they go honours even into lunch now, the third one here, Kat, don't they?
Yeah, you feel like Australia's gaining some ascendancy, though, after that. You know, if England had taken that catch and then had a crack at Cameron Green for a good sort of, must have been at least, 40, 50 minutes ago now.
Well, the score was on 50.
Yeah.
So they've added 39 runs since then, and Kawaja's got 32 of those. So he's really put the foot down since the chance. More tweaks to the field. They're a genuine chance of running out of time for another over before lunch, which would be
balls to go. I think they have run out of time.
Be criminal. They had 4.5 minutes to get through the over when Jax first got to his mark. So taking guard again is Labuschagne. He's playing the game as well. Bowling here, Jax slipping the short leg this time, and easy single down the ground from a full length ball. Labuschagne moves to 19 with the single, 2 for 90 seconds until midday local, which is when lunch is scheduled.
Yeah, Australia enjoying this pressure release. It's not that they need to do anything. Their field is sort of spread out, in and out. So singles on offer everywhere.
Jax to Kawaja, who sweeps. He loves that shot and gets it straight at the man at square leg. He's clobbered all the way for 4. Ends up through forward square leg. You could see from the moment the ball left Jax's hand that Kawaja's back pad was going to kiss the turf and he was going to swing as hard as he could. 41 for him, the 13th boundary of the session for Australia. 2 for 94 the score.
Yeah, he's climbed into that. You could sense in the body language that if this was up, he was going to hammer it, and hammer it he did.
His 6th 4. Jax, 2 more opportunities. Bowls to Kawaja, edges and bounces in front of first slip. Diving away to his left. It was ever so close to being a chance for Brook. He parried it away. I don't think it's carried.
No, it didn't carry.
Naked eye is that he's got it on the half volley. The crowd are getting into him anyway. We'll see it a second time on our replay screen. He played with soft enough hands, Kawaja, and yeah, that's landed a couple of inches in front of the hand of Harry Brook, who did put a chance down earlier in the session. Last ball here, defended by Kawaja, out to point. The clock's going to tick over to midday in just a moment from now. It will be lunch if they are paying attention to that. You can see Marnus Labuschagne wants off, and he's going to get off. That's it. That's lunch. So that was the final over. A partnership which has swelled to 61 after Australia found themselves 2 for 33. The fall of wickets for Smarter Life, Weatherall for 18 and Head for 10. The bowling of Archer and Cast respectively. But from there, smooth sailing. Kawaja making the most of a life on 5. He was dropped at second slip from the bowling of Tongue. That chance was put down by Brook. He's now 41. Labuschagne's 19. 2 for 94 the score. Simon Katich, your thoughts on the session that was?
Yeah, a bit of an arm wrestle, really. I think England will be happy with the 2 wickets, but I think they'll be disappointed that they created enough there in that second hour of play and didn't maximise it when they were well on top. And now Australia will feel like they've taken some momentum with this partnership over 50 now into the break. So I think both teams will be relatively happy with where they're positioned, but I think Australia are in a good position because they're batting first and it's going to be a hot afternoon.
There's the England bowling for programmed commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6.
I thought Archer bowled really well to start with. He got his length right for this pitch. Bryden Cast was up and down. He was a bit too short. I thought the 2 wickets, though, were free wickets and England would have snatched it. The one that they really earned was the Usman Khawaja one when Harry Brook dropped him at second slip, should have taken it. This is the extraordinary life of Usman Khawaja. Every time you think he's gone, he comes back. And I'm sure there's Steve Smith sat somewhere in Adelaide shaking his head and going, oh, I missed out on that pitch.
There was one they nearly reviewed for IMAR, Trusted Tradies Insurance, called 1-3 IMAR, but Marnus Labuschagne was also saved via an inside edge. We'll go to the break here as well. We've got Gerard, Whateley and Damien Fleming up with you next. That first session of play for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Australia at the first break of the Test match, 2 for 94.
The new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes, meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Did you know that groundbreaking treatments come to life thanks to people like you and me? That's right, we hold the power to change lives.
Your participation in a CMAX trial today can contribute to discoveries that could pave the way for better prevention and treatment of diseases tomorrow.
CMAX values your safety, comfort and time above all. All participants are paid about $400 per night for their contribution.
Keen to see if you would be eligible for a CMAX trial? Log on to cmax.com.au. That's cmax.com.au.
Honda's lawn and garden tools are built to last and last. Like Darren's 13-year-old Honda mower and trimmer. Both still start easily and run like a dream, and that's a problem for Darren. He wants a new Honda Versatool and an award-winning Buffalo mower, but his current Hondas won't quit. He won't be visiting his local Honda dealer soon, but you should.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Finder's Super Provider of the Year, judged on strong performance, low fees and great investment options. That's a plus. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
In 1952, Mervyn Victor Richardson did the most Aussie thing ever. He disappeared into his shed, rattled around with some scrap metal and an old peach tin, and emerged with a revolutionary, lightweight, affordable rotary mower. The Victor was born. The Yanks pinched it off us a few years ago, but now Victor is coming home, and we're never letting go of it again. It's South Australia not to mow your lawn with a bloody Victor. Search Victor online to find your nearest retailer.
Hey Strikers fans, Jason Sanger here. I'm fired up for another massive summer of KFC Big Bash at Adelaide Oval. And nothing beats our iconic New Year's Eve match presented by Health Partners. Join us for Adelaide's biggest New Year's Eve party as we take on the Brisbane Heat with Birds of Tokyo live and a huge sound and light show post-match. It's the ultimate family night out. New Year's Eve sold out last year, so lock in your seats now at adelaidestrikers.com.au. Adelaide Strikers, our city, our team.
Go Harvey Norman. Shop split system air conditioners now with no deposit, 36 months interest free on a participating Latitude credit card. Shop in store, shop online. Shop the latest in energy efficient air conditioning from leading brands Fujitsu, Mitsubishi Electric, Samsung, Westinghouse and Rinnai with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude Financial Services. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance $500. Equal monthly payment plan, T's and C's, charges and exclusions. Shop split system air conditioners with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude now at Harvey Norman.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Labuschagne is on 7. And he's driving wide of mid-off. He tuned it up on the previous and he blasted it away the next time of asking. Around the wicket, Kawaja drives, edges, drops, second slip. It's a bad miss by Harry Brook, who slips the gully around the wicket. Kawaja looks the ball and does so confidently. Behind the square leg umpire, runs away for 4.
Jack's two left in his over. Bowls here to Kawaja. Wants to sweep for the first time. Does so well. Fine of the man at deep backwards square. It will go for 4.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au and Macca's. The Chicken Big Mac is back at Macca's.
A full morning to begin this third test of the Ashes series here in Adelaide. Huge crowds, more than 50,000 already. Drama packed with Steve Smith ruled out in the 90 minutes leading up to the first ball. John Williamson with an emotional tribute to those whose lives were lost at Bondi Beach on the weekend. England striking, both openers gone. Usman Khawaja got a reprieve, then got a reprieve, and he's 41 not out at lunch, along with Marnus Labuschagne, who's 19. Australia won the toss, elected to bat. 2 for 94, the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's loving the cricket. Damien Fleming, there's a lot to feast on there.
Yeah, what a topsy-turvy first session there. There was a time where I just thought Australia were just going to, it was going to be a batathon, wasn't it? I thought England just bowled a bit short. Carr's got the ball to swing a little bit. Archer's figures looked good, but he didn't look threatening. Then they lost the 2 wickets, Australia, potentially the third. And then Usman Khawaja looked all at sea, and then he gets dropped and then gets on a run-scoring spree. I mean, if you'd told me this morning that Usman Khawaja could score 100 today, I would think we were more likely to cure jet lag. Do you know what I mean? The odds... He's 41 not out now.
Yep.
And cruising. So, a fascinating session, an interesting session, but not easy to follow.
So let's zero in on Khawaja, who is the player of the session. He will be a contender at the end of the day, thanks to RWC Ray White's commercial property specialist. Left out of the team yesterday, but told to keep preparing because Smith had been a bit off for a couple of days. Comes to the ground, Smith has his conversation with captain and coach and departs. Khawaja goes and joins the warm-up. He is dropped from his 27th ball. He's 5 and he looks absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
Scrambles a single as Harry Brook drops him. And from his next 28 balls, he scores 35 runs, and it starts with the clip off the pads, trademark, and it finishes with 2 sweeps, trademark.
Yes. So we're seeing a bit of retro Usman, and I like it because he's been assertive. You know, he looked caught on the crease. He looked vulnerable to the ball going in. He looked vulnerable to the ball going away. Tongue bowled really well. I thought Tongue was the best bowler of the session, funny enough, and a good inclusion for England, and should have had Usman's wicket. But, isn't it funny how a release in pressure or a bonus that you dropped in slip, and he took the positive option, Usman, and the cricketing gods have looked after him, hasn't it? It's really flowed. So much so that he'd be disappointed there's a lunch break.
Yes.
He would have wanted to keep batting.
And we were together in that phase where Labuschagne and Khawaja just couldn't move the scoreboard, which was the whole problem with the chemistry of the lineup that they've been grappling with since Warner's departure was again playing out before us.
Yeah.
But then the drop chance and human nature takes hold, and Khawaja just gets it moving.
Yeah, certainly so. That's been the problem for 2 years, isn't it? When Usman and Marnus have been batting together, that at best they soak up time, but they're not scoring. The test match doesn't get accelerated. But it was funny, it took that drop catch for Usman to go. And it sort of helps Marnus a little bit too. If someone's going, he can just hit the gaps and everything there. So, yeah, fascinating session. Can't wait for the second one there. I think England, even though they lost the toss, I just feel like they could have done a little bit better with the new ball. It definitely swung.
So take the dig here for Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, available at Bunnings Warehouse. Crawley takes a screamer.
Great catch.
And Brooks drops a sitter.
Yeah, and that's where his sort of series is, isn't it? Can he get going with the bat, and that'll translate into his fielding. Crawley was almost a bonus wicket. That was such good skill. And then not to drop the ball when he was outstretched with his left hand, and then not to land on his elbow on the ball, or put the ball down on the, just as he's trying to stabilise himself. Great technique, and that's almost a bonus wicket. If they take Usman, where could Australia be right now? Because Tongue was in a really good spell. Like, that would have been a tough ask for the incoming batsman to face him. And Stokes was doing his job at the other end. So, just those 1%ers don't go your way. And hopefully they don't look back on that and rue that as that's the test-defining moment in the first session on day one.
Yeah. Sherlock Wheelbarrows, tough loads made easy. Archer, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Cast, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. There was some awful stuff in there from Cast before he took the head wicket. Tongue, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15, looked good. Stokes, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. The problem for England is Jacks comes on 2 overs, none for 17. 10 from the first over, 7 from the second. He's a part-time spinner. And on this pitch, across these hot days, the spinner is going to need to bowl between 20 and 30 overs. We'll see Nathan Lyon bowl 40 overs in the test match. Jacks is not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, from an economical standpoint, a defensive standpoint, but the later this game goes, I think off-spin will be an attacking weapon. We talked about the team coming in. For Bazball, for me, about freedom and positive, it would have been to drop Pope, move Jacks up the order, swap Tongue in for... I would have swapped him for Cass, but play Bashir, the spinner. You've been building him for a few more years and all that stuff, and he might not have been a major weapon in the first innings, but surely he would have been a more threatening option in the second innings. The best they can hope from Jacks is, he can be economical, but already it's 8.5 and over. So... and if the Australians can keep working him and if he put his bad ball away, then they'll force bowling changes. I mean, Archer, well done, 6 overs in pretty hot, but it's going to get hotter today. So I'd imagine his spells will get shorter. Who's going to be able to do all the work? And the captain loves doing it, putting up his hand, but they wouldn't want him to go down. Ben Stokes.
No. The Australian side of things for Australian made by Australians support Australians. So the 2 openers, Weatherall's the short arm pull, which we've seen him get out to twice now, just a ballooning top edge. He went for 18, head not in control of a drive, one hand off the bat, caught by Crawley, as you mentioned, for 10. They both fell on 33. For the first half hour, it looked like they might have batted for hours on end, given what they were being served up.
Weatherall was the more free-flowing, but a tendency of his short test career, the full ball on the stumps, cramping for room. And then it's the short ball at the body as well, because I think he does premeditate that short ball a little bit there. So they're 2 deficiencies I see, not premeditating. You need to set yourself up for the full ball because he is vulnerable to that one. But, you don't have to take on every short ball on the body, be able to duck or ride it around the corner. And Travis Head, I don't think, as I keep saying, he's not a run-making machine. So, he's going to miss out every now and again, but we know when he gets going, he makes match-winning hundreds. So I can't see that changing as an opening batsman.
The story of the day was the departure of Steve Smith, who arrived here at the ground. That conversation left. It's all rather dramatic the way that it played out. He's back at the team hotel suffering vertigo.
I just see this pitch and I just see a big 100 for Stephen Smith. The way that he finished the test match up at the Gabba, I just wanted him to continue that on. So once again, the Australians aren't at full strength. So, if they can go on to win this 5-0, I think it is a big pat on the back because they haven't had their best team to be able to put on the park. So it's well timed that actually Pat Cummins comes back in.
Yes.
Cummins had missed. Who's captaining? What's happening around the team dynamics? That would have been a big opportunity for England. So hopefully it's just the one test for Stephen Smith.
And then it fell to Khawaja, who bats at 4. There were a lot of different theories because it happened in a hurry. Australia had a little bit longer to plan for that than we did, but it just instinctively felt like the right decision. Don't throw anything else out of kilter. Just replace Smith at 4 rather than rejig orders and who's going up and down, and just like for like, settle it veteran for veteran and leave everyone else where they are comfortable.
Yeah, he's benefited from, I think, Cummins and McDonald's philosophy. I know there's George Bailey and other assistants in there that they talk about that a lot, isn't it? Not unsettling the batting order. So that was the reason Usman was left out. Cummins said that, no, he didn't want to unsettle the top. Head and Weatherald are going really well, so we're really comfortable there. So the thing that cost Usman has actually benefited with the opportunity with Stephen Smith going.
What happens next?
I still think it's going to be a tough session for England. It's getting hotter. They've already had one spell each. And Labuschagne, Khawaja, two experienced batters. Even Usman at 39 years of age, he'll sense the occasion. I mean, he'll want to make it. He's a determined man, and he'll want to make it hard on the selectors. He goes big with 100 here. What do they do? Boxing Day, and Marnus. It's great to have Marnus back. So what he hasn't done so far is go on and get a big 100. So this is a big partnership for England to break through here. I think Archer needs to strike. Cass is just a lottery. Not to say he can't get the odd wicket, but he'll leak runs. Really impressed with Tongue so far.
Yep.
But, just that Jack's going for 17 off 2, if this was the Australian scenario, Nathan Lyon might even open up after lunch and they just rotate the quicks at one end, whereas England will have to start with the quicks.
So it's 32 degrees and we're heading for a top of 35. The 2 hours here and the hour after tea are going to be pretty punishing out in the field.
Yes.
So that's the risk for England.
And Australia planning ahead, well, wickets in hand tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's hotter tomorrow, might get up to 39. The longer they can keep England out, then they won't have a full day in the field themselves. You can see what Australia will be trying to do. And they got their way up at the day-night test match, didn't they, with some unbelievably dumb tactics from England, allowing Stark and Boland to bat for 2.5 hours. Yeah, I just think they're going to have to strike in this first hour.
Yep.
So if I'm Stokes, I'll be getting up to Archer in particular and going, mate, we really need you here. We need a couple of breakthroughs.
2 for 94. See you in the middle session.
Beautiful. Thanks, Gerard.
This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at the better price. And Macca's, the Chicken Big Mac, is back at Macca's. Tom Morris with our feature interview next.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be zero carb, zero sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Beaumont Tiles is proud to sponsor Test Cricket on SEN because cricket and renovations are two Aussie traditions built on passion and performance. This summer, make your home renovation part of the season. With over 65 years of trusted style and advice, Beaumont's helps Australians create spaces they love, from the family bathroom to the builder's latest project. Visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style.
Beaumont's.
Everything drills better. Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? View the latest from Nutrien Water. Toro universal valve boxes provide maximum protection of underground systems. 25mm poly manifolds are also available in 1, 2, 3 and 4 outlet versions, including fittings like elbows, T's, nipple and end cap, and UV stabilised polyarticulated and rigid risers with a maximum working pressure of 1000 kPa. Visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrien Water. Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Exit signs. You probably don't notice them unless you're in an emergency. Now you'll start to see them everywhere. Smarterlight environmental exit signs are made tough, just like the Aussie cricket team. They reduce energy and maintenance costs, cutting carbon emissions for 16 to 30 years, potentially saving business billions, and even better, no batteries are required. They're also NCC compliant and have been since 2014. So don't get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Smarterlight environmental exit signs. Buy smart, stay safe. Visit smarterlight.com.
Hi, Jamie Dury here with a hot tip for you to survive this summer. Even on the hottest days, you can still stay cool at home with My Dear Air Conditioning. You won't be afraid to run a My Dear air conditioner for longer thanks to an energy rating of up to 7 stars and a 7-year warranty for added peace of mind. My Dear Air Conditioners, your cool summer choice. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
Wow, you shouldn't have. Really. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Burberry London for women 50ml, just $39.99. Don't pay RRP $146. Rabanne 1,100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay RRP $175. Or Versace Pour On 100ml for $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale. All now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Australia 2 for 94 at Adelaide Oval from 24 overs. It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au and Macca's. Loving the cricket. The lunchtime interview today for Marshall Batteries, Holler for a Marshall Battery, is someone who I spoke to, what was this, 8.5 years ago on the phone regarding a remarkable trait that she has with her bowling. She can bowl left arm orthodox and also right arm off spin. You might know her from the WBBL, the Adelaide Strikers, and also she's the captain of the South Australian women's team. Her name is Gemma Barsby. Gemma, welcome to SEN Cricket.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for having me.
What have you made of the cricket so far today?
Yeah, I think it's been a good start for Australia. Obviously, it was very handy to win the toss and bat. I think, it's going to be a cracking day, and hopefully we can bake the Poms over the next couple of days and, get another win.
Now, there's some important issues I want to talk to you about, but before we do, you are well known for being able to bowl left arm orthodox and right arm off spin. Tell us how that came about in the first place.
Yeah, so it was back when I was a little kid, obviously playing backyard cricket with my brother, and instead of going in and crying like I usually did because I couldn't get my brother out, I don't know what came across me, but I thought I'd try left arm, and Dad was setting up on the balcony and saw it. He's like, "Did you just bowl left-handed?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "You've got to keep doing that." So, yeah, it was pretty much a fluke how I did it, but pretty much ever since then I've been able to do it.
What's the crossover? Is it 60% one, 40% other? Like, what do you prefer?
No, it's probably, I use that more as a change-up. My left arm is obviously being, right arm off spin. It's quite predictable. I don't obviously have the change-ups like a leg spinner, so I use that as my variation. Or in the Big Bash, I use it for matchups. For example, we had it against the Sixers where Alyssa Healy and all them aren't great against left arm orthodox, so it's like, right, we'll bowl it against them. So it's kind of matchups as well, so there's two parts to it.
Now, you played in the Strikers game against the Hurricanes where the ball got rolled on the pitch. Tell us what that was like, because we were commentating a game at the Gabba,
and the whole commentary box couldn't believe what was taking place down in Hobart. I bet that wasn't on your bingo card for the day.
Oh, honestly, that just summed up our season. We obviously had the rain-affected game here that got called off and was a bit controversial as well. So, yeah, that probably just, summed up our season. But we couldn't believe it either. We obviously had, a bit of rain come down as well. So we're off for that originally. And then a couple of girls came off and go, do you know what just happened? And we're like, no. And then, there is a massive dent in the pitch. And we're just like, you've got to be kidding. And they obviously tried to fix it, but it wasn't fair for them to come out and to have a bat on, but we're like, come on, you're already qualified. Give us the 2 points. But
it was just short of a length as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like Darcy Brown just hit that and you just don't know where it's going to go. But that just pretty much just summed up our season, and for it, you probably won't see that happen again for the next couple of years, probably.
Isn't that just wild, the stories that you get in cricket? So you've launched the Whack MS for 6 campaign. Can you tell us about that and why it's so close to your heart?
Yeah, definitely. We started to launch that within the WBBL. It's a massive thing close to my heart. It's obviously I've got multiple sclerosis, so we thought this is a great way to connect cricket and myself personally to try and get it out there. The more we're able to, I guess, talk about MS and raise awareness, but also hopefully raise vital funds would be amazing. And just over this, since doing that, the amount of people that actually know someone living with MS, there's now, I just got an email before coming out here that now it's ticked over 37,000 Aussies have multiple sclerosis. So now's the time to be able to raise those funds. So we'd really like for 20,000 Australians to donate $100 to whackmsfor6.com.au and to hopefully get us to that target to hopefully get us to that next stage.
Can you tell us how you navigate playing elite sport and having MS?
Yeah, obviously playing cricket in the summertime is not ideal because heat for me brings on symptoms. So I just have to be really smart and I guess be vulnerable in that time too. Because if you look at me playing professional sport, you wouldn't know that I have this, and it is a hidden disease. So that's where I have to be vulnerable and say there's days where I'm not going great, and voicing that and trying not to push my body through those days. But if it is within a game, if we're out here playing at Adelaide Oval, it's the perk is that I get to have a lot of slushies and a lot of things to try and cool myself down. And I got cooling devices too, so I was trying to keep my body temperature as cool as possible.
So $6 million is the aim. So that website again, whackmsfor6.com.
Yep.
That's what it is, and people can donate there, and you're aiming to raise $6 million, which would be a great effort. So 20,000 people, $100 each. That would be a great start as well for that.
Yeah, that's our starting point, is to try and get to that, especially through this test match. And our ultimate goal by the end of 2026 is to raise that $6 million. And we know that's a huge effort, but I'm a very competitive person and want to try and do that, just not only for myself, but for all the other sufferers out there to hopefully live a better life. And if we're able to get to this, to be able to produce this drug, then it's going to be able to help provide people living with MS to live a better life and live a good quality life.
And there's people that are clearly affected more than others as well. So where do you sit on that spectrum?
Yeah, definitely. And that's the crazy thing of why there is no cure at the moment, is because the extremities is so far. Like, you look at me, I'm at one end of the scale, and then there's people that have the progressive MS, which is people in wheelchairs, people that struggle day to day, blurred vision, wheelchairs. So the extremes are quite high. So this drug will really target those people with progressive MS to hopefully repair and protect their immune system, and which will actually help reverse it, which will be something really, truly incredible.
whackmsfor6.com. Gemma Barsby's our lunchtime interview for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holla for a Marshall battery. Can I ask you another question about bowling left arm and right arm, if that's okay? I'm sure you talk about it every day. There was a push a while ago to allow bowlers to not tell the umpire what arm they're bowling with. You just got to say whether you're bowling on this side of the wicket or the other side of the wicket. How did that play out for you? I mean, that would be incredible if that was the case.
Oh, that would be unbelievable. I'd definitely bowl it more, because obviously it's a batter's game, and they would crack it if they didn't know. And I would absolutely love it, because then I would try and then actually mirror my run up to be the same, so then they wouldn't know. It'd probably just be them if they're smart enough to realise the fields of what they are. So yeah, it'd be pretty cool to have that rule.
But batters don't have to tell bowlers whether they're batting left-handed or right-handed, so it's an unequal game.
Yeah, literally, it's a batter's game. It'd be nice to have a bit more favour in the bowler's aspect of not having to tell them. It'd be quite nice.
What does the rest of the season look like for you then?
Yeah, now we go into our Christmas break, so we've got a few days off, so we get to come out here, enjoy the test match, enjoy the village green for what it is,
yes.
And then And then from there, we come back on the 29th and then get into the WNCL season. So, yeah, it'll be pretty jam-packed 2026.
And are you a full-time cricketer all year round? Do you have any other work? Or what does life outside of cricket look like for you?
Yeah, I'm very fortunate that I do cricket now. And I've been fortunate that obviously I started about 15 years ago now and saw it from then to now. It's progressed to being somewhat professional. We still obviously have a long way to go to be able to bridge that gap between male and female. So, but yeah, very privileged now to do this professionally. And now working on this campaign, it's definitely made me realise how, I guess, the other side or the other half live and operate. So it's been really cool in that aspect to talk to so many different people, different organisations. So yeah, very privileged in that side of things.
Is your dad, Trevor Barsby, very much on board with all this?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, obviously, he's great mates with Haydos and stuff still. So we've tried to get those guys involved too. But obviously they got their own commitments at this stage. But if we keep nagging them and stuff, and Jimmy Maher and the Bulls Masters have been very supportive. They're both Jimmy and the Bulls Masters donated generously, so we just want to thank them as well. But hopefully we can put a luncheon on with them and raise some really good money. And Dad said he's still got his bat from one of the Shield finals, and he said he would happily donate for that as well. So that'd be truly incredible.
WhackMS46.com. Gemma, really appreciate your time. Good luck for the rest of the season, and more broadly, good luck for raising this money. You're doing an amazing job, and I'm sure there's so many people, including yourself, that will be appreciative of the generosity of others.
No, thanks, Tom, and thanks for the time for letting me come on and talk about it.
I think you've got a career in media as well if you want it down the track after you retire, of course. That's Gemma Barsby joining us in the SEN commentary box. Reem is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. This has been the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. and Macca's loving the cricket. Gerard Whateley's up next with the Australians, 2 for 94 under blue skies at Adelaide Oval.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
G'day there, urgent electrical works underway in Kilkenny. Watch out for those on David Terrace near Torrens Road. In Broadview, a burst water main on Hampstead Road near Wellman Road. And crews continue works on a burst water main in Tea Tree Gully on North East Road near Elizabeth Street. Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today. And Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy. Feb 10, 2026.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Will you be able to put your foot down with confidence these Christmas holidays? The only way to be 100% sure is to check your brake fluid and the condition of your brakes now. If you need to press your brake pedal harder or longer to slow your car, or if the pedal feels spongy, your brakes may be worn and need to be replaced. Book in with your mechanic and fit Bendix brakes. Don't accept anything less. Stay safe on the roads these Christmas holidays with Bendix brakes. Put your foot down with confidence.
It's City Mazda's huge Pick Your Present event. Purchase any in-stock new or demo vehicle before December 24th to pick a prize from their Christmas tree. Prizes include free services, free floor mats, up to $1,500 in bonus value. Plus, choose a popular Mazda CX-3, CX-5 or CX-30 and you'll get 2 picks for double the rewards. Visit City Mazda today. Must buy before Christmas Eve. T's and C's apply. See in store for details. MVD 292151.
Caltex makes the engine cleaning power of Techron available in every grade of fuel, not just premium. Caltex with Techron is proven to clean vital engine parts by removing harmful deposits and keep your engine running smoothly. And for a limited time, RAA members can save 10 cents per litre at all Caltex locations in South Australia. Fill up at Caltex. and give your engine the Techron cleaning treatment today. Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply. See caltex.com/au for details.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
In 1952, Mervyn Victor Richardson did the most Aussie thing ever. He disappeared into his shed, rattled around with some scrap metal and an old pitch tin, and emerged with a revolutionary, lightweight, affordable rotary mower. The Victor was born. The Yanks pinched it off us a few years ago, but now Victor is coming home, and we're never letting go of it again. It's an Australian not to mow your lawn with a bloody Victor. Search Victor online to find your nearest retailer.
Did you know that groundbreaking treatments come to life thanks to people like you and me? That's right, we hold the power to change lives.
Your participation in a CMAX trial today can contribute to discoveries that could pave the way for better prevention and treatment of diseases tomorrow.
CMAX values your safety, comfort and time above all. All participants are paid about $400 per night for their contribution.
Keen to see if you would be eligible for a CMAX trial? Log on to cmax.com.au. That's cmax.com.au.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Rogers Willex, trusted trailer solutions.
Australia 2 for 92. As both teams are about to re-enter the fray in what is becoming a furnace here in the middle of Adelaide Oval, heading for the mid-30s through the couple of hours ahead. Usman Khawaja is 41, Marnus Labuschagne is 19. The weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. 32 degrees, we're heading for a top of 35. It was hot from the time that we all got here today. Simon Katich, welcome.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Good afternoon to all our listeners.
Critical couple of hours here, aren't they?
Always was going to be this sort of afternoon session where the heat starts to really blister England in the field, and I thought they were spirited in the first session, but once again we've seen just that lack of execution. Firstly with the ball, they let the openers get off to a little bit of a head start with some loose short wide stuff, but then also the missed opportunity when they got on a little bit of a roll there, getting the two opportunities, had Australia 2 for 50, and then the third chance came and Harry Brook wasn't able to grab it. And Usman Khawaja became a different player after that. It looked like he was going to make the most of that opportunity, and he's raced to 41 off just 55 balls, and it looks like Marnus Labuschagne is wanting to play a long innings, much like the man that missed out, Steve Smith. It looks like he wants to take it upon himself to play that same sort of role and just anchor the innings and get in partnerships with those that are going to be around him.
So Khawaja was dropped on his 27th ball, and since then took the scramble, the single. It's been 35 runs from 28 balls that have followed. It started with the clip off the pads, and by the end he was sweeping the way that he always has. So he's almost freed up by it.
Yeah, it looks like he's got that mindset now that he's playing like he's got nothing to lose, much like he played at the SCG when he got back in with Travis Head having COVID last Ashes tour. So it's the best place to be in, and I think he's going about it the right fashion. So he's got to start again now, and I think England will no doubt go to Jofra Archer, who's going to start, but then also it'll be interesting to see who they start with at this other end, whether Carr starts or whether they give the ball to Tongue, who created that opportunity and should have had Khawaja out.
Jofra Archer, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Bowled through the first hour of play. Damien Fleming of the view that the figures flatter him a little. Bowled some good stuff later in the spell. He took the wicket of Jake Weatherald. He's got Marnus Labuschagne in his sights. Start of the session, Archer bowls, cross the line, straight to mid-wicket. Labuschagne shells the catch. Complete disbelief. A horrible shot from a rank half-tracker. And immediately after lunch, Labuschagne gives his wicket away for 19.
Gerard, I can't believe what I've just seen there. That was like catching practice in the morning when you got the kids in the semicircle at under 15s warm-ups and just lobbing a few easy ones. Unbelievable scenes. First ball after lunch and Labuschagne departs for 19. I don't think he can believe what's happened there. He's trudging off disconsolate, and that's just a brain fade.
He just bunted the ball directly to Cass at mid-wicket. It's unflattering in a whole lot of ways, but as much as anything, starting a session like that suggests a man who just wasn't dialed in.
He can't have been switched on, because that shot, I mean, it was short enough to pull, but it was just almost like a last-second decision, and Jofra Archer cannot believe his luck. What a way to give the opposition a boost straight after a break where you're coming into the middle of the day. It's going to be hot. It's going to be hard work. And now it just gives England a little bit of a kick.
Oh, that could be worth plenty. What a way to open the session for Rogers Willex Manufacturing since 1896. And it brings the IPL rich kid to the middle. Cam Green, who went for more than $4 million overnight. His test career, which is still not quite fully established, certainly on Australian soil at least.
Well, now the fact he's got the responsibility of batting at number 5, so a good opportunity for him again here. Can he get started? He's got starts in both tests, but hasn't gone on with it.
A bewildering start to the session. Jofra Archer with 2 wickets, end bowls to Cam Green, bouncer right over the top of his head. They were calling those as wides at the Gabba.
Yeah, good intent there from Archer, right from the word go. England used it to Green at the Gabba. They end up getting his wicket when he backed away too far and showed the stumps and lost his off stump. And changing the field now, they had the deep square leg for the first ball, and he comes back over into a gully. Does Ollie Pope.
Can't hide from anything in international cricket, can you? Once you look uncomfortable against the short ball, that's what comes straight away. Archer pitches up, flicked in the air, another catch! Cass at mid-wicket, 2 wickets in 3 balls. Green has gone in similar fashion to Labuschagne, and England have run right through here. It's not very smart batting from Australia. Green goes for a duck. And not even his millions will give him comfort from that. 4 for 94.
What scenes we're seeing here. That ball just held in the surface a fraction, but a great catch at mid-wicket. Full stretch to his right, and it's almost looked like it squeezed out, but Brian Cass wrenched that left hand around the ball, and he wasn't letting that one go. And the double strike straight after lunch. This is huge for England. And Archer, well, he had the pillow at the Gabba. He's passed it on to Labuschagne and Green. They're going for a sleep now back in the change rooms.
That is dozy cricket. Catches taken by Cass. 1 straight forward, 1 on the dive. Classics for a cause. Keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. And what a change in complexion 2 wickets makes. It's the old cliche. It was unthinkable that Australia would be 4 for 94, 3 balls after lunch.
And the thing now is, Gerard, is you add 2 more to that scorecard and Australia are potentially 6 for 100. And it turns the whole narrative of this test and potentially the series on its head. So massive responsibility now on Carey, who's been in very good form, played nicely at the Gabba, and Khawaja, who's played beautifully for 41 and had the live. Now, how does he approach it? Does he go back into his shell a little bit, or does he keep playing that aggressive way that he did leading into lunch?
Archer has 3 for 7 and suddenly looks the wrecker. He's operating from the cathedral end. They're going to push third back immediately for the uppercut that Carey fancies. So Pope retreats down into the deep below us.
I like that. No cover. Let him have cover. And you've still got protection there if you want to go upstairs. Asked the question early.
It can be streaky early. Carey survived his first ball narrowly in Brisbane. Archer around the wicket too, and Carey swished at the ball down the leg side. A little bit of a squeal from the slips and from the English fans, but there was nothing there.
Well, you can't fault Jofra Archer today. He was a little bit slow off the blocks in his first couple of overs, just more so with his length. But once he found that length, he asked some really good questions, then got the reward of Weatherald. And now, after the break, that ball just nipped back in too from around the wicket. So, just wonder whether the older ball might just grab this surface a bit more.
This is the 25th over of the innings. The Australian wicketkeeper, Alex Carey, facing up to Archer. He's back, cuts through, cover for 4. It was in the air, but it was wide of points. And Carey begins the counter-attack. The boundary for Azito brushless power tools do you. It's 4 for 98.
Yeah, rightly said, Gerard. In the air, but the placement was on there, and Alex Carey picked that up nicely. But for a moment, it just felt like, where's that ball going? Because it was square of the wicket. Point didn't really pick it up that quickly.
Last ball of an eventful over. Archer to Carey, punches it back to the bowler, who fields in his follow-through. It might be a defining over in the Test match. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless. 4 for 98. Archer 3 for 11 from his 7 overs. So you're studying replays here for Simon to make sense of all of it. It's the first wicket's at 134 clicks, the second's at 139. Labuschagne bunts a ball. Green turns a ball in the air to mid-wicket.
And it was off a good length from Archer. It might have held in the surface a little bit, but it was a ball that wasn't really there to be hitting on the up through mid-wicket, particularly on your second ball. And good questions asked again from Jofra Archer. I thought he found his rhythm really well at the back half of his first spell, and now he's reaped the rewards in that first over purely because of a lack of attention to detail by the Australian batters. And now Tung gets another opportunity to try and knock Khawaja over. I'm surprised they don't have a third slip in.
Tung around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, full toss, nibbled to mid-off. Stokes fields no run. SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. I know he's come and gone so quickly, Cam Green, that it is worthy just of a little conversation here. So he's played a lot of Test cricket on home soil now, hasn't he? As you were reflecting on, 18 tests at home with a high score of 84.
Yeah. Average of 30, I think.
Yeah.
Bharat made that point last test, and he's right on the money.
Tung, Khawaja clips from his pads to mid on, no run.
And the other thing that I think's been significant in that Gabba test was that he got given the responsibility of moving up. So Inglis comes in, and I just assumed Inglis would probably bat at 5, and he didn't. He's been given the opportunity to move up, which, you know, that's a chance to another partnership and a potential chance to get bigger runs. And he got himself set and then got out in a fashion that, you know, he himself said he was embarrassed by it in the aftermath of that test.
Khawaja's on 41. He's defending from the stumps. So how do we rationalise what happened last night in India? He won't earn all of the $4+ million because there's this ridiculous clause in there that you can only, as an international player, collect essentially $3 million. What is he, a 26-year-old? And for a very short period of the calendar, he's going to earn far more than he'll earn across a year playing for Australia.
You can't rationalise it, Gerard, but I can tell you a little bit why it probably happened.
2 in the deep for Khawaja. Tung bowls to him. He's playing back to the bowler.
What happens in these smaller auctions where there's decent amount of purse at times, because teams will offload players from the previous auction and they've probably got some decisions wrong, they free up cash, and they know there might be a few players that come back into the auction that they're after, and it might be that they only need 1 or 2 sort of spots in their roster to fill. And if you're that right player with that skill set, which Cameron Green is, top 6 batter and potential to bowl, you know, at least a couple of overs, maybe 4 in the right conditions over there, then you get a big asking price, and you'll have a couple of teams trying to outdo each other.
Two mid-wickets in place. Khawaja fends the ball to square and takes a single.
And in a way, the underbidder sometimes doesn't mind too much if they miss out, because their whole philosophy might be that they don't mind if they get Cameron Green, but if they make someone else pay over the mark, then they take plenty of purse off a potential player that they want later on in the auction. So there's a little bit of that auction dynamic that comes into it, making someone spend way more than they need to on one player, and then they get the rewards in the auction later with 2 or 3 other players that, you know, they feel like might be on high demand that they want, and they're more important to them.
4 for 99, with 1 to come in Tung's 6th over. Alex Carey will see it. He's on 4. Tung around the wicket. Carey back, punching hard. Doesn't beat point. It's knocked down. They're able to take a single. Duckett on the full lunge prevented the boundary. Could prevent the single. 100 up for Australia. That's 26 overs bowled for loss of 4 wickets on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit ufi.com/au.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64. Jofra Archer, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 11. He has the wickets of Weatherald, Labuschagne and Green. All unflattering shots, but the quick has the early bag. He's in and bowling to Carey, who knocks it away to mid-wickets. Fielded at no run. So with Green, and this is, I think, he's going to be ground zero for the struggle. Australia needs Green to develop as a test cricketer with so much invested in him. And if you consider this year, 2 against Bangladesh in the top end, 3 against South Africa, 4 against New Zealand, 5 against India at the start of next year, the 150th test at the MCG, and then 5 in England for the Ashes. Archer bowls to Carey, plays away through square, all the way across the turf. He'll take a couple as Duckett comes around the field. Carey's to 6. But you can't ask a man in his mid-20s to forego $3 million for 6 weeks' work. And it's not really a question of which he prioritises. He has to do that work and earn that money. And that's going to be the modern struggle, I suspect.
It is. To be fair to him, he went to county cricket this year, played a number of games for Gloucester, did well, and got some grounding in the game there.
Archer to Carey, full, chipped away, doesn't beat cover, no run.
Which is really important for his development, particularly with that 2027 Ashes looming. That'll come around very quickly. And yes, time in India is important for him as well, but obviously it's in white ball cricket, so it's a lot different playing white ball cricket there in the IPL on flat surfaces compared to a 5-match test series where you expect the surfaces to spin. So, yeah, it's going to be a really challenging time for him. And I think the way Australia have managed him recently have been to prioritise red ball cricket, because he did play a number of Shield games for WA leading into the Ashes.
Archer bowls, Carey drives inside portion of the bat away through backwards square, not in control of it. Doesn't go for the second as Duckett comes in from the rope. 4 for 103.
So, yeah, look, it's on him now, because he's been given plenty of opportunities, and those numbers in Australia where you're expected to excel because they're your home conditions. And yes, you know, he's had an interrupted sort of test career so far because of the injury and not being able to bowl, and moving up the order when Smith went to open, and then now going back down to 6 and now getting a chance at 5. He's got to make the most of it this series, because you know, we're seeing more and more players start to put their hand up for an opportunity in this team, and someone like Bo Webster deserves to be in this test team.
Archer to Khawaja, ducks a bouncer. It was a good one too. It was right at him. Did well to get out of the way, but it was a narrow run thing.
You know, Jofra Archer copped a fair bit at the Gabba, but to his credit, he's responded beautifully here in Adelaide, and this is what he needed to do. He needed to front up on day 1 and he has. This is when you front up to start the test match and set the tone, and he's done that. That was right on the money. Khawaja's lucky there. He took his eye off the ball, and he's lucky he didn't get one in the side of the helmet. That would have really rattled the cage.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Archer in the high 140s. Bowls to Khawaja in behind, defending and calling for the single. He goes to 43. 4 for 104 into the over. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Tyre Power's big December deal sale is on now. Get the power on tyre safety this festive season and get 4 for the price of 3 on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. To find your Aussie-owned, local independent Tyre Power dealer, visit tyrepower.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. Straight after lunch, Labuschagne first ball. Just hit a catch to mid-wicket inexplicably. Cameron Green 2 balls later flicked the ball in the air to mid-wicket. Both catches taken by Cass, both wickets taken by Archer. Australia now scrambling at 4 for 104. Josh Tongue from the riverbank end of the Adelaide Oval, bowling to Usman Khawaja, who is on 43. 2 mid-wickets in place, and Khawaja clips to the second of those. So discussing the second ball duck of Cam Green, is there's a huge difference between being the all-rounder at 6 and batting 3, 4 or 5, and if he is going to occupy 5, you've got to be turning in hundreds, and averaging 30 just simply doesn't cut it. If he's going to average 30, go back to 6 and be the all-rounder.
Yeah, well, the other part of it too is there's the man at the other end who's missed out. He's now on 43, and he will see this opportunity and know the dynamic changes. As soon as Steve Smith's fit, he comes back in. You get runs.
Khawaja just stays out of a short ball.
Just like we've seen with Weatherald and Head at the top of the order, the thinking can change really quickly in Test cricket, and that's what happens with an injury or illness like Steve Smith missing today. When you're in that situation, you're in the team, everyone starts to be, particularly in the top 6, whoever's that next man in line for being in the gun, you start to worry about it, because the dynamic shifts as soon as someone gets an opportunity like Khawaja today. He's like, oh, I've got nothing to lose. I wasn't supposed to play. He gets runs. All of a sudden, Cameron Green's out of the team.
The only currency is runs. Tongue bowls full. Khawaja leans down on it, wants it away to point. No run.
I'm not sure about this field, though, to Khawaja. There are 4 guys on the offside. Josh Tongue looks like if he's going to get a wicket, he's going to find the outside edge of the bat. And, yeah, he's got 2 mid-wickets, no gully. And as we speak, that man at mid-wicket is going to come into a leg gully. But they've still got the deep square leg. Obviously going to attack him really straight, but it just feels like their best way of getting him out is like they did before the break. Send it to the slips, find the outside edge.
He hasn't really bowled anything to marry up with this either. Tongue bowls. Khawaja edges short of first slip to emphasise Simon's point. Soft hand saves Khawaja.
Yeah, if from England's perspective, I worry that the mistake's going to come and it's going to go through that vacant region from second slip around a backward point, because the ball is going away from the left-hander from around the wicket. That's Josh Tongue's natural line of attack. He gets the ball to move away from the lefty.
2 slips, leg gully. Deep square, fine leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on. Khawaja back, runs the ball to the vacant gully region. He's going to be able to help himself to a couple of runs. He's 45. Australia has 106 on the board.
That's just far too easy. That's a good ball from Josh Tongue. Shouldn't be scored off. It should be stopped by gully. It's just...
So what's he supposed to be bowling to this field? Because they are not in concert here, captain and bowler.
Correct. The problem is, from around the wicket to feed the ball to that leg gully, you've pretty much got to bowl leg stump down leg. The problem with that is it then opens up everywhere from fine leg around to square leg, and he can't really keep him on strike. So you're hoping it goes to one fielder. Whereas when you've got 2 or 3 on the offside, it's a lot... Well, it's harder for the batter to obviously...
Back to the 2 mid-wickets. Full Yorker kept out by Khawaja. 2 from the over. 4 for 106. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Jofra Archer running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. 3 for 15, 2 since lunch. Australia 4 for 106. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries, for Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Carey's 8 from 8. He'll have the strike. Kawaja's at the other end on 45. Archer begins the new over, bowls. Carey punches the ball to point. Doesn't find a run. Simon Katich in the expert's chair for UFI POE Systems. Professional grade security for complete home protection. Lisa Sthalekar in as well. Lisa, welcome back.
Afternoon. Lunch was good. Always is here at Adelaide.
Can you believe what's happened?
No, I literally ducked down to get food and then I heard the cheers and unfortunately I knew it was wickets. It wasn't runs. The English crowd are loud and proud, that's for sure. Just out of nowhere, just not switched on. We've seen that a couple of times from Marnus.
Carey knocks it away to cover. No run.
And England have had a little bit of a shift in the mentality around the field to Alex Carey after that cut shot early. They had the gully and the backward point, but now they're sort of hedging their bets with almost a gully line man, Zach Crawley at backward point, and then another man in front of point. So no gully in place, but just hoping that Alex Carey tries to drive one on the up outside off and slashes one to one of those two fielders.
Root at first, Brooke at second, Crawley at backward point. Cover is Jacks. Carey plays in that direction. Fielded at points, no run.
And you can just sense he's eyeing off that region. He loves square of the wicket. I just wonder whether Jofra Archer's going to try and get one to sort of top of off and really cramp him and either get a chop on or bowl through the gate, something that comes back in off the seam. And I think that's the reason why he's got the square leg in place, to allow him to tighten Alex Carey up from around the wicket.
Just a word from his captain, who's fielding at mid-off. Jofra Archer from the Cathedral end is proving the wrecker. Bowls to Carey, short, bunts it up over the top of Crawley at point. Didn't get all of it. It hung tantalisingly in the air. Crawley goes back to field inside the rope. They take 2. 10 for Carey, 4 for 108.
Nicely called, Cato. Can see the plan and maybe just the height and the fact that Carey was able to get just enough of it.
Well, they've opened up that third man region for him as well and have the square leg in now, so they're saying to him you can play it, which is good from their perspective. He's going to play it. We just saw it then. They're hoping that one flicks the glove through to Jamie Smith.
Carey from the leg side takes it away to mid-wicket, no run.
Or he gets in two minds, like a little bit like Weatherald, and gets in at his sort of right shoulder from around the wicket and potentially gets a half-hearted pull shot that comes off a glove or spoons out to Ollie Pope at backward square leg.
There was a lot of criticism around Archer and what he did at the back end of the Gabba test and carrying on and bowling as quick as he did when the game was done and dusted. But do you think that was now, in hindsight, looking at what he's done this test, almost kind of got him fired up for this encounter?
Yeah, I think the whole point was, why wasn't that there on day 2 when the test was on the line?
Crawley just crept back at points. It's a bouncer, and underneath it quickly and decisively goes Carey. 4 for 108. Thecapital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work.
When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Huts and for Octet Smart Business Finance. We're going to have a change in the bowling from the Riverbank end. Bryden cast 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. He was loose as in his first spell. He's around the wicket to Usman Khawaja. Blunts the ball to mid-wicket, no run. So the bowling change here for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia.
See, I'm not sure about this, Lise. It's a quick change. Tunn's bowled a couple of overs. He's looked threatening. He's got the outside edge, takes him off for cast. But now the field that's set, he's got a deep backward point and a deep backward square. It's almost encouraging him to run in and hit the track. And look, maybe that is part of the plan, but the problem is that 4 for 108 could quickly turn into 4 for 150 if he gets it wrong here.
2 in the deep on the leg side, 2 slips in place. Cast around the wicket, Khawaja drives. Fielded it mid-off by the captain, no run.
And that length is spot on. That's the length that he got Travis Head with. And we've been saying it for all day and even in Brisbane. It's got to be on that fuller length. Be prepared to be hit to mid-off and mid-on, because if you're getting hit there, it means that your line and length is going to bring the keeper and the slips into play. As soon as you start hitting square of the wicket or cut or pulled, it means you're too short and too wide.
Adam Collins and Damien Fleming behind, like Tongue just looks like he's going to get a wicket every time he has the ball in hand.
Pass to Khawaja, in behind defender.
But we've heard as well that Stokes is a big fan of cast, isn't he? So that's the other thing as well with the captain. There's players that you come across and you've gone to battle before, and you know that you can trust them, or you feel that there's a situation that they're perfect for. And this is where Stokes has predominantly gone to cast, where probably others have gone, why aren't you going to someone else?
Cast from the Riverbank end. Blazing sunshine. Bowls to Khawaja, who runs him away to the open points with a sweeper back in the deep. So it's just an easy single to take him to 46.
It's defensive cricket, and there's no need. England were on top. They are on top. They've just taken 2 quick wickets, and they know if they can strike again here, Australia are under huge pressure. Not just to bat the day, but also to get a substantial first innings total. I don't get that at all, because that is a decent ball, and he can still score off it and get off strike, and that just releases all the pressure. As a batter, you just know there's less pressure on you, and you can rotate the strike, have a breather down the other end. Whereas when you keep having to absorb sets of 6 in a spell and back-to-back consecutive sets of 6, it builds.
Pass into Carey, beaten. He's pushing forward past the outside edge.
You get a sense that this current cricketer doesn't like to even face one set of 6, let alone 2 or 3. This delivery angled nicely into Head, just left him slightly. That's the reason why he probably fended at it.
Just no footwork there from Alex Carey. Front foot went nowhere, and as a result, he's far too inside the line of the ball there.
Last ball of the cast over. He delivers to Carey, who defends the ball to mid-off. That is a dramatic half hour. Australia 4 for 109. TheCapital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart for Octet Smart Business Finance. Adam Collins jumping in. Got Kat and Lisa with me. Tommy Morris as well. Jofra Archer in. Bowling to Khawaja, 2 slips. Cathedral and leg stump line, turned towards mid-wicket, no run. Quirky scorecard, 2 wickets with the score on 33, then 2 with it on 94. And
And those two on 94 will be reflected upon and replayed an awful lot, you suspect. First ball after the long break, Marnus Labuschagne with a half-hearted pull shot. Might be a generous way of describing it. Straight to Bryden Cass at mid-wicket.
Bunt?
Bunt, yeah, that's better. Bunt. Yeah, it was like he was trying to get to first base. And then Bryden Cass was in the action 2 balls later when Cameron Green got a second ball duck, clipping in the same direction. Here is Archer bowling to Khawaja, leaving a short ball alone. They've since built to 4 for 109. Khawaja has moved to 46, 5 runs for him since lunch. Carey's on 10.
Well, that's the other dynamic that's happened. Usman Khawaja was in full flow before the lunch break. Now he's had to temper his game because of the team situation. So unselfishly, he's just tried to sort of get back into the groove, get into partnership with Alex Carey, knowing that Alex Carey is probably going to be wanting to look to score quickly. So he's happy to sort of play second fiddle at the moment while they rebuild this innings.
So Archer's bowling to a 4-5. 2 catching mid-wickets, a mid-on. A catching deep backward score in a fine leg. Archer here, leg stump line, driven straight by Khawaja. Pace taken off by Archer in the follow-through. It spits out to mid-on. They don't take a single. Saved at least a couple there. That was pretty well timed by Khawaja.
I think he was obscured, and Alex Carey sort of was keeping tabs on the crease and just watching whether Tongue was going to get around to it. But in the end, they just erred on the side of safety.
Yes, the last thing they want right now is a silly run out as well.
So what do you make of this field with the... I suppose you say 3 of the 5 on the leg side are in catching positions. If you want to call deep backward square 15 yards inside the rope a catcher.
I'm not convinced. I feel like that they need another catcher on the offside here.
Slip it a gully behind the wicket. Archer bowls. Khawaja on the hip, works to the square of the mid-wickets. That's Joe Root, no run.
Feels like Khawaja has actually edged a couple of deliveries. He's taken his hand off and it's softened it so it doesn't carry to slips. But they know also that clipping for him is his strength, and that's how he really got his innings going. He was struggling, and then he got one away in the mid-wicket, and then away he went. And his subcontinent wrist certainly started to come into it. So whether there's maybe a change of pace or something that they're trying to set him up for in that mid-wicket region.
It's Pope and Castle with the mid-wickets. Archer bowls again. Khawaja ducks the short one.
I think they're definitely there for that short ball. I'm just worried that, they want him to be scoring or trying to make him score sort of just wide of mid-off. And that, in a way, if he gets it wrong, will bring the edge, just like the one to Harry Brooks. So, and because Archer can get the ball to leave the left-hander, I'm just worried that they haven't got another catcher there when, if he gets it wrong, and Archer's bowled a good line of length. When he's hit that top of the stump length, he's looked dangerous, and he looked dangerous early once he got that length, probably around in his 3rd or 4th over of his first spell.
Archer to finish his 10th over here. He's got 3 wickets. Bowls to Khawaja, leg stump line, gets inside and tucks it fine. It's a long leg, or fine leg for what becomes 2. Great running. That was Carey who insisted upon the second, and Khawaja was equal to it. He moves to 48 at the end of the over. Australia 4 for 111. On the Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, fearless. Carey's also with him on 10.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
Middle session here at Adelaide Ovals for Rogers Willicks. Trusted Trailer Solutions. Bryden Cass will go again. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 30. Wicket of Travis Head. Great snaffle from Zach Crawley earlier today. Carey back on strike, facing up here around the wicket and drives through the covers just. Some pace was taken off at cover point. It still might make the rope. To the football stand side of the ground it goes. Diving stop put in. They return for a 3rd. They'll check it upstairs. It was the Captain Stokes who did the hard yards out there. Whether it's 4 or 3 will be verified by our 3rd umpire. That's umpire Chris Gaffney today. For IMAR, Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR. Getting a replay here.
I'll be surprised if it's not 4.
Surely it's 4, looking at the way his knees crashed into the Toblerone.
he left the slide too late and the ball was almost on the rope, so momentum's taken him into it. That's got to be 4.
Yeah, that'll be signalled a boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools, do you? It is so now. So 4 for 1, 15 becomes the score. Carey 14.
I think in those situations, the fielder's just got to try and flick it back in an upright position, because you're too close to the rope for the momentum not to take your legs into it while you're flicking the ball back.
15th boundary of the day. So cast round the wicket with a 5-4. Bowls here to Carey again. Leg stump line, wants to flirt at it, pulls out.
You don't often see anymore the Andrew Simons front-on Superman flick, do you?
There was only one. Roy could do that. He pulled up short a few times, I reckon, the big fella.
You've got to get good speed, and the grass has to be a certain clipping, otherwise you do look like a fool.
Correct.
It's like the old slip and slide on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Bit more detergent on there before you throw yourself around. So the slip gully, deep backward point on the rope. Cover point mid-off on the offside. Cast away, southern end away from us. Bowls here. Carey, leg stump line, shout for leg before, spills out to mid-wicket. Only the bowler's interested. It was bat and pad, surely, and going down the leg side anyway.
The inside edge there, I think, from Alex Carey.
I don't know if you guys saw as well, after Stokes kind of tried to put the Toblerone back, he's there clapping really loud into the fans and trying to get them geared up, or maybe they said something to him.
Oh, they were saying something because there was all the Aussies down there.
Are they? Okay.
And they were waving 4, so they let him know about it and he was giving it back.
Yeah.
Good on him.
Most of the Barmy Army are on the other side towards the old scoreboard. Here is Cast up again, bowls to Carey, gets a chance to whack it through the offside but miscues it. The short ball to Stokes at wideish mid-off. It was there to hit again. Cast has been, fair to say, he's blown hot and cold today, to describe it generously.
And what's noticeable at the moment, there's a real energy in the field to get the ball to Jamie Smith. We didn't see a lot of that at the Gabba, and I think that's something that they've probably talked about as a group, to get that energy to help the bowlers out. It's a hot day, and just get throwing, and it potentially helps with a run-out chance later if they do have a direct hit opportunity, particularly the mid-off and mid-wicket cover, those sorts of guys. So that's been noticeable in this little period.
Controlling the controllables. 2 left here. Cast bowls. Forward is Carey. Looks for the gap at cover and finds it. Just wide of Stokes. They've done that really well today, taking singles just wide of cover, a mid-off, a mid-wicket and a mid-on the onside. That takes Carey to 15 at 4 for 116.
And generally you see that on good surfaces because you can manoeuvre the ball into gaps because it's playing truly. And this is a good surface. But the Aussie running between wickets has been good to watch.
It was exceptional head and Weatherall. I thought they did very well at the start. Just what you need. You don't want to be facing too many deliveries with the brand new Kookaburra.
So back with Khawaja, deep backward square drops. Round the wicket, Cast to him here, and Khawaja rides the bounce, deflects to backward point, no run. Will be the end of the over as well. 5 runs coming from it. Cast has got 1 for 35 from 7 at 4 for 116 Australia. Khawaja 48, Carey 15, and that's all on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bold. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Our middle session is for Rogers Willicks, manufacturing since 1896. And a change to my left, the bowlologist is in, Damien Fleming for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. We're about to get a bowling change. A man who's impressed you both a couple of years ago at Lords and again today, Josh Tongue. The change of bowling is for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Flem.
Yeah, I reckon he's been arguably their best bowler and yet doesn't have a wicket. And that often happens with cricket. Chance from the scoreboard end. I think he's tested the left-handers, isn't he? Just that unique action where he can come around the wicket and still challenge the outside edge.
Only the 2 lefties here got a great record against them in Test cricket. Round the wicket bowls here. Carey first ball, slap through the offside ball. Set up off the surface, asked to be hit, and Carey for extra cover it goes. Carey to 19 with the boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. Australia advanced to 4 for 120.
Yeah, strong from Carey, just standing nice and tall. Almost kind of jumping off the back foot. Knew exactly where he wanted to hit it. was slightly the width that gave him to allow him to free his arms through that cover region. You've got to capitalise, don't you? Because especially when a bowler first comes on, sometimes you might get a loosener. You have to put it away and put pressure back onto the bowler.
Will improve from their tongue. Up from the Cathedral end, round the wicket, bowls to Carey. Full leg stump line, turns it round the corner to Zach Crawley at deep backward square. Didn't quite make the most of it, but happy with one that takes him to 24 for 121.
Yeah, certainly one. And it was a bit of a loosener from Tongue. We sort of expect that from Archer. But he's in sublime form, Alex Carey, isn't he? He needs to just keep cashing in. And you think about the Cam Green soft dismissal, and you look back at his last dismissal up at the Gabba, throwing it away. You need to cash in when you get 50, 60. Get a big 100.
Tongue bowls to Khawaja off his hip in the same direction to backward square. Moves to 49 with that single, 4 for 122.
Because you're going to miss out, aren't you? That's just the nature of the game.
Correct.
But to be able to turn when you're in good nick and you're in and set, just being ruthless to maximise your score.
Carey's had an excellent year, averaging 48 in Test cricket, the second best for Australia behind Smith.
Just seems a little bit more assured of his place and what he does, and obviously keeping exceptionally well. I mean, the amount of videos of going around about the Gabba.
Facing again here, round the wicket, Tongue, and he's carved away behind point, 4 more. 2 balls in the over that Carey's had a good look at, and he's made the most of both of them. He moves to 24 from as many deliveries at 4 for 126. Another boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you.
Well, we wrapped him up, but this is poor bowling. The field is not set for that. He's got a cover and a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. This is set for straight, full bowling. And he's getting it wrong. He doesn't have protection square on the offside. You wouldn't set a field for short and wide, but that's where he's bowling.
Batted beautifully last week at the Gabba as well, Carey, picking up from where he left off. Facing Tongue here, bowls to him, and he drives through the offside, doesn't quite bisect the 2 fielders in that direction. A diving stop put in there by the captain Stokes. All effort from him. No run, but another nice shot from Carey.
So one thing I've noticed, obviously since the lunch break, is this no man's land Zach Crawley out here on the leg side. It's almost like in T20 cricket, the Melbourne Stars want to field off 10 metres to, get those half chances. I'm not 100% sure of that position here in Test cricket.
Certainly hasn't bumped in this over. Last ball of it, an expensive one. Tongue to Carey, who drives through the offside, doesn't overhit it, checks it through cover point for a single. They race back for a couple. Terrific running from the Australians. Takes Carey to 26, 12 coming from that over. Australia 4 for 128. That's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu MU-X SUV tows up to 3.5 tonnes. The perfect blend of strength and style. Love how you live. Book a test drive at your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
At AIA, we're for the doers. Whatever you love doing, we'll help you do more of it. More cricket, more family time, more fun. AIA. Health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. Do it for life.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Bryden Castle continue. Now southern end, bowling at Khawaja on 49. Couple back on the leg side, casts up, bowls here. Khawaja leans into it, presses it out to point, gets through for a single and gets himself a half century. Usman Khawaja gets his reprieve, gets his recall unexpectedly this morning, and he's making the most of it. In at 2 for 33, inside the first 45 minutes of play. He raises 50 for the 44th time in Test cricket, and he's moderated his innings nicely. Slow at the start, went through the gears after his chance, and now giving himself a wonderful opportunity in great batting conditions.
Australia's needed it too. He's got 50 out of 129, so Usman got a great opportunity now. Since that drop catch, he just went the aggressive approach, didn't he? I've got a second opportunity and I'm going to make the most of it.
He just keeps finding a way, doesn't he? Things have to conspire a little bit for him to get his opportunity to come back into the 11, but he makes the most of it.
6 boundaries in the 50. Carey's turn now. 26 from 26. Over the wicket. Change of angle from Cass. Driven hard to wide mid off. And again, Stokes gets a touch and pings it into the keeper, Jamie Smith. Tom Morris has got the numbers for us for Cobram Estate Australia extra virgin olive oil.
Yeah, particularly when Usman Khawaja's first 5 runs came from just 27 balls. So he's turned it around since. So that's his 11th score of 50-plus against England. His 24th 50-plus in Australia and his 4th at the Adelaide Oval. You remember he made a big ton against South Africa here at a pink ball match in 2016. That was his 3rd Test century.
His 3rd and one of his best. That's Cass's 5th front foot no ball today. So 4 for 130. Has to re-bowl it. Does so here. Alex Carey clips it through to the man at deep square leg for another easy single. 27 for him, 4 for 131.
Yeah, 5 no balls. That suggests that your run-up and action aren't grooved, isn't it? And it's a unique action. He has a big jump off the last step before he delivers the ball. And that, I think that can be inconsistent in how far he actually jumps in the air before he lands.
He kind of floats through from that jump, doesn't he? Floats through the bowling crease that way.
Feels destined to cost him a wicket at some point.
Well, if he keeps bowling no ball from this amount, yes.
So Khawaja back on strike on 50. Cast to him over the wicket, change of angle to both batters, and he drives it out to Stokes, who's been very busy at mid-off since lunch. No run. Partnership 37 from 54. It was Khawaja and Labuschagne who put on 61 either side of lunch, albeit just with Labuschagne out from the first ball of this session.
Still can't believe those dismissals.
Yeah.
Even Archer, when he's releasing that ball and seeing it down, he's not thinking he's getting a wicket with those 2 deliveries.
2 in 3 balls, both with the score on 94. Smooth sailing since. Cass up to Khawaja on 50. Bowls here. Khawaja leg stump line. Another easy single into the onside. No pressure being built up by Bryden Cass. He's conceded 39 runs in 7.5 overs. 4 for 132. Khawaja 51. Starts again.
Yeah, with 2 left-handers as well. I wonder when they're going to bring the offie in as well.
Well, I was going to ask you guys that. I mean, what England would give for a holding spinner right now. I mean, Nathan Lyon doesn't grow on trees, but I've been banging on about this all week. I mean, if Jack Leach were here right now, Jack Leach is probably playing because he performs that more role, traditional holding finger spinner. I know people will think, well, hang on, didn't they smack him in Australia last year? Yes, once they did, but at Sydney, he did play a role 4 years ago. Cass up here and bowls and driving well out the middle of the bat is Carey, but straight to extra cover. No run. But in these conditions, the luxury of being able to tie up an end and control overs, and that's what they don't have that option this week. They chose to bypass Shoaib Bashir, who isn't that kind of finger spinner, and they're in a situation where Will Jacks is maybe occasionally. At one stage last week, Flem, Stokes left an entire day's play between using Jacks.
Yeah.
Just before lunch on day 2, then just before lunch on day 3.
It's not saying I'm backing you and I trust you, is it? We're picking you for your batting, which is a very conservative selection.
Cast to finish. Bowls to Carey. Over the wicket. Carey drives once more, and this time he gets it past cover. He almost ballooned it over the top of him. Hit it so hard, but it will get cut off just inside the rope. Diving stop put in there by Joe Root, who's been busy today. 3 runs at it. It takes Carey to 30, Australia to 4 for 135 at the end of the over. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Damien, Fleming and Lisa Sthalekar with me for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. There's actually 2 from the final ball of the previous over. They were happy with a couple rather than galloping back for a third. So Carey's 29, 4 for 134. Josh Tongue, second over of his spell. The first one was wayward, punished. Khawaja on strike on 51 as a plane flies over the top of the ground. Leg stump line, tucked fine. Work to do for the man at fine leg. That's Ben Duckett, and too much work. That is good batting from Khawaja. Got inside the line, Watch the ball onto the blade. A classical leg glance takes him to 55. Another boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. It's Australia 4 for 138.
Yes, very delicate. He was almost trying to hit it as late as possible, trying to get as little wood on it, just so it just skips off. Yeah. And it just almost accelerated as it was leaving Ben Duckett, who was flying around the boundary.
It's gone for 16 runs and 7 balls here,
Australia, they're running hot for Reams. Steady, hot and strong, especially Khawaja. 7 boundaries for him. 55 now, facing Tongue. Plays late, plays through backward point, plays it for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Khawaja. Wasn't far away from the man at backward point, but hit it hard and hit it well. Khawaja, 59. 4 for 142. The boundaries keep coming for Azito.
20 runs off 8 balls in this spell from Tongue. The field is not set for this. And even Usman Khawaja, I mean, we've had Stuart Broad on our coverage and he was talking about the last tour where you just found like the avenue for apprehension to Khawaja, the older he gets, has got bigger. You need to bring him forward. He doesn't want to hit in the V.
That was a classy shot. You watch it back. He was swaying as contact was made. Tongue to Khawaja. How will he respond? With a wider delivery attempt. Khawaja went again and missed it. Wasn't far away from the edge. It just sloped away, maybe off the seam.
It's almost, again, the opening will occur if Australia make blunders. It's not like England are building up pressure and asking the batters difficult questions. It's like, we'll throw a bit of this, we'll throw a bit of that. Fingers crossed it goes to one of our fielders that we've got spread out.
He's got 5 on the leg side and he's bowling wide outside off stump.
Massive gap through cover. Tongue bowls, Khawaja plays late towards backward point. Carey's coming, he set back, he dives and he's back. It was never a run there. Khawaja astutely said, no, no, no.
The Aussies don't need that. That could have been another given wicket like you were talking about there, Lise. But with this field, I don't even like the field, but if he's going to bowl to this field, why doesn't he come over the wicket?
Yeah.
And bowl at the body.
Right, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we've seen a short... This field has been there the whole time.
Changing now.
Yeah, since he's come on and he's bowled exclusively. Well, he's tried to bowl full with the exception of the long op.
It's still set up to bowl full.
So the man from the second catching mid-wicket now becomes a more conventional cover on the edge of the ring in one-day terms. So over the wicket to Khawaja with 2 balls left. Josh Tongue. Cathedral end. Bowls here and Khawaja goes back and cuts again and doesn't beat backward point. Still hit it well right at the middle of the bat, right under his eyes. Nice stop there by fielder in that direction who momentarily is Will Jacks out there, stays at 4 for 142.
At the moment it looks quite comfortable for these two, doesn't it? And that's why I'm suggesting something a little bit different in Will Jacks as the offie to come in and just change the pace, maybe ask the guys to move their feet.
Or maybe Root got a good record against Carey in Test cricket. Bowling here is Tongue down the leg side and Khawaja doesn't catch up with it. So 2 boundaries from the over, which started at 8 runs from it. 4 for 142. Khawaja up to 59. Carey 29. The partnership is 48 on the Sharkbite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Sharkbite Max.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
Hi, Jamie Dury here. The days of getting home on a hot day to a hot house are over, with My Dear Air Conditioners giving you up to a 7-star energy rating. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
The good oil for Cochrane Estate, Australia extra virgin olive oil with Tommy Morris after this cast delivery. Cast up, bowling here to Carey on 29, who chops down hard, down to backward point where he is so strong. Football stand side of the ground, gets to 30 from 31, 4 for 143. Tommy.
Yeah, Colin, you mentioned before Joe Root bowling to Alex Carey. No English bowler has dismissed Alex Carey more in Test cricket than Joe Root, no current English bowler. So 4 for 47 from 102 balls. Wow. Interesting matchup, isn't it?
Get him on.
Flem, you'll remember that day at Birmingham, the caught and bowled late in the day.
Yeah.
And then the other English bowler that's picked him up multiple times is Ben Stokes. We haven't seen him bowl to him.
Surely can't be long. Cass slipping a gully behind Khawaja on 59, and he carves out to backward point. These two are picking out deep backward point with complete ease. 4 for 144. Khawaja's moved from 50 to 60 in a hurry, and that is the 50 partnership in just 66 balls together. There were 2 wickets on 94 straight after lunch, and in the 55 minutes since, they're hitting breakneck.
Yeah, well, they're hitting in that area because they're bowling there. It's short and wide. I don't know why, with the field that's set pretty straight, why they're not attacking the stumps. And that brings in all modes of dismissal. And Tung gave a big rap for before his 2 overs. He's now been hit out of the attack.
Cass has got 1-day figures in his 9th over, 1 for 43. Up and bowls to Alex Carey over the wicket. Carey goes back and defends from the leg stump line back down the pitch. Cass fields off his own bowling.
But their inability, I mean, that's not a bad ball there. I'm not backing him to get it in that spot again, this ball. They're very erratic, aren't they?
Just feels like Stokes is fully committed to Cass, come what may. Thought Atkinson was a sniff to stiff. I don't know if you felt the same way, Flem.
I could have lived replacing both of them,
right?
To be honest, and bring Potts in.
And the other addition,
that's how poor they bowled it, the Gabba.
And they also brought Matt Fisher into the squad as a useful bowler too. Away from us, Cass bowls over the wicket, in behind it, defending out to mid-off is Carey, no run. Tom Morris will jump in again for Cobram Estate.
So Bryden Cass's economy rate for the Ashes is 5.35.
Yeah.
Ugly.
He's bowling baseball, isn't he?
I'll let you answer that one.
And I looked up Fisher. What did he get none for 124 against Australia, Ray?
I think he got wickets in the other game. He took wickets in one and missed out in the other. Jeez. Australia most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Cobram Estate, Tom Morris. Yeah, Fisher's got a bit about him, but yeah, it's just the point. They had other options beyond Atkinson, I suppose, just to reiterate what you're saying. And Potts goes all day. Energizer Bunny, not to beat. Instead, it's Cass. 2 left in the over. Bowls here, Carey. Leg stump line, out to mid-on, no single.
So just on that, Fisher, none for 105. Previous game, 1 for 58 and none for 36. And you're coming into, that's 1 for 200. How can you pick him with any confidence?
You can't. I saw Graham Swan in the lift coming up, and he's been with the Lions, and I said, oh, how'd it go over there? He goes, they make the same mistakes as these guys. On the up, can't bowl, line and length.
Finishing his 9th over is Cass. Bowls here to Carey, who whips it out to fine leg or long leg, easy single. It's been the story of this partnership. He'll keep the strike, Carey. He's up to 31 at 4 for 145. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
G'day there, Urgent Electrical works underway in Kilkenny, David Terrace south of Torrance Road. In Broadview, crews continue works on a burst water main on Hampstead Road near Welwyn Road. Also got a burst water main in Tea Tree Gully on North East Road near Elizabeth Street, and works in Queenstown on Port Road near Weber Street. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. And Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bixon Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-646464. They'll sneak one more over in before the drinks break. It's middle session on day 1. 35 degrees. This will be the toughest part of the day for England. As it gets hotter and hotter, and this partnership has got Australia above 4 runs and over. Above 50, they're in the groove. Carey facing Tung. Over the wicket, change in field, change in approach. Goes here and Carey carves out the deep backward point. Hits so well that the sweeper has to move speedily to his left to cut it off. 32 with that cut shot, 4 for 146 Australia.
How many times is he getting cut?
Just off the back foot, isn't it? Oh. It's not necessarily, he's playing it off the front, but hitting it that backward, off his hip, to be able to generate that much power through that area.
And it's long straight, the boundaries, yes. Like bowl full.
So around the wickets of Khawaja, alternating here. Tung bowls and down the leg side. He doesn't quite get that on ball. He was trying to glance it fine as he did in the previous over. He said it's a dot. This was always the risk for England. They ended up repeat spells into their quicks. Not a lot to turn to. Will Jack's got a couple of overs before lunch and went for 17.
I'll be bowling route first with the stats that Tommy Morris just mentioned. I could see him and Stokes bowling in quite a good partnership, building pressure.
So Khawaja on 60, waiting for Tung. Bowls here, sways out the way of a well-directed short ball. Went over the top of that off stump.
And just another handy partnership here. Carey just scores so freely, doesn't he, at Test match level? And Khawaja just, instead of being the main stroke player in the partnership, which he was with Marnus, has been happy to play the secondary role because Carey's 32 off just 36 deliveries.
Nearly 600 runs this year, the Australian keeper. Tung bowling to Khawaja, who plays it under his eyes to backward point, no single. So many balls ending up somewhere behind point at the moment, Flem.
I mean, that was his best delivery. It got big on Usman and he had to drop his hands, but that's more a volatile delivery if you're bringing the batsman forward. And when you go short, you really put everything into it and get steep bounce.
Also of note, not quite the pace from Tung that we were anticipating. He's hovering in the high 130s, low 140s. He's bowled up towards 150 for England before. Khawaja waiting for Tung. Plays off the front foot, as you say, a better directed delivery. It ends up in the same place at backward point.
So there's two in a row, two good deliveries.
Yeah. I was just thinking, I've only seen Usman drive Archer down the ground once with any kind of conviction. Everything else has been back of a length, hasn't it, from all of the bowlers?
Yeah, if you're bowling, you've got to note that, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think you can almost get away with just shorter than a half volley to Usman these days.
Yeah.
Because he goes back so far in the crease.
Well, and you look at Travis Head's dismissal as well, lack of footwork.
Last ball before drinks. Tung up, round the wicket. Khawaja back defensively to cover. So there's one run from the much better Josh Tung there. He's bowled 10 overs, done for 40. Drinks will come out onto the field with Australia, having lost 2 wickets at the start of the session. Labuschagne and Green for 19 and 0 respectively, moving from 4 for 94 to 4 for 146 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Fleming perfected Shark Bite Max. Khawaja 60, Carey's up to 32. And after the Bundaberg ginger beer drinks break, the Great Australian Brew, it'll be Gerard Whateley replacing me.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes. Meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Start of the session, Archer bowls, cross the line, straight to mid-wicket. Labuschagne shells a catch. Complete disbelief. That's what comes straight away. Archer pitches up quick in the air, another catch. At mid-wicket, Green has gone in similar fashion to Labuschagne.
Couple back on the leg side, cast up bowls here. Khawaja leans into it, presses it out to point, gets through for a single and gets himself a half century. Usman Khawaja gets his reprieve, gets his recall unexpectedly this morning and he's making the most of it.
The events since lunch at Adelaide Oval, 4 for 146. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. Australia put it back together. They lost the 2 wickets at 94, as they had done at 33. It's now 4 for 146. Alex Carey's been busy as ever. He's 32. Usman Khawaja is 60, having brought up his latest milestone. Damien Fleming, welcome.
Or
Gerard.
hello again,
Yes,
say?
yes. No. I commentated well there. I got a lot of runs and didn't get a wicket.
Well done. Special guest.
Yes.
Just for you here. You're our golfing podcast, man. This is home of the Adelaide Test. It's home of Liv. Liv is the home of Ripper Golf, and we have Cam Smith with us. Cam, it's great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Good day at the cricket?
Absolutely, yeah. Got here just down from Brizzy this morning and have watched pretty much the whole game. It's been good so far.
Smithy, did you play much cricket as a youth, and what type of cricketer were you?
I was a terrible cricketer. I wasn't a great cricketer. I did play a little bit. I played at school. I played a lot of indoor cricket, actually. My mum used to play indoor netball, so I used to go down the nets and played a little bit with Cameron Boyce, actually, who played for Adelaide in the Big Bash a few years ago. So was never any good at it, though, so, yeah.
What are your impressions of Adelaide Oval?
I love it. I've had a couple of functions here with Liv, but never seen a match here. It's I was just mentioning before how much Adelaide gets around their sporting events, and there's really seems like a good vibe around the Oval. And then when we're here in February, it's so cool. The town really gets behind it. So yeah, it's awesome.
Will Jacks has been given the ball from the Riverbank end. So the change in strategy from England continues. They go to their spinner, 2 overs for 17 at the end of that opening session. So this is a pretty important phase. He's around the wicket to Carey, who's back and cutting the ball out to deep backward point. They have one, and they'll just settle for one. You were just telling me, so Live in future, Grange next year, Kooyonga the year after, but soon enough you'll be just out the back here as well in the central precinct.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Greg, the Shark, he's designing a course over here, so can't wait to see what that looks like.
Kawaj is on 60, plays the ball from his stumps, and it's an easy single out to deep point.
Have we gone a bit early there? I have reciprocals at Grange. I don't know if I'm going to get reciprocals at North Adelaide. Smithy, can you have a word?
I think it's going to be a public. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which is really cool. I like that. We need more golf courses. Brisbane, everywhere. We need them.
Carey's on 33. Leans forward to defend.
Are some of the tournaments in the US on public courses?
Yeah, probably I would say, I don't know, 1 out of 5 would be on a public golf course. Yeah, most of them really good too.
Carey back, covers the stumps, pinches a single to mid-off.
And obviously Live in Adelaide, it's the best Live tournament in the world.
Oh,
is that comfortable to say?
I would say they're all pretty good, but something here that's just got something about it. It's the acts, it's the crowd, the Aussies, you know.
Kawadra on 61 leans forward and defends.
And I, in gather round here with the AFL round, I got to play the Grange reciprocal, and it was still set up for Live. The party hole looks insane.
Oh yeah, it's epic. It's one of those.
Last ball of the over. Kawaj won't get the single he was looking for. 4 for 149.
Yeah, it's one of those places where you're trying to talk to your caddy, you almost can't hear him, and you don't know where the wind is. You're in such a buzz. It really is a pretty cool hole. But once you get off the other side, it's back to reality again.
A couple of Sundays ago, we were all crowded around the TVs. We're calling the cricket and watching the golf, and just a thrilling finish to the Australian Open. How did you come away from it, knowing just how close you were to the national title?
Yeah, it was pretty heartbreaking, to be honest. I didn't really want to speak to anyone for a couple of days, but
fair enough too.
It was a good end to a bit of a struggle of a season for me. So nonetheless, played some really good golf. It's nice to, when you work as hard as you do and you don't get results, you sometimes question what you're doing and what you're trying to get out of it. And it was nice to have that result before the off, or before a little bit more of a break, and really justify kind of what you're doing is right. So can't wait to get started next year. Now it feel like I'm a different golfer again.
Ben Stokes into the attack. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. He's in from the Cathedral end, bowling around the wicket to Carey, who's wrapped on the pads. Stokes didn't like it as much as he has done previously, so that's not out. When you're searching for your best form, Cam, and then you get to Royal Melbourne, how does it come back to you? And when can you tell? Now this might be the week?
Yeah, pretty early on in the week, to be honest. I think Royal Melbourne's one of those golf courses where you really have to throw everything out and just play golf. And it's not very many places around the world do that to you. You know, Augusta's one, there's one. But it makes you play golf rather than think about it.
Stokes around the wicket, Carey defends.
And did you feel something clicked within your game?
I don't think anything really clicked. It's felt like it's been there, which is why it's been so frustrating. I think it was just everything kind of needed to come together and gel, and and it did. Like I said, Royal Melbourne's such a cool venue. You have to play all the shots to play well there, and I think kind of throwing the mind in the back of the space and just playing golf as a kid was really good for me.
Stokes to Carey, advanced, chipped the ball away to mid-wicket, no run.
And Cam, I've got a golf podcast called Make Me Good at Golf with two comedians, Peter Hallier and Limo. Peter didn't have a handicap and he got one, and he started at 25. 4 rounds later, he went to 29, and I said, Peter, you're not living the name of our golf, Make Me Good at Golf, the podcast. What's the biggest tip you could give to an amateur golfer starting off?
I would just say spend plenty of time, like 30 yards in. I feel like you can make up so many shots there.
Stokes to Carey, blocks.
Yeah, I feel like, and how golf is structured, it's easy to go to the range and just whack balls. It's kind of almost a bit harder to get your own balls and go chip around. You've got to pick them up and go somewhere else. So it's almost like a lazy way out is hitting balls on the range, and you feel like you're doing something. But, that 20, 30 yards around the green and putting, particularly for beginners, I think is a great place to start.
Yeah, because generally beginners do the total opposite.
Yeah, correct.
Yep.
Carey's on 34. Stokes searching for his first wickets. Carey knocks him away to mid-off. The move to 72 holes is clearly the biggest move since the advent of Live Golf. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's. I really think it's going to help our team. We're a team of really deep golfers, and I feel like another day of golf kind of gives you more time to ease into a tournament. I feel like 54. If you get off to a bit of a rough start, you feel like you're so far behind so quickly. So. It'll be good. I think it'll be really good for us.
Carey punches the ball out to deep cover. There's a chase in the deep. They'll get back for a couple. Carey goes to 36, the 150 up for Australia. That comes off the last ball of the 39th over. It's 4 for 151, the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max. And so for the tournaments themselves, what about for preparing for the majors and the like? Have you felt any disadvantage playing the 54 holes on your circuit when you go to the big ones?
I wouldn't say disadvantage, because you're still playing golf. I think it's just a different style of golf. It's like playing test match and then going and playing a one-day or a 2020. It's kind of just a little bit more rapid, and I'm sure these guys feel the same. You get off to a bit of a rough start, it's kind of hard to make that ground up. So I think it'll be good for us. I think it will prepare us better for the majors, just to get in that kind of rhythm maybe a little bit better. But at the end of the day, it's just golf.
A slip in place with Jack's bowling from the Riverbank end. 5 for 151. Khawaja advances. The lofted drive over mid-off. It'll pitch and run to the boundary for 4. Khawaja, sweet move. He's 65. As the boundaries flow, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, that's a nice one for us.
Yeah, he just hit with a nice little fade there, Smithy. Hey, did you have a chat to Rory post-tournament? Did he enjoy it? Can we get a few more overseas over for next year?
I really hope so.
Khawaja stays home, nibbles the ball away to cover and pinches a run. Stokes has to get down to field, which he does by flicking it up behind him and then gathering.
Yeah, I really hope so. I think the Aussie Open is coming back to its golden age. It definitely had a different buzz around it last week.
The crowds must have been insane.
Oh, the crowds were awesome. And a great venue as well, so hopefully.
Carey, full ball, driven straight to mid-off, but Crawley's set deep, so they're able to take a single and go to 157.
And the boys on the podcast, we played the Vic PGA. So for Peter getting a handicap 6 months ago, he's playing in his first tournament.
Oh, wow.
So he was so nervous.
Oh, I bet.
And did well.
Jack's operating around the wicket. Kawaja comes again, straight down the ground. It's heading for the side screen, the longest point of the boundary. It'll be overhauled a couple of steps inside by Joe Root, who heaves in and keeps it to 2. Kawaja 68.
See, Usman isn't really worried about Jack spinning it past the outside edge there. But the winner, great mate of yours, Mark Leishman.
Yeah.
How good?
Yeah, so good. He's had a great season. I was just saying to the other guys before, he's like a fine wine. He gets better with age. He's had a great season this year, and like I said, a great mate. So
Kawaja back covers his stumps,
and he got to play with his son. It's like you play with the amateur for the first 3 days. So he must have absolutely loved that.
Mate, he was so pumped. You couldn't wipe the smile off his face when he was talking about it.
65 run stand between these two, which will advance a little further as Kawaja plays inside out to the deep point. 160 on the board. Kawaja is 69. 2 years ago when you won here in Adelaide, and just how parochial it was a thrilling finish that day. How big an atmosphere in what you've experienced was that?
I think that was the most nervous I've ever been. I don't think I've had the crowd be that behind us and want us to win as bad as that. Like, you could hear a pin drop. It was pretty crazy. It was such a cool experience. To do it with Leash as well, one of my best mates. It's kind of dreamy stuff. So yeah, it was a cool moment. But it's like a dream come true. Yeah, it's awesome.
And what about the golf before Liv? What's your schedule like?
So we have a teams week, which is like a media week in the US that we have to do. And then we go and practice as a team together the last week of January. And then we start the first week of February in the Middle East and then come down here. So we got a little bit of time off. I'm sure the guys will take it cruisy.
Stokes begins the fresh over. Kawaja on the back foot, turns away through mid-wicket, helps himself to his 70th run.
Yeah, I'm sure the guys will take it pretty cruisy the next week or two with Christmas and stuff, and then as soon as we get back to the US, it'll be the afterburners will be on and getting ready for those first couple of events. The week down here is a really big one for us, so we feel like we need to almost over prepare for it.
Yeah.
February 12 to 15, the Grange Golf Club, the Live Golf Adelaide 2026. First time 72 holes here. Carey faces up, defends Stokes. Cam, is one of the great parts about the Australian Open and beyond was to fully get a grasp of the way that our top golfers, and you're right at the forefront of this, support our young golfers coming through, and what you do at home and around the world as well. How important has it been for you to be able to set things up to give back to local golf? Yeah,
it's something that I guess I'm really proud of and the team is really proud of. We got the My Golf program powered by Ripper GC. That has been awesome. We do clinics at every tournament we're at in Australia.
Carey to leg, no run.
And I guess on that, it's just so cool to see how popular golf is becoming with young kids, and to be a part of that is pretty cool and something that we all take pride in. So still lots more to come. We got a long ways to go, and it's just cool how far it's come so quickly, I guess, the last few years.
And have you played a role in setting up a house in the US for aspiring Australian golfers on the pathway?
Yeah.
Wow. Carey's on 37. Stokes to him, defends.
Yeah, so I have my scholarship where I get a couple of guys around every year, and they stay at my house and see what we do and see what we eat, and gym, and and practice, and then they come away for a week and watch the tournament and hang around the other guys, and you can see their eyes glow up. You know, they're 16, 17 years old. It'd be so cool, but and then the Golf Australia house, which we're, I think, soon moving to closer to my house, will be awesome as well.
Stokes to Carey, went after the short ball, top edge, up over the corner, not in control, but effective nonetheless as it runs to the rope for 4. Carey's 41, 4 for 165.
I think that leg bars come off the helmet. That one.
Right.
So he's done him for pace. Good bouncer from Stokes. And Carey happy to take it on, but not controlled.
Yeah, so 4 leg buys, I beg your pardon, and he'll have to go and get checked. So salute to you, Cam, for what you do. And is that a debt to what you were shown on the way through and the support that golf had around you, or is it something that you realised was a gap?
I think I had great support, particularly by Golf Australia. I think my first few years away from home were really quite tough, and I thought there's got to be a better way to bring young kids over to the States and travel. So we just set it up and kind of went from there, and it's been great. I think the main thing was to have young kids feel like they have someone that they can just talk to and go to and ask questions. And I'm a pretty shy guy, so I was always kind of a little bit on edge. But Mark Leash kind of took me under his wing there a little bit and kind of did the same thing. But it's just nice to have it kind of set in stone now and actually have just a mate to call, you know.
And how do you select the kids?
Basically just who the best golfers are. It's kind of, I guess, a reward, and who we think is it kind of sucks that there's only 2, because there's so many good young golfers, but only so many rooms you can have in a house for them to sleep in.
Yeah.
So,
because there's so many kids trying to make it, isn't there?
I'm
at the Riversdale golf course. I don't know if you played in the amateur tournament there at Riversdale, but the Pennant kids, they're often trying to get scholarships into the US. So, there's a real system in golf over there in America.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. They have a really good system over here. I think Australia has the best system for developing and just making young guys professionals. There's more to golf than actually just putting the ball in the hole. You've got to learn how to travel and all the other stuff that comes along with it. So,
It's great to see you. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, no worries, guys.
Enjoy your
Thank you very
Christmas.
much. Yes.
We look forward to seeing you here in February.
Yep, absolutely. Can't wait to be back.
And we'll
Thank you,
book
guys.
you in for Make Me Good at Golf.
Yeah,
Leading
absolutely.
into
I'll
Live.
come on. Yeah.
Thanks, Smithy.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Good luck.
Teach
Thank you,
comedians how to play golf. It's the dream, isn't it? Carey's okay to continue. He defends the last ball of the over. 4 for 165. We'll all move out. Colo will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. What a privilege to have Cam Smith with us on SEN Test Cricket.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I Didi.
Yes, I Didi.
100 balls this pair have been together for, adding 71. I understand it's being Khawaja on 70, goes back to Jacks and plays him into the onside where there won't be a single. Adam Collins joining you. Our coverage for Goodwee Batteries from Solarheart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. We've got Bharat, Sundaresan and Tommy Morris jumping in as well. Jacks away from us, bowls here, Khawaja back, tucks as he's done so often to spinners across his long career in the game. He's 71. 4 for 166. So welcome, Bharat, for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection bats.
What do you expect from the middle session of an Adelaide Oval test? Especially on this pitch, the batter's on top.
Jacks up, southern end, bowls here. Carey's turn, well forward, lunging to where Silly Point isn't, thus the oohs and the ahs.
Especially a session which started so poorly for Australia, two very ordinary shots from Marnus Labuschagne and Cameron Green in the first over after the break. And from that point on, it's really been the Alex Carey Usman Khawaja show.
Facing up again, Carey getting enough space to slap, but not past short cover he won't. Good stop there. Diving to his left is the captain. 4 for 166. Carey He's now gone beyond 600 runs this calendar year at an average of 50. That big 150 plus at Gaul in the second test match that we were all there for. Bowling again is Jacks, and Carey doesn't beat Stokes again, diving to his left. He has had more touches than Greg Williams today. There's a nice little 90s footy reference for you, Baz. Tommy, you got some numbers as well for me.
Yes, I do. So I'm looking at Cam Green's test career, and I know Baz has spoken about it extensively before.
Here's Jacks, last ball of the Oval. We might come back to it after the break. Knocked down the ground for 1. He'll keep the strike. Carey 38. Kawaja 71, Stan 73 at 4 for 167 on the Sharkbite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected, Sharkbite Max.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Good Wee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Thomas Morris, Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Tommy?
So we told you earlier that Cam Green's averaging 29 in Australia. I'll tell you the significance of that in a moment.
Stokes Cathedral end. Up to Carey on 38 bowls here around the wicket. Carey down the leg side, has a crack at it but doesn't make contact.
So 29 is the lowest average for an Aussie batter on home soil with the same sample size or more since Graham Wood in 1988.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's the lived experience, isn't it, Baz? That, I mean, I think we've all seen Green do pretty remarkable things, not least that 100 at Christchurch a couple of years ago, but the lived experience has been watching him and wondering when it's going to click.
Yeah.
And remember, he was dropped in the Ashes series last time these teams played in 2023. Didn't play to the deciding test at the Oval. Stokes up again, bowls to Carey, off his hip, gets one to square leg, easy one at that, 39 for him, 4 for 168.
I was looking at comparative stats the other day with other Australian batters in the last 20-30 years, and Greg Blewett's numbers, local hero Greg Blewett's numbers really jumped out at me. So Greg played 46 test matches, averaged 34. However, he obviously started big, as we all know, the 100 on debut here.
And in the second test at the Wacker.
Yes, and then he got the big double 100 at Port Elizabeth, and I think there was 100 in New Zealand.
There was 100 at Birmingham.
Yeah.
97 first test. Round the wicket. Stokes up, bowls here, and Kawaja's hit on the pad via an inside edge, I reckon. Stokes has bailed out the appeal. Umpire Raza shakes his head, there'll be no review. So not much of a leg before shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland choose to drink wise.
Yeah, Ben Stokes was immediately signalling inside edge. But at least the reason I mentioned those hundreds for Greg Blewett was you can think of 5, 6, 7 prominent Greg Blewett innings, not all of which were 3-figure scores. But you're getting to a close enough spot with Cam Green in terms of number of test matches he's played overall.
It's his 35th match, Cam Green.
Stokes up again, bowls here. This time there's, not nearly a shout from the cordon where it just went past Kawaja's inside edge, but he was hit well outside the line. So another non-existent leg before shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland choose to drink wise.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's not a direct comparison. You can argue Cam Green has played as an all-rounder. He's got a 5-wicket haul. But both of them batted in different positions throughout. Blewett opened quite a bit for Australia towards the end. Cam Green hasn't done that so far. But if I were to ask you to name Cam Green's 5 best test innings in 35 tests, I wonder how many of us could come up with them.
It's a fair point. Stokes up, 2 catching mid-wickets, bowls here to Kawaja, who plays back to the point, no run.
What about the Shane Watson comparison, who averaged in the mid-30s and made lots of 50s, but only 4 test centuries, and Cam Green's got 2 at the age of 27. Is that a fair enough comparison?
No, I think and it's not Cam Green's fault, but I think Shane Watson was never built as the next best thing or the guy who the future of Australia's batting is going to revolve around. Whereas that has been the case with Cam Green, and others have been moved around in the batting lineup. Josh Inglis at 7 being the latest to get Cam Green closer to the top 4.
And also when Smith went to open, it was partly for Green's benefit. Stokes to finish here. Kawaja plays late and awkwardly off the stickers of the bat to point. Ends the over. He's 71, stands 74. Carey's 39. It's Australia at 4 for 168 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. All of Tom's numbers, by the way, are for pay.com.au. Points for business. Jacks to continue with his off breaks round the wicket, delivering here to Carey on 39, leg stump line, and it's taken in front of the square leg umpire out to deep mid wicket for the easiest of singles in front of the Sir Donald Bradman Pavilion. Carey into the 40s again. 4 for 169.
And just the nature of the two dismissals. We spoke a lot about what happened in Perth, and he's spoken about it as well in Brisbane, I must say. But this just seemed like the stage was set for him again, wasn't it?
Jacks up, wide of the crease, bowls here. Cutting hard is Khawaja. One man to beat at deep point. A dive will be required, and it's put in and it's dragged in. Great work, Ben Duckett. Saves at least a couple in front of the football stands. That takes Khawaja to 73, 4 for 171 the score.
Yeah, he did put in a football goalkeeper-like dive. Football of the other kind, the soccer kind.
The round ball.
The round ball.
If I call it the football stand long enough, it'll stick. I've been going about 7 years on that.
You have actually.
5 of them there. Got to pick them off otherwise. Bowling here is Jackson, going back and tucking is Khawaja. He plays that shot so well. He's done it for so long. He's up to 74. At 4 for 172.
Again, going back to Camp Green, like Australia had seen off the first session, and you see how relatively easier batting looks right now. I just feel like, he's reached that point. He needs a big score, doesn't he?
Jacks bowls and forward, reaching it on the half volley is Carey, but placing it to Stokes at catch and cover. I think it's probably the first time, with the exception of the 23 Ashes, and they had a different configuration at the end of that series. Remember, they wanted a spinner for the Oval. Here is Jacks bowling again, and going back and cutting hard is Carey. It's a 41 with a single. Duckett racing around from deep cover, 4 for 173, where I think he's genuinely a risk of losing his spot, Green. I mean, notwithstanding how effective he is in both disciplines at his best, and picked up a wicket in Perth a couple of weeks ago, but I do feel like Webster will put genuine pressure on. Jacks again, and cutting is Khawaja, the other side of Duckett. To his right, he has to go, and he will cut it off. They return for a second. It's a close run thing, but Khawaja put the foot down and got there pretty comfortably in the end. 76 for him. Still some time before tea. He's going at a run a minute at the moment. 4 for 175 at the end of the over on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Our coverage here on a blameless day in Adelaide, one of the best days you could ever imagine, is for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. There are over 53,500 people at Adelaide Oval. 53,786. That'll be reaching, and Tommy, you can search around for this, the biggest attendance we've had at Adelaide Oval, perhaps since its reconfiguration. And maybe go all time for me. Find me one of the SANFL Grand Finals when they squeezed them in back in the day.
I mean, just for context, when you see the Crows play, and a couple of their finals games here in September, you had crowds of around 53,000 and touched 54,000 once.
Stokes up. Carey thumping his bat on the turf, slipping a gully behind him here, leg stump line, balloons off the pad, out towards square leg umpire, where they'll get what I assume will be signalled a leg by umpire Raza, or did he get an inside edge on it? No, it is an inside edge, so Carey to 42, 4 for 176.
So the biggest cricket crowd, in fact the biggest crowd ever here for any sport, 55,317. Is that right, Baz?
Yep. What was that for?
Day 1, Australia-England 2017.
Okay.
So what are we at now?
Night test.
We're 2,000.
53,786.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So we're not far from that.
The Crows Collingwood game I was at, that was a league game, not a finals game, and that was crazy. 54,283. It's 3-4 months ago.
A game made famous for all the wrong reasons.
Yes, the booing and
it was before the booing. It was actually the initial remark.
Yeah. Tom for Marshall batteries. Holler for a Marshall battery. Stokes up 2, catching mid-wickets for Khawaja around the wicket, but cuts away for 4 again. He's found that gap time and time again. Khawaja into the 80s. 4 for 180 Australia. Galloping along since losing 2 wickets in the first over after lunch.
Terrible bowling. Ben Stokes knows that he was so filthy with himself. Khawaja has been given so many opportunities to just cut. This was a nothing delivery. Just leant back. All he had to do was make contact. Another gift for Usman Khawaja. He's charging along.
Tell you what, we've still got 24 minutes until tea. Big chance to get there before then. Stokes up, Khawaja waits, leg stump line turned into the onside no run, and for the last little passage of play before tea, we had the Premier with us as well. South Premier of South Australia. We've seen politicians in the box for big moments before, including Cam Green's first Test 100. We had the, well, I was going to say he's a politician. Mike Baird used to be a poly. Now he's the chairman of Cricket Australia.
Yeah.
He was with us that day.
So Benny Palmer out the back is telling me the biggest crowd is 70,000 for Adele, who performed here in 2017.
Okay.
But for footy, the Sandford Grand Final, Port versus Sturt, 1965, they had 62,500.
Be still my beating heart.
But can we get another 1,500 people on that grass here?
I think you can.
1,500 is what we need today for cricket.
Stokes halfway through the over bowls here to Khawaja, who cuts hard again. He's nailed that to backward point. He's picked out Will Jacks. It's got there in a fraction of a second. I love those old attendance records where they, well, I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing they disregarded public safety, but it does rather stand out, like that 1970 grand final that was it 121 969 or 121 696, whatever it was.
And for one of the great grand finals too.
Yeah, one of the best ever, if not the best. Plenty of footy with Collins, Morris and Sundaresan at the moment. We're allowed to drift. It's 4 for 180. Here's Stokes. Up and bowling to Khawaja, leg stump line, hits him on the pad. Shout for league before from Stokes especially. Umpire Raza says no, but that is of interest because Khawaja was so far across. If there's no inside edge, he's looking, he's considering, he's pondering, he's not going to do it. The third umpire will not be in action. He'll go back to where he started from, Ben Stokes. Just see it on our replay screen. Chemist Warehouse replay screen here, Baz.
Yeah, just the angle. He did come across, but that would have been missing leg stump, you'd think.
On the slow-mo replay, frame by frame, as the ball was nearly getting to his pad, I thought that could have been in line with middle and leg, but it was more leg stump by the time the impact was made. So 1 left in the Stokes over. His 10th. Cathedral then bowls to Khawaja, who drives to the offside, but won't beat the diving mid-off. That's Jofra Archer. Khawaja's 80 now. Carey 42, a partnership of 86 at 4 for 180. And that's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com, Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
The Australian team for Australian made by Australia support Australians. Jacks bowls round the wicket. Carey waits and defends to cover where Stokes collects as he's done throughout the session in that close catching position. They got 2 in close after lunch, both at mid-wicket where Bryden Cast was and remains. But the left-handed pair have gone through the gears. Jacks again, southern end, short and pulled, but straight to deep mid-wicket along the turf. Carey 43 with a single, 4 for 181. Usman Khawaja's our leading run scorer today for TAC. Drink driving, how your holiday ends is your choice.
What a treat it is today here in Adelaide. You said it earlier, it couldn't be more perfect than this.
No wonder you live here, Baz.
Yeah.
They do these events so well, we all know that, but Ashes, it hits different. An Ashes test to Adelaide Oval. The last couple have been pink ball affairs. The last day Ashes test we had here would have been, what, 10-11? Or was it 13-14? 13-14, of course.
Mitchell Johnson,
7 for 40. How can we forget? Slip in here. Bowling to Kawaja and going back he will to Jacks and snakes it past backward point for another single in the direction of the Gavin Wanganeen part of the football stand. He's 81, 4 for 182.
Just again being fed there over and over again. Speaking of treats, he's got a few. Usman Khawaja. First the drop catch from Harry Brook when he was 5 and struggling. He's made the most of them.
Jacks bounces up and bowls, and Carey back, and he'll cut as well to exactly the same spot on the ground, and they'll be satisfied with another single. Carey doing it in singles. He's 44, 4 for 183.
You'd think this is the 36th over of a one-day innings.
Yes.
The way these two are going and the way Jacks is bowling.
Well, the way the field's set. Yep. Deep backwards square, deep mid-wicket, deep point and deep-ish mid-off. Singles on offer to all of those positions. Probably mid-on too, unless it's whacked to Joe Root in that spot. Couple of catching covers and a slip in nearer to the bat. Stokes in that spot goes a fraction squarer before Jacks bowls here to Khawaja, who goes back and deflects to backward point, no single.
And I'm sure the village at the back, there'll be a lot of people there as well. Used all of Adelaide Oval too.
But you know what? I don't think many people are back there. The seats seem full today. The cricket's been very watchable. Jacks finishing here, and it gets big on Khawaja, who plays it with soft hands and keeps it down. 3 singles from the 46 over. It's 4 for 183 with Khawaja 81, Carey on 44, and that's all on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu MU-X SUV tows up to 3.5 tonnes. The perfect blend of strength and style. Love how you live. Book a test drive at your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers an Australian government-funded initiative.
Got Simon Katich jumping in for UFI POE Systems, professional-grade security for complete home protection. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Baz, Tommy.
Partnership of 89 from 130. And Stokes gets up and starts again and bowls to Carey, who pushes into the onside. They've let this drift badly after making that double breakthrough after lunch.
Yeah, and it started really early in terms of the lengths they bowled and the fields that were set. It was interesting to watch, and it's played out probably exactly how you thought it might.
And I mean, Khawaja 19 away. I mean, there is time before tea, but let's put to one side when he may or may not get there. But the very fact that this morning when he woke up, he wasn't in the team, and now he's out there in the middle, putting in a shift. And well, I mean, this would be a folklore-style 100 if he gets there. This would be one they talk about for a long, long time.
What a comeback! What a resurrection!
Indeed,
amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he'll argue that they said, oh, you can't play Test cricket at 39, so he gets the 100 the day before that.
He'll probably make 200 when he's 39.
That's true.
And might even go into a triple.
Well, the way he's going on this pitch, yeah.
Well, professional careers are getting longer, we know that, for various reasons. So after doing some running repairs on his boots, Stokes will go again from the cathedral end. Bowls up here to Carey, high back lift down the leg side, wants to flick it fine, but doesn't make contact.
But it's been, again, another example of why so many English fans and their former cricketers have been disappointed with this English team. They've had opportunities, haven't they? When 2 really ordinary shots from Manas and Cam Green opened the door. Australia, all 4 wickets, to be honest, come through false shots.
That can happen on days like this, though, hot conditions. Like batting in these conditions, generally you feel like there's the advantage, but to be able to sustain your concentration throughout the day is difficult.
Stokes to Carey. Bowls here around the wicket. Carey balloons off his pad behind square. Might have been an inside edge. We'll find out in a moment. Either way, Australia are at 4 for 184. It will be a sunbury.
But it also highlights the selection or non-selection of a frontline spinner in these conditions. You know, I get that they probably haven't picked young Bashir because of the form factor, but then contributing to that lack of form factor is their hierarchy, not playing enough tough tour matches for him to be well prepared as possible. But so that's not on him.
Yeah, I also feel like they've invested in this idea that he is our guy, he is our guy. Well, this is the day. And he's not been their guy at all. Stokes bowls here, balloons over Khawaja, the short ball, looking for a signal for wide perhaps. Not to be, still 2 left in the over. And I've said it earlier today, but Yeah, Bashir's always been in that aggressive spinner mould, high release point, rags the ball. But where was the guy on tour who could play the other type of spinner role in Australia, which we know is so often needed, whether it's Nathan Lyon or visiting spinners, where you can genuinely hold up an end? They didn't even factor that in.
Yeah, and in these conditions, you have to change the tempo of the game because it is very, very difficult for quicks that are used to playing in cooler conditions like these English quicks are to play and bowl repeat spells in these hot conditions.
Kawaja's 81 facing Stokes. Short ball pulls out at the last moment. Had the bat up in the air. A bit of interest from behind the wicket, whether it went past the glove, but no meaningful interest in the end. Baz?
Yeah, I was just interested in Stokes' answer when he was asked about Bashir yesterday, where he said, we didn't expect to be 2-0 down, so which is why Bashir is not being considered. I understand. I mean, England should have been 1-all. If not, maybe, 1-all would have been fair. But they felt like because it's the last chance alone of sorts, they don't think they have the trust in Bashir to play him.
All the analysis for pay.com.au. Points for business. Stokes up, round the wicket, bowls here. Carey tucks it fine. Kawaja, my apologies, tucks it fine to Ben Duckett. He'll retain the strike on 82. Carey's 44 at 4 for 185 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, trusted by generations of Aussies. Built tough to last, season after season. The original, still the best. See the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Taker today is Jofra Archer with 3 of them for program commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6. It'll be Jax continuing here. His 8th over from our southern end. Bowls up here to Kawaja, who's beaten on the outside edge. Do I detect it? Is it real? Did that ball spin? It did. I'm watching it back on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. It turned past the edge cap.
It was nicely bowled by Jax. Good fuller length, nicely flighted, and it gripped.
Good pace as well, 83 kilometres an hour. Just where he'll want to be. Great start to the over. How does he follow? Bowls to Kawaja on 82, who sweeps up and high. It's carrying a square leg, and it's taken. Kawaja's hold out. It's on the sweep. The shot he depends on so regularly. It hung in the air for an age, and Jax gets the breakthrough deep in the session. Kawaja falls for 82. It's a 5 for 185, and it really has come from nowhere. Jax, first ball of the over, beat the outside edge, and the response from Kawaja was to go to that trusty old sweep of his, and that's his downfall as well, Simon Katich.
Yeah, it was flighted, and it just lured him into the big shot. And in the end, I think it was Josh Tongue out at deep. Forward square leg, took a good catch just running forward. Never easy out there square of the wicket when there's a bit of a top edge, and a wonderful knock from Usman Khawaja of 82 comes to an end. And England get the breakthrough they so desperately needed. Australia now 5 for 185.
Yeah, I think it just didn't pick the right length for a change. That kind of just dropped on him, and you could see there's a bit of turn as well. So it was more top edgy, and Usman Khawaja, as soon as he made contact, he realized, I made an error there. And it took a really good catch. I don't know whether the previous delivery had something to do with that dismissal, but Jax earned that wicket.
Yeah, it can definitely have an impact, the ball before, because you can still be thinking about that ball as the next one starts to come down. And it just looked like his eyes lit up when he saw that little bit of flight, and he's been wanting that area throughout the innings, but he paid the price there. He looked so comfortable once he got set.
Move very quickly from 50 to 80 and 82, but that's where he's departed. Will Jax gets his name in the book for the second time in the series, and that brings Josh Inglis to the crease for pay.com.au. Points for business. Of course, Inglis made 23 last week in his first test of the series. And watching it back here, it ballooned up really, didn't it? It's the first time that Kawaja's played that shot and not middled it. Came off the bottom portion. Bit top edgy, and Tongue did well. Had he put that down, it would have been drama for England. But he's held his nerve, and the response from England shows it's just a reminder at 5 for 185. It is day in the balance stuff.
Oh, definitely.
Even if that partnership was getting big on them, now they're broken. They've got a decent window, 10 minutes before the short break. to get stuck into Josh Inglis.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether Ben Stokes persists with Jacks after this breakthrough. He's done his job now. Does he go back to an Archer or one of the quicks that can try and knock Inglis over early? He got pinned on the crease at the Gabba from a ball that came back into the stumps from Stokes.
So for Inglis, they'll start with a slip and a short, straight catching mid-wicket. Jacks bowls to him. Inglis first ball, goes back and tucks it to square leg where there will not be a single. Inglis hasn't got a good record here at Adelaide Oval in any form of the game, averaging 20 in first-class cricket. For what it's worth, Jacks bouncing up away from us, bowls to Inglis. His second ball's defended, and Stokes wants it at mid-wicket. Instead, it'll be Root, who's the second man in that region. No run.
Yeah, it's a big knock for him now because Khawaja comes in, makes 82. We know Smith's probably going to walk straight back into the team when he's fit. So this dynamic of Green missing out and Inglis being at 7 gives him an opportunity.
Jacks up, Inglis waits, goes back, gets big on him. Just comes off maybe the stickers of the bat as he was trying to make room. Got that real bounce that we saw Jack start the over with. So maybe an over that'll really help build his confidence.
Oh, well, he's just got a good length here, and he's a tall man, so he does get bounce from that high action and release.
Jacks to finish. Inglis defends again, a ball that gets considerable bounce. Well bowled, Will Jacks, a wicket maiden, getting rid of Usman Khawaja. There'll be a change in commentary. Gerard Whateley in for me after the break. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes, 1800 646464. It's 5 for 185.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Australia 5 for 183. Usman Khawaja is gone for 82, depriving the day of its defining story, really. The South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas has joined us in the SEN Test Cricket box. Premier, welcome.
Gerard, absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
The founder of the feast. This is the first day of the Christmas Test, and it looks a spectacular success.
It's been a long time coming, mate. We've been counting down the days, and to see it come to light and fruition like this is just awesome.
Stokes to Carey, backs away, swats it down to the fly slip, takes a single.
I think we're onto something here, Gerard. I don't know what you think, but I think the Christmas Test slot just elevates what has already been one of the most iconic Test matches anywhere in the world. But this is generally taken to another level.
So what was the brainchild? What was the thinking behind it?
Well, the context was, in our view, and I was rather sort of, I wasn't backwards in coming forwards and expressing a bit of frustration around some of the scheduling that we had in the past, was that Adelaide deserves the premium opponent, particularly when we've got two nations out here. We deserve the premium opponent and a premium time slot that people can bank on and invest in. So now with a 7-year deal with the Christmas Test, that allows the state government to invest in and around the event.
Stokes bowls to Inglis, who's tied up. It nearly got back onto his stumps. It wriggled through him and rolled tantalisingly close.
So for someone overseas that wants to come and see, India play or South Africa play or whoever it might be next in Australia, they can look 7 years in advance and see when the next Adelaide Test is and book and plan accordingly. And that is invaluable for the event tourism market, which is what we're aggressively making a play on here in South Australia. And so that reliability and proximity to Christmas also means it lends itself more easily for people to be able to get a bit of time off. And you've got to take time off if you really want to enjoy this Test match.
Yep. Stokes is coming over the wickets as he bowls to Inglis, who pulls. It was hollow off the bat. It lands safely over mid-on. It won't get all the way to the boundary, but they'll be able to come back for a third and move to 189. So this is red, a mix of red and pink through your years?
Yeah, again, this divides opinion, right? And you speak to South Australian cricket lovers and they'll give you different thoughts depending on who you're speaking to. But I like the red ball, right? In this regard, I'm a traditionalist. I absolutely appreciate the pink ball and the commercial, what it does commercially for the game and broadcasters and everyone else. And we like what the pink ball allows us to do to be able to project Adelaide at night. Those images are striking and powerful with sunset and so forth. But this arrangement where we've got a mix between both pink ball and red ball, I think accommodates all interests. And, you know, the red ball sort of does do better on TV as we get closer to Christmas and that break period. So hopefully it works well for broadcasters too.
Carey's on 45, backs away and leaves.
So that genuine mix, again, and knowing which one is which and when allows people to plan around it. But the other reason why we like red ball, and it's a different thing to the commerciality for the game itself, is the economics for the city change. Because pink ball, game finishes, people go home. Red ball, game finishes, people go into town and grab a meal and a drink. And that matters to our hospitality industry. So, and they get to experience a different part of a city on the rise. So to that end, we also see a value economically with the red ball over the pink ball.
Stokes to Carey, ducks the bouncer, so we're in the short ball mode here. And we have iconic tests, Boxing Day, New Year's. Are you hoping the language now becomes Christmas tests?
Yeah, we do.
Boxing Day,
we do. Yeah, we do. And we'll be investing in it accordingly.
Yeah.
So we think, like I said, it's an elevation of what was already an iconic test match, because, and in a way that I know people like yourself, Gerard, appreciate who have been here, it's not just what people visibly see inside the cricket ground itself, it's the experience out the back of the grandstands, which is where the festival comes to life, particularly, you know, as we get to the back end of the day.
Last ball of the over, Carey sees it and ducks it.
That's what makes it a point of difference, right? So, you know, the MCG, Coliseum, 90,000 plus people at Boxing Day, hard to beat, right? So we're going to not pretend to be something that we're not. This is a more boutique oval with 50,000 people. It's, you know, you got all the atmosphere you could possibly hope for. The iconic nature of the northern end of the grandstand, or the northern end of the oval with the fig trees and the scoreboard and like, but it's really out the back that separates it. You know, this out the back of Adelaide Oval, Day 1 sells more Pims than Wimbledon, right? All drunk in moderation, of course. but you know, it's a real festival out there, and that's what people were going to come to experience something a little bit different.
The place of sport and you have made it the centrepiece of so much in this state. So you've just had the Supercars Grand Final 3 weeks ago, which I take it was a spectacular success.
Well, there was over 100,000 there on the last day of racing, 270,000 across 4 days. But there were more people at the Supercars Grand Final than the AFL Grand Final. Now, I've got to be honest with you, like, I'm not the world's biggest motorsport fan.
Jacks begins the new over. Inglis back, flays it out to deep point. He'll get a single and go to 4.
But the enthusiasm amongst a significant cohort of Australians for motorsport is real and deserves to be catered for in a high-quality environment. So that's what we saw a few weeks ago. Just the crowds, and everyone's wearing paraphernalia.
Yeah.
It's there's a real passion for it. So that stands alone and caters for a different market than what you might see at an event like this.
2 slips, vaguely 2 covers here, so Ben Stokes has got an idea. Carey is for defending.
We've got a test match here as well.
Do we ever? This 5 for 190 is not exactly what Australia would have had in mind. We're going to hit T here. I'll keep going with you. Our tradition is you'll call a few balls. I'll do this one and then you pick it up for us. Jacks on the sweep, the paddle sweep, Carey. It's a deft touch too. Down to fine leg. He'll come back for a couple. Inglis rushed to see if there was more on offer, but that's it. Carey is 47. It's 5 for 192.
Jacks looks pretty comfortable in some respects.
Yeah, I wouldn't have given $1 for him not that long ago, but he spins one past the outside edge of Kawaja and then gets him on the sweep.
I know. It broke my heart. I was just... The story behind Kawaja today, there's so many different elements to it. Yeah. And to see him batting well after struggling a little bit early, I thought he looked good after tea. But Jacks into the great South Australian Carey, who comes off the back foot and sort of pulls it across his body, going on to mid-on and taking an easy single. How did that go?
Yeah, nice. you just tune up. So that's 48 for Carey. It's 5 for 193. Session started at 2 for 94. Like so much of the day, it's in the balance.
So Jacks right arm over the wicket here to Inglis. He just sort of prods forward, comes off the bat pretty comfortably, takes no run.
Just take us to tea here.
This makes me nervous when I do this. I was feeling comfortable doing it. I'm worried something might happen.
I'm hoping something might happen.
So Jax is just waiting for Inglis to take his position here. Persisting right arm over the wicket. And again, Inglis just pushes off his back foot through to point. Takes an easy single. Looks rather comfortable doing so. Which takes us through to tea.
5 for 194, Inglis's 5, Carey's 48. So the suite that you have built as supercars, now a grand final, so that's refined. This is refined. Gather Round is a roaring success. Tour Down Under has always been great. Liv's about to go through this transformation, 72 holes, and then soon enough we'll be out the back here.
So this is the big one that's really surprised everybody. I mean, golf is going through this extraordinary resurgence in Australia at the moment. I mean, women's golf is exploding participatory-wise, similar with junior golf. But we saw over 100,000 people come to Live Golf, 40% of which came from interstate overseas, a lot of which were repeat visitation from the year before. But we're taking an extraordinary step to actually invest in the North Adelaide Golf Course, which, for the benefit of your listeners, is immediately adjacent to Adelaide Oval. So it's essentially it's a CBD golf course, if you think of it that way. The views, because there's a hill that it plays up and down, the views from the top of the hill as you're teeing off on the long par 5s towards the CBD and Adelaide Oval. It's like you're trying to hit the ball into the middle of Adelaide Oval. It's something to behold. But it's been a public course that the council hasn't really had the capital to invest in, notwithstanding having plans over decades. So we just see a moment here to actually capitalise on the opportunity. We're completely redeveloping the golf course to bring it up from a public golf course to a world-class public golf course. And Greg Norman's team is designing the course. Their mandate is to turn into a top 4 or 5 public golf course anywhere in the world. And it'll be able to be home of the Live Golf tournament into the future as that format continues to grow, and we think it will. That allows us to increase the number of tickets that we can sell as well, because it's been selling out. So all of those things come together.
Mark Howard, joined by
that'll be in
Michael Vaughan.
That'll be in 2028 will be the first year of that. So work is happening in situ, and we're about to release the course design. There's always a bit of controversy when you're making an investment of this nature, but economically, it's not just about the Live Golf tournament, Gerard. It's about the other 51 weeks of the year where people will be able to use it publicly. And I don't mind saying we see a commercial opportunity around golf tourism as well for non-South Australians. So down on Kangaroo Island, there's a brand new private golf course being built. Kangaroo Island being an iconic destination in itself that is seeking to replicate what's happened in Barnbougle. So between a city course that's globally unique and a Kangaroo Island course that is beyond words spectacular, we see an opportunity for golf tourism, which is what we're making a play in as well.
So as we close, just the centrepiece that sport is now in this town is, I'm from Melbourne, how we regard that, but what you've progressively built to be at the centre of Adelaide life.
It's a platform. Right? It's a platform for the state to be able to sell its story of growing economic confidence, right? And sport cuts through like nothing else. And we don't want to. Adelaide and people have compared the Adelaide sporting calendar now to the Melbourne sporting calendar. And the fact that we're even being mentioned in the same breath is something that we're very proud of. But Melbourne stands alone in terms of its offering, right? And what we want to make sure is that just as Melbourne does its things well, we do our things well. We don't want to replicate it. What we want to do is be different and make sure that it's a good enough event that someone travels for, goes home and says, put that on your bucket list, in the way that Gather Round is, for instance. And every time someone comes and experiences Adelaide, which is a very different place today than wherever it was 10 years ago, that just creates a new connection, a new point of contact that economically can translate to an opportunity for the state. And we're starting to see evidence of that now that we're the fastest growing economy in the country. But what you and I both know is that sport is the universal language, right? It transcends any point of difference and brings people together. Even for Geelong supporters coming here like you, doing damage to Port Adelaide in finals that I'm still trying to get over. Notwithstanding those differences, it brings people together. And just at the moment in the world around us, that's probably got more currency and importance than than ever has.
It's a great sentiment on which to finish. Premier, thank you. Congratulations. We might even break a record by the time this day is done.
I think it's a real chance.
Yeah?
53,000 we're at now, and there's still plenty of people to come in after work, so fingers crossed.
Great to see you.
Thanks.
Peter Malinauskas is the Premier of South Australia. It is tea here on SEN Test Cricket. Australia 5 for 194.
G'day, there a crash in Elizabeth on Main North Road outbound near Midway Road. There's a crash to watch out for in Paraka on Montague Road eastbound after Port Wakefield Road. Urgent works continue in Kilkenny on David Terrace south of Torrens Road. And a burst water main in Broadview on Hampstead Road near Welwyn Road. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. And Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Buying and selling goods here and overseas can be complex. Octex Trade Finance provides a flexible line of credit to pay suppliers in over 70 countries at competitive FX rates with up to 60 days interest-free. Visit octet.com. Leading criteria and conditions may apply.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered serve. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
G'day, there a crash in Elizabeth on Main North Road outbound near Midway Road. There's a crash to watch out for in Paraka on Montague Road eastbound after Port Wakefield Road. Urgent works continue in Kilkenny on David Terrace south of Torrens Road. And a burst water main in Broadview on Hampstead Road near Welwyn Road. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. And Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Go Harvey Norman. Shop split system air conditioners now with no deposit, 36 months interest free on a participating Latitude credit card. Shop in store, shop online. Shop the latest in energy efficient air conditioning from leading brands Fujitsu, Mitsubishi Electric, Samsung, Westinghouse and Rinnai. With no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude Financial Services. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance $500. Equal monthly payment plan, T's and C's, charges and exclusions. Shop split system air conditioners with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude now at Harvey Norman.
For generations, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts have been the trusted choice for weekend warriors and tradies. Built tough to handle the heaviest loads and trusted to perform time and time again. With a wide range of models, parts and accessories, Sherlock makes every job easier. Designed for Aussie conditions, they're made to go the distance. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, tough loads made easy. Explore the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be zero carb, zero sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Hi, Jamie Dury here with a hot tip for you to survive this summer. Even on the hottest days, you can still stay cool at home with My Dear Air Conditioning. You won't be afraid to run a My Dear air conditioner for longer thanks to an energy rating of up to 7 stars and a 7-year warranty for added peace of mind. My Dear Air Conditioners, your cool summer choice. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
For 100 summers, Pope has been in the backyards of Aussie homes, keeping lawns lush and gardens thriving. And just like backyard cricket helps grow our future Ashes stars, we're celebrating how Pope has helped grow gardens for generations. From hoses, sprinklers, reels and carts to tap timers and irrigation, Pope's got the gear to keep your patch going strong. Pope, celebrating 100 summers together. Available at selected hardware and garden stores. Find out more at gardeningwithpope.com.au.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes. Meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
How does he follow? Bowls to Khawaja on 82, who sweeps up and high. It's carrying a square leg, and it's taken. Khawaja's holdouts. It hung in the air for an age, and Jags gets the breakthrough deep in the session.
The Tea Break. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew.
That was Adam Collins' commentary of Usman Khawaja's dismissal on the stroke of tea. He was gone for 82, and it leaves Australia 5 for 194. That partnership 91 between Khawaja and Carey, broken unexpectedly, it must be said, from the bowling of Will Jacks. Australia lost 2 wickets with a score of 94 just after lunch. That was Labuschagne and that was Cameron Green, who were both dismissed, caught at mid-wicket. And it leaves the English in a pretty nice position, Lisa Sthalekar. This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The experts stay to play from Lisa for TAC. For TAC. The police are using every tool they have to keep the road safe. Drink driving, wrong choice. The English will be pretty happy with that, I would have thought.
I think given the fact that they've picked up wickets on multiple occasions against the run of play.
Yeah.
That's been the most surprising thing, and especially straight after lunch to be able, Jofra Archer to come in and pick up 2 quick wickets within that over. All of a sudden, Australia were feeling very comfortable going into lunch, and then all of a sudden it turns on its head. And then just before the tea break, they're able to break that big partnership between Khawaja and Carey, which was on 91.
So Inglis and Carey have put on 9. Alex Carey has looked incredible so far. The Player of the Day contenders, thanks to RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist. Who's on your mind?
Has to be Usman Khawaja. Simply because he was out of the playing 11, and no doubt would have been told or given a heads up that Steve Smith isn't quite right. He has to maybe pass a fitness test in the morning. Didn't do that. Obviously, we got a chance to see Steve Smith shake his head with disappointment, in disbelief, like, what do you mean I'm not good enough to play? I can play on one leg if you need me to. But Khawaja gets an opportunity, gets dropped on 5, which then flicks the switch. He clips one off his legs and away he goes, and his scoring rate is a lot faster than Marnus's. And then as soon as Marnus got out, he kind of anchored again, and then was looking like he was potentially going to bring up 100. So it's a bit disappointing for him, no doubt, having done all of the hard work.
Yeah, and he's always said, very honestly, that batting in the middle order is easier than open the batting, and it proved today for him, even though he was in relatively early at number 4. Lisa, who's dug in so far today for before you dig?
Dug in? It's a tough one, actually. I mean, Carey hasn't really dug in. He's kind of like hit the ground running and away he went. I'd have to say, like, the England bowlers, there's a lot of speculation on them. So Archer, I think, coming in and bowling his couple of spells, I actually think what Ben Stokes did with him at the Gabba was really important to set almost a platform of, mate, this is what we need you to do, and he's been able to have a bigger impact in this test match than the previous two.
For every job, search before you dig online every time. Lisa, great work as always. We'll hear you in the third session this afternoon. Australia 5 for 194. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Adam Collins is up next here from a faultless, beautiful Adelaide Oval.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
52 weekends a year. That's all you've got. 104 days of freedom. 104 days to explore this beautiful country. Go on great adventures and follow wherever the impulse takes you. 2,496 hours of beach, bush, country, off-roading, getaways, holidays and road tripping. Nearly 15,000 minutes of irreplaceable family memories. So don't waste a single minute. Conquer your weekends in the Ford Everest.
Picnics on the beach, pool days, backyard sport. Whatever your summer looks like, it's always better with a 4 and 20 in hand. Enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Watching sports, playing sports, or just soaking up the summer sun. Biting into a 4 and 20 pie is the ultimate summer snack for whatever summer you're having. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan favourite.
Did you know that groundbreaking treatments come to life thanks to people like you and me? That's right, we hold the power to change lives.
Your participation in a CMAX trial today can contribute to discoveries that could pave the way for better prevention and treatment of diseases tomorrow.
CMAX values your safety, comfort and time above all. All participants are paid about $400 per night for their contribution.
Keen to see if you would be eligible for a CMAX trial? Log on to cmax.com.au. That's cmax.com.au.
This season, sound makes it home with Sonos. I can watch the game in my living room and it sounds like I'm at the stadium. When I'm in the kitchen, I group my Sonos soundbar with my kitchen speaker and don't miss a ball. Oh, and at dinner time, the game comes outside to the barbecue with me on my Sonos Move 2 portable speaker.
Mate, I heard that bat on ball from here.
Sound makes it home with Sonos. Visit sonos.com to learn more. Go Harvey Norman. Shop split system air conditioners now with no deposit, 36 months interest free on a participating Latitude credit card. Shop in store, shop online. Shop the latest in energy efficient air conditioning from leading brands Fujitsu, Mitsubishi Electric, Samsung, Westinghouse and Rinnai. With no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude Financial Services. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance $500. Equal monthly payment plan, T's and C's, charges and exclusions. Shop split system air conditioners with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude now at Harvey Norman.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It is a day that's delicately poised. Australia 5 for 194 after winning the toss and electing to bat. And the other count that is on is we're going to have a record-breaking day here, I fancy. The current crowd is 54,792. The record crowd is 55,317 for a day of Test cricket, which dates back to 2017. And before that, it was the Bodyline Test of 1933. And with the Village Green in full operation, that only needs 500 more members to come for a drink after work. And I feel absolutely certain, Bharat Sundaresan, that is going to happen. Welcome in.
Oh, thank you, Gerard. I think that record will be broken. I'm going to stick my neck out here and say in the next 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it's getting to that time here on a Wednesday. It's 3 p.m. now. People will start leaving their workplaces soon enough. And yeah, the Village Green will fill up. And hey, not to forget, one of South Australia's heroes is out there, Gerard. And if he bats for another half an hour, look out. I think that record will not just be broken, but be surpassed by quite a distance.
Thanks to Liquorland, your sporting club could score more this summer. Nominate your local sporting club for the chance to win a $500 voucher. Head to senwin.enter to enter. T's and C's apply. SENwin to enter. And it is, I presume, we've got to 35. Let me just check where we are. Our weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. It's 34 degrees. It's expected to get to 35 across this hour. And it has been the most glorious summer's day here. What do you think? This is so interesting.
It is. I just feel like Australia have just kept England in the game. There's been some, like Simon Katich said earlier, erroneous shots. Maybe it's a hot day, loss of concentration, but most of the dismissals have come from nowhere. Was Cam Green, obviously, it's just second ball, very soft dismissal, as they say, a loose shot, but most of them have been that.
Back to Jofra Archer, who wrought havoc in the first over after lunch. Might he do the same? 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 wickets. He bowls to Inglis, who defends the first ball and sees it off. 3 for 19 for Archer.
I must say this, I don't know what England were up to in Noosa, but their over rates terrific compared to what we saw in Perth and Brisbane. 24 overs in the first session and 26 in the second session. Yeah, Will Jacks has bowled quite a bit. But they just haven't... Yeah, I mean, Usman Khawaja, that wicket, probably the delivery before that, Will Jacks got a bit of turn and then Usman went for the sweep a bit too early.
Archer in, over the wicket, bowls to Inglis, back foot defence.
The biggest challenge for England in this series has been backing it up session after session. We saw the game was drifting just before Usman Khawaja got out. After Archer had set the tone, like he did in the morning. So, probably you'd expect the same from him. But it'll come down to whether the rest can back him up, unless he just goes on a tear and takes 2-3 wickets in the spell.
Tosses ball from hand to hand at the top of his mark. The dreadlocks in place. He's in and bowls to Inglis, who's forward and defending. So every photographer, every headline writer, every columnist lost their story when Khawaja went for 82. It still might be the default story, but it doesn't quite have the same flourish as the century that he seemed destined for.
He did. In a weird way though, Gerard, putting my journalist hat on, I think he can say a lot more by making an 80 than 100, because 100 becomes a celebration. This, I think he'll have a lot to say later tonight. He's earned a spot in the press conference table.
Yes. It does leave Inglis batting for his place in the team. Archer bowls to him, Inglis driving, doesn't beat cover. No run.
But you're right. I mean, 4 years ago, we didn't expect him when he lost out in a way to Travis Head in the bat off and for number 5, and Travis Head made the 100 at the Gabba, and Australia went 3-0 up in Melbourne. You thought that was it for Usman Khawaja. We weren't even thinking about him at that point. And he just dramatically came back in Sydney. Nobody would have thought he would, from that point on, go on to open the batting and become one of the most successful openers Australia have had.
Archer from the Cathedral end. Bowls to Inglis. Off his pads to mid-wicket, no run.
And then to lose his place in the side. And he was officially left out of the playing 11 yesterday. And then to be told yesterday afternoon that, hey, maybe not. This rarely has a captain come out and announce the playing 11, and within an hour there have been some concern over one of the main players. So Usman Khawaja would have been thinking about playing today. And then the big referee, his innings was going nowhere, was it, Gerard? We were there when the catch was dropped.
Last ball of Archer's over. Inglis sees off a maiden 5 for 194. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
And from that point on, it just was a release for Usman Khawaja. He got a ball on his pads that he clipped away for 4. And played with the kind of freedom we haven't seen him play with probably since 4 years ago. Because he did become a very stodgy opener. He made a lot of runs, but he batted for long periods. But you think back to the twin hundreds in Sydney, the joy in his batting.
Yes.
Because it looked like he thought that would be the only test he'll get to play. So it's been sort of missing in his game in the last 2 years in particular. So who knows, maybe there's a third win to this Usman Khawaja story.
His last day as a 38-year-old, 82 from 126 balls, so he got 100 bonus balls. Jacks begins again, the paddle sweep, beautifully played by Carey. Such soft hands and a deft bat stroke. Will get 3 down to fine leg and bring up his half century. Every Adelaide test needs a local hero. It's wide open for Alex Carey to be that. Raises the bat again with a test half century.
He's always played these Adelaide Oval tests in the shadow of Travis Head, especially the last 3 tests where Travis Head has made 100 in each one of them. He's had vital contributions in some of those, but this is his chance. This is his platform. This could well be his moment.
Back-to-back half-centuries in the series, having done so at the Gabba, 13th of his test career to sit alongside his 2 tons. And the 2 keepers are out there together. Inglis playing at 7 as a batter. He's on 5. How Australia would love this partnership to last all the way through and subject England to the maximum heat today and tomorrow. Inglis plays Jacks on the back foot. So Khawaja had made, coming here today, 463 runs for the calendar year, and half of those in 1 knock in Gaul.
Yep.
So he had progressive. The diminished returns were finishing him off. Reverse sweep. Inglis hit it hard too. Helped it on its way under the Edwin Smith stand for 4. Lovely inside-out move to get it behind square. Azito brushless power tools boundary do you. The 200 up for Australia in the 52nd over.
Oh, such a natural shot for Josh Inglis. Even with Alex Carey at times, it looks like he puts an effort into it. With Inglis, it's muscle memory, this. Very easy.
3 in the deep with Jacks bowling to Inglis. He goes again, swats it a little bit squarer on the reverse sweep and is held to a single. He's 10.
Just some selective stats about Usman Khawaja, Gerard. Since the retirement of David Warner, if you take out the Sri Lanka series, he's averaged 21 with the bat. And those are pretty poor numbers. And it was only understandable that Australia didn't find a place for him originally in this playing 11. And probably that could well have been the end of his career.
Carey's on 51. Jacks came around the wicket, knocked away to mid-on, and a single taken, 5 for 203.
And I'm not saying his 82 today, even if it had become 100, would have been 3 more years of Usman Khawaja. But at least probably he'll get to have a say in how he goes out.
Last ball of the Jacks over. Back goes Inglis. Can't find a run to the leg side. So 9 from the over. 5 for 203. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Did you know that Cobra Mistake extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobra Mistake, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts. 5 for 203, Carey 52, Inglis is 10. The Liquorland last session, cheers. Liquorland choose to drink wise. Jofra Archer opened with his third maiden this session. How will he go in the heat? He's around the wicket bowling. Onto the pads of Carey. They're up, they're asking, they're beseeching.
Oh.
Turned down. So Archer went for third helpings on the appeal. Yeah, Ben Stokes will. I feel sometimes you just have to go with your bowler. The LBW shout for Liquorland score more this summer with Liquorland choose to drink wise. Alex Carey's fate hangs in the balance.
With a player review.
Ben Stokes went to Will Jacks just to check on the height, and Will Jacks almost went neither here nor there. So they are taking a chance with this. There were a few appeals earlier from Ben Stokes' bowling where he thought otherwise.
First time to DRS for Imar, Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 overs.
Snicker just to confirm there's no bad.
I think that's too high. He's on tiptoes as well, Alex Carey, when it makes contact.
Let's run that back one more time. Looks like it's get there, go through. Yeah. No bad involved.
Flap of his pad, the front pad, so nothing which should be umpire's call, you would think.
Pitching outside off.
He'll be unlucky here.
Wickets missing.
It's missing down the leg side.
Down to the original decision. You're on screen.
High and wide.
But yeah, just on Alex Carey, Gerard, I don't know whether you felt the same. Like last week at the Gabba with his keeping performance. You know, one of those memes where there are all these legends sitting on Mount Rushmore and they were welcoming someone in. It felt like he was being welcomed into the pantheon of Australian wicketkeepers.
Yes, yeah. That was his 45th Test match. This is his 46th. He faces up to Archer and blocks.
Where we had the great Ian Healy in our box and Brad Haddin and Adam Gilchrist. All of them together. And that is wicket-keeping royalty. The 3 different eras of Australian cricket. And when you look at Australian Test cricket going back to Rod Marsh, each one has been defined by either a captain or a wicket-keeper. I do wonder if we are in the Alex Carey era now. And it felt like it for sure at the Gabba.
Archer in bowls to him off his hip. No, they don't go for the single. So 2 Test centuries, and then his keeping has progressively refined to just the pinnacle moment to put all of his skills on show. He now bats like an Australian wicketkeeper. It's all counter-attack. It's jaunty. Even though he's at 6, which is a very unusual place for an Australian keeper, it hasn't curtailed him whatsoever.
Brad Haddin was still complaining though during lunch. Keepers should bat 7.
Yes. Chopping away hard, Carey. Archer is with them. Full toss, jammed down on it. He was trying to slice that away through backward point. Got the cue end of the bat. Trickles to the bowler.
And there's this continuity to it as well, isn't it, Gerard? I mean, since his debut, he's the only Australian to have played in all the tests. 46 now. Everybody else has missed 1 or 2 or more in that period. And it's been an interesting period for Australian Test cricket as well. They won away in Pakistan and retained the Ashes in England, won in New Zealand.
Archer Carey got squared up. Squirts out off back pad, no run.
And go back to that innings in Christchurch, 19 months ago, where it was a make or break. And for him to play a match-winning knock and take Australia home to avoid what would have been their first defeat in New Zealand since, I think, the 1990s. That was more a moment of relief, and from that point on, he's not looked back.
The last ball of Archer's 12th over. He's just struggling to get it into the 140s. and the 34-degree heat. But he is troubling Carey. Counter-attacking cut was out to cover. I don't know whether that's quite carried or not.
I think it has.
But the way Cass is lying on the turf in the aftermath suggests that having taken 2 catches, he might have just dropped one, or he's hurt his hand at the very least. 5 for 203. Carey survives on 52. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen confirms the drop catch. It would have been one hell of a grasp. Cass low down to his left on the dive. Got a hand to it on the full just above the turf. It didn't stick in the palm. So Carey gets a life at 52. Archer misses his 4th wicket. And Cass misses his what would have been his 3rd catch of the innings. Jacks the fresh over to Inglis, who was initially coming and then retreated. Turns around the corner, no run. The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Jacks with a slip in place and a short mid-on. It opens up a lot of space. Inglis leans on a ball to point and ambles through for a run. 5 for 204.
I think over-reliance on Will Jackson away. His bowling is 11th over. It is a hot day, so Ben Stokes wants to rotate his fast bowlers around. Even though he does have a wicket, I have found run scoring pretty easy against him. Ben Stokes trying to wake up one of his fielders.
The deep backward square. Come on. Pick him. Jacks is going at 6 and over. That's the wicket of Usman Khawaja. So at least partially plays way. 3 in the deep. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover point. Long off. Jacks around the wickets. Carey drives, can't beat. Root to the infield.
I mean, Josh Inglis will want to score here. His 2nd test on Australian soil. Now that Usman Khawaja's got a significant score as well.
Jacks to Carey, plays back, slogs across the line, opened up the possibilities at deep mid-wicket, but could only get a single under the Bradman Pavilion. He goes to 53.
I wonder if there's any pressure on Cam Green though, Gerard. We spoke about him earlier. Tom had some numbers on him, averaging only 29 now on Australian soil.
Inglis, reverse sweep. Plays it out through square. Oh, with a great sense of timing to get it to the boundary. The dive was always on in the deep, but couldn't prevent it. Cass in the action again. This is prolific for Inglis. He's 15. The boundary's coming for a Zito brushless power tools, do you?
Well, 2 wicket keepers batting like wicket keepers. Ian Healy would be sitting there in Brisbane and nodding away very proudly. Counter-attack is on.
Inglis 11 from 21 balls. Jacks. Oh, the reverse past the slip. Brook moved with anticipation and ended up out of position. Had he sat still, he would have comfortably taken the catch. Inglis lives dangerously. He's 15. That's 8 from the over. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask Builders, then come back to us. henley.com.au. No, not a chance. The Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Under edge into the turf. Up to where Brook was. He's sprawling backwards, but it was a bump ball. Inglis 17. Carey has the strike. He's on 53. Jofra Archer is the danger man. 3 for 19 he bowls. And Carey plays him to the leg side. Just on the lean. Root picks up, throws to the non-strikers. Carey is home. He's 54.
Yeah, the Cam Green discussion is... I think it's become a debate now. I think we spoke about this before the summer. He needed a strong summer on Australian soil. Yes, coming back from injury. Batted well in the Caribbean from the second test onwards. But I asked the question earlier, if you were to pick Cam Green's best 5 test innings in the 35 tests he's played so far, I wonder how many will come up with 5 of them.
Inglis 17. Archer from the Cathedral end bowls. Inglis knocks it away through square. Single to the sweeper in the deep. He's 18.
And he does play mainly as an all-rounder, so you can argue, well, he's got a 5-wicket haul. He's taken vital wickets for Australia, and he has. But because the talk around him has always been he will be the future around whom the rest of the batting lineup will be built on, and we've already seen players being moved in and out of positions to allow him the best opportunity to at some point enter that top 4. That's why I think we're even talking about his numbers a lot more.
Archer's coming around the wicket when he bowls to Carey. Ducks the bouncer. So I don't know whether he'll be under pressure for his place in the team, but he's under pressure to do the job now. So long apprenticeship. Australia has invested in him so well. But now you've actually got to get the dividends to justify it. It's been dropped previously as when Mitch Marsh came into the Ashes series and you simply had to choose him over Green because you couldn't waste that style of batting. He's now at the mercy of, if everybody else makes runs, you're going to get squeezed out again. But I feel like they should give up on the idea of putting him in prime spots. Carey gets tied up as he was just trying to play that ball to mid-off. Put him back at 6. Let him be the all-rounder. And come and see us after you've made 3 more centuries, and then we'll talk to you about 3 or 4 or 5. He is not qualified to bat in those positions anymore. What he is, he's the all-rounder. He should be at 6. And he's got to pay his way there. But if you're going to bat 3, 4, 5, don't come see me without centuries. Archer in flow bowls. Inglis defends successfully this time to the leg sides.
And then what it has done is then leaving Bo Webster out does seem a bit... Yeah, we've spoken a lot about it. He hasn't done anything wrong to lose his spot in the side. But then they become sort of like for like. I mean, you compare them directly with each other. Not in terms of potential, but in terms of returns.
Yeah. Alex Carey in this innings has become Australia's leading run scorer for the calendar year, going past Steve Smith, which is to emphasise the point that you've made, Bharat. He's on 54 here at Adelaide Oval, and he's just staying out of a rising delivery that sizzles past from Archer. 5 for 213, the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Northfield, a grass fire, Grand Junction Road near Hampstead Road, a breakdown, North-South motorway near the Wingfield interchange in Wingfield, a smash getting cleared as well, Maindorf Road, Midway Road in Elizabeth, this remains Hampstead Road, Muller Road, Broadview, North East Road, Elizabeth Street, Tea Tree Gully. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to get back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Biggs and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts. 5 for 213. Alex Carey's 54. Josh Inglis is 18. Will Jacks is about to bowl his 12th over. 11 overs, 1 made, 1 for 63. He's going for plenty. He has the Khawaja wickets. Inglis to a flighted delivery, whips it away out to deep mid-wicket and takes a single. Our experts for UFEED POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Bharat joined by Damien Fleming. Welcome back, Flem.
Gerard, Bharat, listeners, how you going?
It'll be lively while the two keepers are batting.
Yeah.
That much I know.
Yep. The right-hand, left-hand combination working really well for the Aussies here. Both good players of spin.
England missed Carey on 52. It was a tough chance. He's back, slogging across the line. Didn't get all of it. It trickles out to deep mid-wicket. They'll be able to come back for a second. Advances to 56.
Yeah, imagine Nathan Lyons watching this and seeing a bit of turn, and he's not going to bowl as many half-trackers as Jack's bowls, so he'll be very excited when he gets his turn to get to the bowling crease.
5 for 216. Carey on the drive. Oh, where's that gone? Out behind him off an inside edge. Past the short backwards square, and they'll be able to take a couple.
It's almost like he yorked himself and got an under edge.
Yeah, he did get back to it. 58. That's, of all the places it could have ended up, out behind the keeper was not one of them.
No.
.58 from 91. On the job from the moment he got out into the middle. Carey is on the clip. Beats mid-on. Jofra Archer. Very poor piece of fielding. For as well as he's bowled, he gives up a boundary there. Harbour bridged it. Azito brushless power tools do you. And get a razz from the crowd. Carey goes to 62. And not just from the crowd either. Teapots.
I know. Teapots from a few of the Englishmen. Ben Stokes is not even looking in his direction.
Yuck, that's awful. Diving one-handed over the top of it. Carey, across the line and missed. Australia have made Jacks look good twice. One spinning past the outside edge of Khawaja.
Could have just top-edged that.
Yeah,
that wasn't that short. It's definitely turning.
5 for 222. Circumspect in defence. Sent back by Inglis. Carey returns to his ground. End of the over. 5 for 222. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
When sprains, pains, and strains happen, who's there to help? Chemist Warehouse has you covered, from strength and training to relief, recovery and everything in between. With the right products and the right support, we'll help you get back in the game. Chemist Warehouse. Always here, always ready.
Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. 5 for 222. Carey 62. Inglis 19. Jofra Archer, after a poor moment in the field, returns to the top of his mark at the Cathedral end. SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts. Inglis sees the first ball of the fresh over and he defends down the pitch.
So I don't know what it is like to play a home test, Flem, but Alex Carey was on daddy duties yesterday. He brought his young son Louis along to watch a bit of nets. And then he was on pool duty and had to then take him for a meal to a Mexican fast food place who don't sponsor us, so I won't mention them. But yeah, I think there must be the different challenges of playing a home test.
They've gone with a short catching mid-wicket 3 pitches away on a strip that's been prepared for a future match. Immediately into the action, the field from that spot as Inglis defends.
And the fans love the home heroes, isn't it? Like Travis Head coming, is it 300s in a row here? They'd love 100 from Alex Carey. He's been in such good form, wouldn't it? He deserves one to cash in. Big job to do keeping too. We talked about Nathan Lyon going to enjoy these conditions and coming off probably a career best test match at the Gabba with the gloves.
Archer with his 3 wickets. Bowls to Inglis, clips off his toes and finds a single to forward square out into the deep. He's 20. As that graphic just came up before, as most runs in the calendar year for Australia. Carey's gone past Smith.
Oh, wow.
So that's how productive he's been. 620.
Or 90, 91, I think it's a ball.
And also just the aggressive nature of his batting too, isn't he? Like he's after them. Scores quick.
So Archer's not getting beyond 140 really in this spell.
I wouldn't imagine he'd have too many left in him.
He's in and bowling to Carey. Chops off an inside edge onto the pad. Goes forward of square. Doesn't find a run.
They might bring tongue on it for some short ball bowling. To go with that method, which they tend to go to halfway through the day.
622 runs at 52 for the year.
22. Wow, that's excellent.
It's Alex Carey.
I wonder if Ben Stokes looks at the bowling card and if this is the number of overs he would have wanted from Will Jacks. I don't know. He's not played a specialist spinner.
Archer to Carey. Was that a slower bouncer? He rose up with it, knocked it away past point, and gets a couple of runs. No, 141.9. He didn't ride the bounce particularly well. Got up high on it. Got it got it through the open corner.
It's a good bouncer, but yeah, maybe the Kookaburra ball's getting a bit softer as well, so it's not quite getting, or it's losing a lot more pace off the pitch.
Pitches, it's interesting. It mightn't be the 500 pitch that was forecast.
No. Oh, there's been some soft dismissals.
They have, yep. Archer to Carey, drags it out of the stumps. No footwork there. Inside edge past the square leg umpire for a single. And it's Archer's turn to stand with his hands on his hips. Carey 63. Australia 5 for 226. The Glencore scoreboard advance in everyday life. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
We're half an hour into the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Adam Collins in. Damien, Fleming and Sundaresan for company. Will Jacks bowling in front of me here to Carey, who's well forward defending towards the offside. No run.
You just feel that if they just play Jacks on merits, there's a lot of runs, a lot of ones and twos out there.
Slip and a catching cover. Bowls here, Carey. Straight back to him on the bounce. No run. Fielder's back at square leg, which is nearly in shade. Deep point, which is very much not. Long off. That's in front of us. Plenty of singles. Around the ground, Jacks bowls and Carey back and cuts to the eastern side. To deep point, where he'll move to 66, equalling his highest score against England. That was at Birmingham a couple of years ago, 5 for 227.
English has looked good, looked busy.
Yeah.
He's pulled out the reverse sweep a couple of times, and he always looks good playing that shot.
Happy to use his feet as well, Josh Inglis.
20 from 28. Australia still going at just on 4 and over. Bowling here is Jackson. Inglis goes up and over the top of mid-wicket. Doesn't get all of it, but it does still trickle into the rope. So he went far enough aerially. It was like that range hitting you see in T20 cricket. Moves to 24 with the boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. And it takes Australia to 5 for 231.
Yeah, just a little slog sweep, but the face just opened up a bit on the bat, so it actually went high in the air.
Inglis bowls again, or Inglis faces rather Jacks, who bowls, and he plays it out to backward point, cutting, no run. Of course, Inglis would be mindful that Khawaja having made runs and Smith back next week. All innings at an early stage of a test career are important, but some more important than others.
Just moving long on around to cow corner now, Ben Stokes.
1 ball left in the over at Zach Crawley in that position. So long on, in theory, vacant if he wants it. Bowls here, and Inglis goes back, gives him the stumps, but plays it back to the bowler defensively. He's 24. There have been 25 boundaries today. Carey 66 at 5 to 231. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
bottom of the freeway is smash. Porrush Road, Glen Osmond Road, a grass fire, Grand Junction Road, Hampstead Road, Northfield. A smash and a breakdown, North-South Motorway near the Wingfield interchange, Dry Creek. Burst water mains to Hampstead Road, Muller Road at Broadview and North East Road, Tea Tree Gully. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to get back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Biggs and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
This is the Ashes on SEN for 4:20, Australia's original fan food. It's Jofra Archer operating from the Cathedral end on a hot day. Saw that crowd's getting higher and higher, Tommy, nearing 55,000.
I think we're about 800 behind the all-time cricket record at last count, about 45 minutes ago.
I'm sure the members will help top that up in the final session. You'd like to think there'll be a way through there. Archer around the wicket to Carey on 66. He's faced 100 balls, and Carey trying to fly it through the offside, but he miscued it to cover no run.
I've always been intrigued by how the Barmy Army has always got the hill here.
Yeah.
They made it their own. I remember even the 2022 T20 World Cup semi-final when they smashed India.
What a night that was.
By 10 wickets, and they were packed in then and they're packed in now.
They'll be hot out there. It's a sun trap, that corner of the ground. No doubt about it. No respite from cloud. Not been a cloud in the sky at any stage today. Yeah, just making Archer wait. He's got that deep backward square back who's 15 metres inside the rope for the miscued pull or hook. Archer operating from the Cathedral end bowls here. Carey plays it out to mid-wicket from the crease. No single. Alex Carey, what a year he's had, Flem, with the gloves, where he's been immaculate. Last week, never better. And now with the bat as well, and he's been consistent all the way through from the start of the year in Sydney and through to Sri Lanka and to England, to the Caribbean, back to Australia. It's exactly what they wanted from him.
Yeah, in all different conditions too. Yep. And he's been able to adjust with the bat, also with the gloves as well. He's just in prime form.
Can he make the most of this on his home deck? Archer up, bowls to Carey, ducks the short one. Got underneath it nice and early.
Tell you what he did though, he left his bat in the air though.
Yes.
That could have hit the bat and gone anywhere. You want to drop your hands as well.
And he's also come back and played for South Australia in the Shield every opportunity.
Yeah, it's got to help. The Australians, most of them all played Sheffield Shield, even if it was one game. It's got to give you confidence coming into this year. Even Stark just feeling, it wasn't 100% in the one-dayers, so I'll play against Victoria. And what a start to this Ashes series he's had.
Archer to Carey again, round the wicket. Carey goes back in the crease and punches it to point, no run.
So it'll be interesting next tour to see what England do. You feel like you need at least 1 3 or 4 day match before the first test and potentially one between the first and second.
Yeah, there was an interesting story on the weekend by Dan Brettig in The Age talking about this very topic, about the memorandum of understanding they do for each bilateral series, and the suggestion that England were offered a proper Australia A fixture before this test, like India had last year, and they weren't that keen on it.
It was at the MCG, wasn't it?
No, well, it was unclear where India had played a couple, but yeah, still, they had that Australia A experience. Archer bowls here. Carey hit on the pad, it balloons out to the offside, no run, but they had their white ball commitments in New Zealand. So that's the one lesson we're getting out of the England camp, is they wouldn't schedule a white ball tour of New Zealand first. But I also appreciate the view, and it's not an unreasonable one, that when Australia have gone to England, their warm-up games have been substandard as well. So Australia have played, when we were there in 2019, they played two, but they were both essentially county second 11s.
But the thing is, Australia compete over in England. They haven't won a test for 15 years,
true.
England.
Yeah,
so
different.
The adjustment, Australians adjust better to English conditions than England do to Australian conditions.
Archer to Carey to finish the over defensively from the crease to cover again. He'll stay on 66, end of Archer's maiden. He's got 3 for 25 today, Inglis 24, 5 for 231 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Say Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered serve. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I Didi.
Yes, I Didi.
This is the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Got Damien, Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan, Tom Morris with me. Will Jacks is bowling from our southern end, city end here at Adelaide Oval. So out goes cow corner again. They're moving Crawley around from that long on position. Can they tempt Inglis into something? Round the wicket, change of angle. Inglis gets forward and places it to cover. Defensively, no run.
He was shaping up to go for the sweep. Changed his mind at the last second.
But yeah, to finish off on that point, Flynn, they're apparently nutting these MOUs out now for the next couple of tours. So there's very clear agreement. As Jacks bowls round the wicket, using his feet, Inglis plays more forcefully through the offside, gets one wide of mid-off, moves to 25, 5 for 232. So we should know far earlier out what it'll be that England will do next time, and indeed what Australia will get when they go to England.
But also, the Australians tend to play a little bit of county cricket too, which is, thank you very much, to county cricket. So, yeah, the preparation's totally different.
Jacks to Carey, got the slip, goes back and chops down hard out the deep backward point in front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand. Carey 67, 5 for 233, comfortably his highest score against England.
And remember there was some talk about Ollie Pope coming and playing for the Adelaide Strikers in the BBL last year as being like some sort of, hey, he's getting a taste of Australian conditions, at least he's getting to bat in the nets, but not the same, is it?
No. The Barmy Army trying to get involved here. Jack's halfway through the over to Inglis, the right-hander, who works it in front of the square leg umpire. Another single three on the trot. He's 26, 5 for 234. This is just what Australia needed after losing a wicket before tea. This pair have put on 40.
Just handy runs, aren't they? You know, he can't bowl a maiden over. You know, there's too many gaps that the Carey and Inglis can just hit into it to at very least get a single.
Carey 67, shorter from Jacks. He wants to pull it, but it goes straight into the turf and then into his front pad and goes to silly point.
That looks his most dangerous ball, the half tracker, doesn't it? They haven't actually bounced as much as Carey's expected.
Well, it's certainly not bounced as high as the one that Khawaja helped out the deep square leg before tea. Jacks bowls here and over the top goes Carey through mid-wicket. No need to run for that.
Shot.
4 more runs. Just smothered any spin that there might have been. Hitting against the turn and doing it beautifully. He's up to 71 with that boundary for Azito, and it takes the partnership to 50 as well at 5 for 238.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Yes, that stand now 53 from 76. Inglis has 26 of those.
Good pace as well, isn't it? Just accelerating the game here. These two keepers. There'll be a change of bowling. Archer pretty good, not as fast as we've seen throughout the set, but his control was good. He was able to create a few errors without getting a wicket in that spell. So let's see, is it Tongue with the ball? And bowled really well until that last spell, wasn't it, from the scoreboard end? He got met.
They did him to lift here. He's got none for 40 from 10. As you say, Flem, the first spell dramatically better than the second. Change of bowling for SEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Lisa Sthalekar is jumping in as well. Slip in the gully for Tongue, bowling to Inglis on 26. Up from that scoreboard end, bowls here and leaving alone well wide of the off stump. G'day, Lisa.
G'day. How you going?
Ooh. That was a loosener. You see there, it's about 3 feet wide of the off stump, Flem.
See, if you bowl it far enough away, you're not going to get hit for 4, right?
Just worried. We'll see how he goes, but he seems to be regressing with each spell. Tongue. His first one was a beauty.
And then you
can he fire up now?
Then you built him up and he went for a bit.
Needs that extra yard that we've seen of him when playing in England. His first test away from home today, Tongue. Up to Inglis bowls here, 2 in the cordon. That's the direction it goes, between slip and gully, down towards the rope before. We saw Inglis score a lot of runs in that region at Brisbane a couple of weeks ago. He's up to 30 at 5 for 242 Australia.
It's actually a good ball, and he's unlucky, but the field's not set for outside edges, is it? One slip in place. So he's forced an error. That's a pretty good stock ball. But if he's going to bowl there consistently, he'll need to change his field.
So the field is the slip gully, backward point, cover point, wideish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 back on the leg side. A deep square leg and a fine leg or a long leg. Tongue bowls here, and well forward is Inglis, finding a gap at cover. Well played. They've done that so well today. There'll be a couple out to the eastern side, collected by Stokes. They're back through for the second without any drama. 32 for Inglis, 5 for 244.
Even just looking at how easy it was just to prop on the front foot, knock the ball on its head. I find it fascinating watching Stokes. It's almost like you need a Virat Kohli. You know how there was one camera that just followed him. I reckon Stokes is another guy that you just want to see his emotions, his reactions, how hard he's chasing, how much he's putting his body on the line.
He's done a lot of fielding today, Stokes, out on the offside. Tongue in here to Inglis, who's in behind it and defending comfortably.
And I got an opportunity to watch in England the test series against India, and obviously his shoulder just hanging on by a thread, but he just is so stubborn.
Yeah.
Stubborn to his fault sometimes as well. I mean, you love the mongrel in him.
Fierce competitor, isn't he?
He talked during the week about wanting England to find that dog in them. They were the words he was using. And he went on to describe what that is for each player. It might differ. Tongue gets up and bowls him. It's played on. Inglis onto the middle stump. Tongue gets the wicket that England really needed with this partnership building. And again, it's against the flow of play. Josh Inglis, after reaching 32, he's knocked over by Tongue. 6 for 244 in a day that threatens to get away from England with each passing partnership, but they keep themselves in it.
I think another poor dismissal by the Australians. It got a little bit extra bounce, but he almost did this a couple of times when he first went out there, Josh Inglis. When he defends, he sort of goes nowhere and the face of the bat is closed, so he can actually hit the inside and go onto the stump. So that's a wasted innings for Josh Inglis, 32 off 39. He was doing it easy, and Tongue will take that because after that first spell, he's found it really hard in these hot conditions in Adelaide. First over back after a really long break, and he's been able to break through. A little bit of jagged in, but Inglis has to know that. The Tongue's predominantly an in-swing bowler, hitting high on the bat, onto his bat, onto the stumps. So on his way, and Captain Pat makes his way into the Adelaide Oval and out to the actual pitch area. Hasn't batted for a long time.
Yeah, well received by the Australian crowd, and Pat Cummins, the captain for Australia Made by Australia, Support Australian. Seeing it back on the replay screen here. It did come back off the seam appreciably, and Inglis just...
But it's sort of a nothing defence.
Yeah.
Like the bat angle is not deading the ball. I mean, if you're blocking it, you actually want it to go in front of square.
It's almost like
he almost got out there early.
Yeah, it's like Kane Williamson. I'm just going to run it down to third type. Yeah. And it was like, haven't really got behind the line of it. Hang on, I better play at it, and just nowhere.
Yeah, it's a bad angle. It's a problem. And maybe it's got to do with a bit of white ball cricket too.
Yeah.
What's certain is if you look through the dismissals today for Australia, they have left a fair few runs out there. Still work to do at 6 for 244. That's the first of this session, but a long way to go until stumps.
Australia look like they're getting away with the game, and then all of a sudden go, oh no, here's have a wicket. It is the Christmas test.
Yes. I mean, there have been 4 considerable partnerships that have really threatened England, and all of them have been broken. And now it's Cummins facing his first ball. 2 slips the gully, Tongue to him, down the leg side. Smith diving away, half a shout from the bowler, but not from the cordon. It completes the over, a successful one for Josh Tongue. 6 for 244 Australia. Inglis has fallen for 32. Cummins yet to score. Carey's on 71. That's a Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Our experts are for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Lisa Sthalekar and, of course, Damien Fleming. Carey, 71, facing Jacks. Slip behind him, gets forward and plays back to the bowler to start the over. It's like watching the replay at the break there. Inglis could not believe that he chopped that on. He was looking back at his woodwork saying, how have I managed to conspire to play that ball back onto off stump?
He needs to look at his technique, because he almost did it when he first went out there.
Jacks round the wicket, bowls here. Carey out to Whitish mid on for an easy single. 72 for him, 6 for 245. Can England go bang bang?
I have done.
Yeah, a couple of times. They took 2 wickets on 33, 2 on 94. If they can do it here again.
And we're safe. They got a single.
They did get a single. Quite right. Quite right.
But we're what's he going to do with the fit? He needs to be reasonably aggressive, don't you, with the new batsman out there in Pat Cummins? Going to catch her at bat pad.
See, this is where I'm not a huge fan of a deep point.
What for?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Don't you want him to play that shot against the spin?
We can see Ollie Pope, the former vice-captain, asking for the helmet. So that might be the catalyst for a little rethink here.
Yeah.
Looks like deep backward points back on the way. So that'll send, presumably, Pope to short leg where he fields quite a lot. Still the deepish mid-on too. So instead of short leg, he goes into that leg gully spot. Not quite leg slip, not quite short leg. Here's Jacks over the wicket to Cummins for the first time, and Cummins goes back defence from the crease to cover point, no run.
I don't mind Zach Crawley at that 3/4 down at long on, because you got Ben Stokes basically right in front of him. So it's that in-out field that we've known and loved.
Straight catching mid-wicket. Jacks bowls, Cummins back to cover again defensively. Spun though, watching that back on our monitor here. That's done quite a bit off the surface. Encouraging for Nathan Lyon as well at some stage. Jacks at the moment though, bowls here. Fuller, Cummins using his feet, meets it and presses it out to wipe it off. No run. Playing himself in. Important partnership. A day where Australia have had the perfect conditions to make the most of it, and they're still, we might even say it's England with a nose ahead on the day. It's certainly one more wicket, it would feel that way, as Jacks finishes here. 1 run from the over. Cummins hit on the pad via the inside edge. They bail out of the appeal. Good over from Jacks. Gets the ball turning. 6 for 245. Cummins yet to score. Carey on 72. Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
The new 2.2 litre Isuzu MUX SUV tows up to 3.5 tonnes. The perfect blend of strength and style. Love how you live. Book a test drive at your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
We are in the Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Of course, it'll be an extended final session, predictably behind on the over 8, which we're thoroughly conditioned to.
Yeah, it's such a shame, isn't it?
So Carey with tongue to contend with. In from the cathedral end. Slip in the gully. Over the wicket. Bowls here. And Carey plays and misses, or has he edged it? Tongue thinks he has. Umpire Raza keeps the finger down.
Jeez.
Tongue did not even turn around. He was sprinting straight at the wicketkeeper Smith. It was a horizontal bat shot, and they've reviewed it immediately.
I felt like I heard something.
So we're going to go upstairs with the third umpire, Chris Gaffney.
Check the third umpire. Player review for court line. Original decision is not out. Check your feet. It's fair. Let's go to front on, please.
Third umpire process for Aymar. 1-3 Aymar.
Thank you.
Just trying to think, did Carey turn around really quickly? I don't know if he did.
Big moment. Watching the first replay here. Is there something on Snicko?
Looks like it's gone well under the bat there. Just one more time. Slowly.
So we're getting the
keep going.
First full replay here. There is
It's before
something before it gets to the bat. Yeah, he's fine. So whatever the noise was that they heard and they were convinced of, it must have been spikes on the turf or something else, because when the bat goes past the blade, so that's the third really good decision that Ashan Raz has made today. It's confirmed on the screen as not out. Carey will remain on 72.
So that means they've lost their 2 reviews.
They've got one left.
More, yeah.
Yep. 2 of the 3 have been burnt. Not easy for the umpire when there's a sound. Umpire Raza in his 25th Test match.
I felt there was a bit of a noise, but maybe it was just Alex Carey on the crease or whatever. Gee, that would have been a big wicket.
Yeah, and just looking at the replay as well, Carey didn't even turn around.
Didn't even flinch.
So 1 review left. 2 back for the short ball for Tongue as and when. Over the wicket to Carey. Carey gets out the way of a short ball, sways out the way. Seemed to be following him for a time. Well bowled.
You just sense at the moment, don't you, that England are now up and about. That last wicket, okay, Inglis, let's almost 10 overs go hard. Let's really see if we can jag another one. If we can take out Carey, then we've just got the bowlers. We know that the Australian tail does wag a little bit.
Because they put everyone on the boundary.
That must be Tongue's fastest ball of the day at 145 kilometres an hour. Bending his back, bowls again to Carey. Important spell. Chops down hard. Goes to backward point. No run. So Tongue lifting to the moment, Flem.
And why not? You know, you've just got your first wicket. You're into the tail. It's a strong Australian tail with Cummins and Stark in particular. So, and the ball's still just moving a little bit, whether it's a little bit of reverse swing. We don't know how dry this pitch is.
Ball in at 63rd over. It's going to go, it'll be now. Tongue up again. Carey dances and flays it out to deep backward point. Almost a third man. Work to do for that sweeper, won't get there. So a pressure release for Australia, but for England, they won't mind that. I'm sure that's what they'll be saying some version of it. 6 for 249. Carey up to 76, but wasn't in control of the shot.
Yeah, counter-punch, wasn't it? It was like, I'm not going to sit here and let him get the ball flying past my snoz. I'm going to just attack him, upset his rhythm a little bit, because probably Carey's kind of honed in on the fact that Tongue is figured things out. So let's just mess with him a little bit more.
So Tongue up, bowls to Carey on his hip and works it into the onside where he's got an acre to work with. In races the sweeper Crawley. They're through for 1. Carey 77. 250 up as well for the loss of 6 wickets, Australia.
And Carey's been so important, hasn't he? 77.
Still
often this summer, he looks like he's batting on another pitch, isn't he?
He's never been better for Australia in this form of the game, that's for sure. Had a bumper 20-25, but to do something special on his home ground, still 90 minutes and a bit left on this first day, so a chance to make it his own, the South Australian.
Watch out for the in-swinger here, Captain Pat.
Called by Flem. Last ball of Tongue's over. Up to Cummins, and he plays late and steers it to backward point on the cut. Not quite full enough. So 5 runs from the over. 6 for 250. Carey 77. Cummins yet to score. And that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
In the Parklands, Australia, Sanzac Highway, New South Terrace, also one in Paraka, Montague Road near Main North Road, another in Urbray at the bottom of the freeway, a grass fire, Grand Junction Road, Hampstead Road, Northfield, a smash and a breakdown as well on the North-South Spiderway near the Wingfield interchange at Dry Creek. Bus Stop Films, accessible filmmaking program, assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
It's a strong lower order for Australia. Cummins at 8, and then the next batter for Bendix Breaks. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix Breaks is Mitchell Stark at 9, who made 77 last week at Brisbane. Carey facing now 2 back on the leg side for Jacks. Round the wicket with his off spin. Carey works it to mid-wicket where there's nobody. Gets 1. 78 for him, 6 for 251.
You were talking about Carey and, his wonderful 2025. I tried to delve a little bit deeper. What's the reason? Why has things clicked for him? And when he bats in the 6th position and 5th position, he's averaging 156 and 162, right? And then, so he's predominantly batted at 7 to 8. That seems to be his position. But when he has been given the opportunity, obviously 78 not out here, 63. This is at number 6.
Jacks over the wicket to Cummins, who's looking to drive but not making contact on a full delivery that eventually gets beyond the outside edge, and Smith juggles it.
Then in that number 5 position against Sri Lanka in Gaul, 156, 46 not out. So every time he's been elevated.
Jacks bowls to the captain Cummins, who this time drives it where he wants, a square drive out to the boundary for 4. He tried to do that the previous ball and didn't make contact, but he didn't bother him whatsoever. Off the mark with a boundary, 6 for 255.
Nice shot from Cummins. I mean, Jacks threw it up there, but he was happy to extend his arms, hit it along the ground hard.
Jacks to Cummins again, stays at home, works it to the square of the mid-wickets, no run.
Important to keep scoring too.
It's been a theme of the day. Whenever they've lost a wicket, they look to keep on scoring. Back to Lisa after this ball. Jacks into Cummins. Cummins works it off his hip, gets an easy single. He's 6 for 256.
So there's an argument then. You want your players, when they're given an extra opportunity, extra responsibility, to take it with both hands. That's exactly what Alex Carey has done.
Yeah, he has.
And that's all in, a period of time where we've seen his numbers go through the roof, and that's why he's averaging over 50 in this calendar year.
So one more opportunity for Jacks at that man Carey. He's 78. Jacks wide on the crease and bowls, and Carey lifts him over long on. That is a beautiful strike of the ball. All the way for 6 into the chapel stand. His best shot yet, the South Australian. He moves to 84 with a mighty blow. It's 6 for 262 at the end of the over on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Gerard Whateley in for me after the break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The fill-in spinner is a costly commodity. 12 off the over, 1 for 95 from 16 at Will Jacks. The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Cummins is 5, Carey's 84. Tongue begins the new over, and he's glanced away by Cummins, fine for 4. Just rode it around the corner and helped it on its way. The boundary for Loan Market, whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market, make it yours. Simon Katich, hello.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Lisa, all our listeners. Yeah, Josh Tongue just getting a little bit too straight there, drifting down leg, and Pat Cummins put that away nicely to fine leg.
Our experts for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection.
Feels like the pressure that they had built up has now just gone. And that's what the Australians have been able to do quite well, even though they've lost wickets. They counter-punch.
Tongue from the cathedral end. Again, riding the bounce on the legs. Cummins this time to square for a single. 6 for 267.
Yeah, and it's been an area that Australia have had an advantage in this series, the tail-end batting. We saw it in the previous test at the Gabba where Mitchell Starc did a great job with Alex Carey, and so did Scott Boland, even Michael Nisa, and even Brendan Doggett at times. He and Nathan Lyon in the first test at Perth, even putting on, I think, 10 or 15 on that next early in the next day. It's just little things like that. Whereas England, I think, lost for 5 for 12 late on that first innings in Perth.
Alex Carey's on 84. Bunts the ball to leg, goes to 85.
And it just goes to show how important that role is. I mean, Alex Carey, as you rightly said, Lisa, has enjoyed that extra responsibility up the order. It gives him an extra partnership, and he's thrived. He's looked really good all series. He'd be disappointed with the way he got out in Perth, but he's rectified it since then. Played well at the Gabba. He had a little bit of luck at the Gabba with the drop catch, but that, he made the most of it. And then today he's come out and been really busy, and just highlights, Jamie Smith hasn't had that same impact for England, and they found it tough.
Cummins is on 10, tongue bowls to him. Jumping in defence, playing to mid-off, no run.
It's also interesting to note when you look at the numbers of where he's batted as well. When he's been elevated, his strike rate has actually increased as well. So feels comfortable, probably batting with another top order batter, the flow of runs easy. He's a busy guy in itself as well.
Well, his knock in Gore, I was there for that, and it was a superb knock. He was masterful against spin.
Two slips, a ring field, a deep backward square. Tongue to Cummins. It was right at him. Couldn't get out of the way. Got bat to it in evasive action. Played it away to square leg for a single. Very uncomfortable. He got to 11.
It's the second time we've seen him play the short ball in an unusual fashion where he's thinking about ducking and then kind of, he took his eyes off that one.
Yeah, and that's lack of game time out in the middle. He just hasn't been out there for so long now. And the thing about Tongue too is he's getting the ball to run back in off the seam, particularly with the English dismissal. So when you see it off the pitch where it pitches, it's different to where it ends up by the time it gets to him.
Tongue to Carey, ducks the bouncer. 7 from the over. 6 for 269. The Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Hard hats, high vis, work boots. If it's built, fixed or strung up with fairy lights, we're on it. And every job's safer with the right gear. Built for Christmas? Safe with RSEA.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodway Batteries from Solar Heart. Bowling change had to come. Will Jack's just so expensive. We did get the wicket of Usman Khawaja, but the fill-in spin has just cost England so many runs. So the bowling change comes for RSEA, safety trusted by tradies across Australia. Bryden Cast is going to take it up from the Riverbank end.
Yeah, they had to make the change. You can't just keep leaking runs at, what is it, over 6 and over?
Yeah. It's up to 90.
Just over 6.
97.
Particularly if you're asking Nathan Lyon to do the same role and he bowls 16 overs, you'd expect he's not going for more than 48, 3 and over. So that's a lot of runs. It's doubling the runs, and might not seem like much, but in a score line like this, 6 for 269, you take those off, and all of a sudden Australia are under a lot more pressure with his partnership. Because they would have been thinking, 400 plus batting first here, and they're still a long way from that target.
Cast has been expensive. 9 overs, 1 for 44. Hasn't bowled a maiden. He starts to Pat Cummins, who plays him easily away to point. No run.
I think credit also to the Australian batters for, there was a clear plan, wasn't it? I think he bowled 2 overs in the first session, went for 17 or 19, and then he came back in the second session. That's probably where he bowled his longest spell. 1 over goes for 2 or 3, the next is 8, 9, and vice versa. So it was like, okay, he's bowling well this one, let's target him the next over, and that's exactly what the Aussies did.
Cast right arm over the wicket, bowls to Cummins, who turns him away through leg. He'll get a couple of runs out through mid-wicket. Archer retrieves under the Max Bashir stand. Score goes to 271.
And once again, we're seeing a field set for Cast here that's very much about square of the wicket. And Adelaide Oval's always been a venue that you target the stumps. I know the wicket's changed now with the drop-in, but that ball there was picked off because there's no one at mid-wicket. He's got the square leg in, he's got the short leg in, and now he's bringing another fielder over. And it's a lot of reactive captaincy here from Stokes in terms of where the field goes. It's chasing the ball a lot. He's done that a fair bit, and that's not how he normally captains. Normally he's ahead of the game.
Pope is under the helmet at short leg. Cass is in, bowls to Cummins, who's in behind defending.
I guess that's why there's a part of all of us that can't wait to see the Aussies bowl, right? Mitch Stark will get it up there, get the ball swinging, slips taken, you know, asking the batters to drive down the ground, yet we've only seen a handful of shots down the ground.
Off the quicks,
yeah.
There's hardly been any.
Correct.
Everything's been square of the wicket, and that indicates that your line's wrong and definitely your length's wrong, because that's where the ball feeds out to.
35 degrees in Adelaide, late on a Wednesday. Cummins back foot prod out to cover, no run.
And the irony is that if Cass looks back at how he's bowled today, have a look at how he gets the wicket. It's from a fuller length delivery to Travis Head. Travis Head probably didn't play it as well as he would have liked, because he didn't quite transfer his weight through the ball, and it's upish, and he ends up chipping it to that short catching man, sort of square point. But the point is, you've got more chances of a number of dismissals from that fuller length.
A lone man in the cordon as Cass bowls. Cummins butts the ball straight to Pope under the helmet. He's been given out, but Pat says no. There's no bat there, and immediately signals the tee. So Cummins provisionally has been given out pending what is shown on the replay.
We have a player review for court. Original decision is out. Check for it's fair. Let's go to front on first.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Pope's 2 pitches away across the popping crease at short leg. Ball went directly to him, but Cummins didn't even consult Carey at the other end.
He's got a Snicko next just to see if we've got bat or not.
Does seem a fair way away from the bat on first blush.
Yeah. He looks safe.
Okay, just go back one frame. Can we just freeze it there with the ball beside the bat? Spike. Okay, we've got a spike with the ball on the bat. We'll go back to Nitin. Nitin, you can start with your original decision of out.
Pat Cummins is out. The spike shown. Good piece of umpiring. Pat Cummins didn't think he'd hit it, but hit it he did. And England again haul Australia in as they take the 7th wicket. 7 for 271. Cummins goes for 13. Cass has 2. What do you think there, Simon?
Well, the first replay I saw, it looked like there was a clear gap, but then you see that next replay and obviously he has the spike on it, so very good decision in the end.
All right, they're going to take the drinks break at the fall of wicket, so let's pause for a moment here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew, 7 for 271.
Spec-Rite Merbau decking comes pre-oiled, which means it's already primed and ready for installation, saving you time, improving stability and protecting the timber from moisture and UV. For a great finish on your deck, start with Spec-Rite pre-oiled Merbau decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. Hot and fresh food to go, barista-made coffee, Moe's hot dogs and shakes, Krispy Kreme donuts and anything you're craving. All at OTR.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Jacks begins again, the paddle sweep, beautifully played by Carey. Such soft hands and a deft backstroke will get Bree down to fine leg and bring up his half century. So he had progressive, the diminished returns were finishing him off. Reverse sweep, Inglis hit it hard too.
Right on the crease and bowls him.
Carey lifts him over, long on.
That is a beautiful strike of the ball. All the way for 6 into the Chapel stand.
Australia's 7 for 271. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. Cummins caught Pope, bowled Cass for 13. Inside edge onto the pad. fell away to Pope under the helmet. Umpire got it spot on.
He did. They've had very good days. When you look back at some of the reviews and decisions that have been made, both of them have had excellent days.
Yeah, Nitin Menon, you could see as soon as it kind of popped up, he looked straight away trying to see if he took it cleanly. So he there was no doubt in his mind.
Mitch Starc is the new man to the middle. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us, henley.com.au. And Australia is suddenly at risk of being bowled out on day one here in Adelaide.
And potentially, if England get it right here, bowled out for less than 300. They go bang, bang, bang here. Alex Carey stranded.
Mitch Starc, top scorer for Australia in that mountain of runs at the Gabba. Cast bowls to him. Rising delivery kept it down. In front of the grill, got it safely to turf. So 2 for 46 for Cast from his 10 overs. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. There's a pattern around this Australian batting. 100-run partnership for the series, which was the 117 between Head and Marnus in the crazy chase in Perth. And then despite making 500 plus, the partnerships were 77, 69, 50, 95, 54, 75 and no individual century. And then again here it's been 61, 91, 59. Top score is Carey 85, not out, Khawaja 82. So they are a batting unit that is unrequited in turning 70s and 80s into 150s and beyond.
Yeah, when you look at that lineup, you say you take Smith out of it, and he's the one you think he can be that anchor that everyone bats around for a majority of the partnerships when he goes big. And with him out of that lineup, Khawaja filled that void today really well. But, you know, the rest, there's a number of them that are obviously more aggressive players.
Josh Tongue begins his fresh over, bowling to Alex Carey, who plays from his pads, an easy single wide of Jofra Archer at mid-on.
And batting for 4 to 6 hours is not really their sort of game plan or forte. So you can sort of understand why Australia batted the way they did at the Gabba, particularly at the tail end with Starc and Boland and these guys just batting for time, because it almost felt like they'd missed their opportunity to expose England under lights at the Gabba, but they got bailed out a bit by the tail late in that first innings. So, you know, this innings today, you're winning the toss here. You'd expect to bat well into day two in these conditions. But saying that, there is enough grass on this surface to suggest that maybe it's not as flat as, you know, everyone probably expected it to be.
Carey's 86, watching from the non-strikers end as Starc faces up to Tongue around the wicket. Starc flicks it straight to Archer at mid-on. No run.
And to say one thing, just in addition to that, yes, there's been a number of dismissals today that haven't been, you know, probably great bowling. It's been batter error. But England deserves some credit today for fronting up in the heat. And what has been noticeable, and it's in particular Joe Root, he has been buzzing around the field and throwing to the keeper as much as possible. I think that was a definite game plan, something they needed to improve on. And not just him, Crawley and some of these other guys, because the fielding has definitely been a lot better.
Tongue to Starc, back down the pitch and past the bowler on the straight drive. So a couple to be had as it heads towards the Cathedral end. Stokes has to do the chasing. Starc is off the mark. So presenting the Australian batting lineup for Australian made by Australia, support Australians. Weatherald 18, Head 10, Labuschagne 19, Green 0 from 2 balls, Khawaja 82. Then in this session, Inglis 32, Cummins 13. Carey's the not out batter on 86 with Mitch Starc, having just put that 2 on the board. Tongue comes at Starc again. He lets the rising delivery go.
And we'll judge this score, this first innings score, maybe not just yet, because we saw what Starc did in Brisbane. He applied himself beautifully, and there's still a long way to go in this innings. If he gets going and Carey keeps going the way he is, you know, this could still end up being a 400 total, but they're a long way from there. But a lot will then depend on how England go in their first innings, and you then judge it all in the aftermath of both teams batting first on this wicket.
Tongue's in his 14th over. He bowls to Starc, who flicks to mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, with Australia winning the toss and electing to bat, they were thinking day 2, 500, 600, if someone really knuckles down and let these guys be out there 35, 40 degrees tomorrow, and probably another extra 10 off the pitch as well. It tends to be just a little bit more of a furnace out there when you're out in the middle. Puts pressure on them with the 2 test matches still to come. Quick turnaround as well.
Last ball of the over. Stark defends. 7 for 274. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
Hard hats, high vis, work boots. If it's built, fixed or strung up with fairy lights, we're on it. And every job's safer with the right gear. Built for Christmas? Safe with RSEA.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodway Batteries from Sthalekar. Simon Katich alongside me, Tom Morris. 7 for 274, the Australians. Alex Carey, 86 not out. And Mitchell Stark, 2 not out. Time of the day, Kat.
Yeah, big hour left here. England can really finish the job off well on what's been a hot day. They'll be really pleased with their work.
Tongue's towel.
No, Cast.
Sorry, Cast's towel fell out behind him, and that was a false start.
Yeah, this time it happened a little bit earlier. It happened earlier in the day to Travis Head, and I reckon it put him off because it was almost in his gather. On this occasion, it left him a little bit early with probably at least 6 strides left, and he pulled out earlier. And it's the right thing to do, Alex Carey. If you're distracted by it, you know, pull away. You're entitled to do that.
Stuart McGill used to have a towel on his front.
Yep.
Did that ever fall out, I wonder? Maybe it's a distraction for him. So Cast is continuing over the wicket to Alex Carey. Back cut, forward of cover. Hit it beautifully. Times it superbly for 4. Carey's into the 90s.
That is a seriously good cricket shot because it didn't look like it had as much width on it as Alex Carey made out, but he has clubbed that wide of mid-off on the back foot. That's a seriously good shot from Alex Carey. And when you see the replay, what stands out is just how deep in his crease he gets to be able to allow himself to play that shot aggressively because it wasn't that short.
This time he's driving just over cover, or just cleared the man. It was toe of the bat. He'll pick up a couple. Alex Carey throwing his hands at the ball. Did he get a hand on it, Kat? He moves to 92 regardless. Australia 7 for 280.
I don't think so. It was a valiant attempt by Zach Crawley, who's at a deepish extra cover. But Alex Carey, this one's fuller, and he's just tried to hammer that over cover. But in the end, he sort of just bottom hand scoops it. And the bat face opened, didn't quite get the connection he wanted, and just outside the reach of a valiant Zach Crawley.
He was running back with a flight. Carey wasting no time. He faces Cast now. This time checks a cut shot to forward point for no run. So there's a third man, a deep backward point, a fine leg, and a deep forward square leg. So 4 men out.
And he looks like he wants to get there rapidly. He's on 92. He's thinking 2 shots. He's not thinking ones.
How much is he looking at the scoreboard right now? The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. Is he looking at his name, 92?
He knows
home ground.
Sure. He'd be thinking of it. Hometown 100. Yeah. That's definitely on his mind. He wants to get there as quick as he possibly can.
He's got one in Melbourne. He's got one in Gaul earlier this year. We were there for that on SEN Test Cricket. Cast approaches over the wicket, bowls to Carey, punches it to mid-off. You're right, he's clearing that front leg.
He's thinking this is the last over of a T20 and I'm trying to get as many as I can, but mate, you've still got over an hour to go.
He's running.
And trust Starkey, because Starkey could hang in there, you know, tomorrow morning, and next thing you know, he gets 150, 200.
He's running hot, that's for sure. For Reem, Australia's favourite, that's steady, hot and strong.
Oh, I'd be backing Starkey in if I was out there with him. I think what I saw of him in Brisbane, it was superb. The maturity, the leadership he showed.
He's having a great summer. Mitchell Stark is at the non-strikers end now. Cast delivers to Carey. That's pitched up. Q into the bat. Single to short square leg. Gets himself off strike. gives Mitchell Starc one ball to face. Carey's 93, Australia 7 for 281.
Yeah, good result. Just get him down the other end for a little bit and maybe have a chat at the end of the over. He's just become really frenetic in this over. Mind you, he loves what he sees from Cast, so you can't blame him.
His Cast is going at almost 5 runs and over. Those stats for pay.com.au, points for business.
He's a wicket taker, Cast, but that's the downside, is that he does leak runs, and in Test cricket, when you're going at 5, 6 and over, it makes it hard for Stokes to limit the damage on the scoreboard.
So the short ball field is very much in place now for Cast. The last ball of his over to Starc. It is short and he pulls it away all the way along the ground to deep forward square. Safely in the end. Mitchell Starc was up to the task. He'll hold on to the strike. He moves to 3. Australia 7 for 282 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
In the Parklands, a smash ends at Kaiwan near South Terrace. Baraka, a smash bang North Road near Montague Road. One at the bottom of the freeway as well on Port Rush Road at Cross Road. A grass fire, Grand Junction Road, Hampstead Road, Northfield. And a smash at a breakdown, North-South Motorway near the Wingfield interchange at Dry Creek. Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today. Chad Corns joins the SENSA Breakfast with Bixton Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Australia 7 for 282. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders and come back to us. Henley.com.au. Simon Katich alongside me as Australia look to make some runs here late on day 1. Adelaide Oval still bathed in sunshine. It's been some sort of day of cricket. Tongue is around the wicket to Mitchell Starc. Starc's defending to mid-off for no run.
Geez, he looks in good nick, Mitchell Starc. He's just standing upright on that ball there, staying leg side of it. He knows that Tongue's going to try and go short and cramp him. He's got 5 fielders on the leg side. The short leg's in, 2 pitches away, waiting for one to sort of bob up, much like the one Pat Cummins dismissal. So he knows he's not going to get a lot of width, so he's just staying leg side of the ball to try and open up that mid-off and cover region where he loves to swing the bat through the line.
And Ben Stokes has just signalled to Ben Duckett, a deep backward square, to move further around to his left. So 2 men behind square on the leg side, a short leg as well in place. Tongue to Starc, it is short, played off his hips to that man in the ring on the onside. Mitchell Starc content with that. Short ball ploy, they tried at the Gabba, didn't work then.
No. And Mitchell Starc there just nicely riding the bounce. Didn't probably get up as high as it needed to really make it awkward for him. That'll be the challenge for Tongue here late in the day in his 3rd spell. Good pace in his 1st spell. Got up to 148 at one stage.
He's taken the 1 wicket. Tongue bowls to Starc, defends off the back foot down the pitch. Interesting story from Dan Bregg in The Age just a few moments ago, where Todd Greenberg, the Cricket Australia CEO, has said he's open to English players playing the Sheffield Shield as the best way to prepare for Australian summers. What would you make of that if you were captain in New South Wales?
Oh, look, it's part of the history of our game. You know, back in the day, we've had some of the great West Indians playing the competition, and, you know, there was a period there, and I think it was maybe the late 80s where Ian Botham played for Queensland, or might have been early 90s. Graham Hick played.
Tongue delivers to Starc. That's well short, and Starc lets it go through the keeper. So it's been done. Andy Flower played for South Australia.
Yeah, I think, look, the right player can complement a younger group or some younger players, depending on what sort of need a state might have. So you can understand if a state goes down that path. I mean, we see it every year in the BBL with the overseas players. Teams have a need for a certain type of style of player, and they come in as, you know, add flavour and add skills to and profile to the tournament. So potentially that's an avenue for Sheffield Shield cricket as well. It probably hasn't been done as much in the past, purely because we've had so much depth in Australian cricket.
4 dots this over, all of them short. Tongue to Starc, leading edge to cover. There was probably a single. In fact, there was an easy single. Alex Carey reminded Mitchell Starc that there was no cover in place, and it brings the wicketkeeper on strike.
I think Mitchell Starc got a little bit confused because it was 5th ball in the over, and he probably thinks, oh, I don't want to keep Alex Carey off strike, but he's still got 1 ball, and it's fine. It's just the way the innings plays out. If Alex Carey doesn't face for an over or so, that's fine.
So Todd Greenberg will be on with our pre-match tomorrow with Gerard Whateley. I'm sure that'll be a topic of discussion. How Australia can help England prepare for the next Ashes here. So Tongue's back over the wicket to Carey. There's a slip. He's the only catcher. Last ball of his over. Tongue bowls to Carey. Carey's defending on the back foot. He'll hold on to the strike. Drop and run. Smart cricket from Alex Carey. He's 94. Australia 7 for 284. SEN Test cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Good Wee Batteries from Solar Heart.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
The Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life, reads Australia 7 for 284 after winning the toss and batting earlier today. There is an hour left in the day's play. The English have bowled 69 overs, so we won't get to the 90. Cast over the wicket to Alex Carey. Back cut, man in the deep. Ben Duckett, a single. He moves to 95. So just look at the over rate. I'll get another, well, probably absolute max 14 in. Gets us to 83 for the day.
With the extra half hour.
The extra half hour.
Still well behind.
I was trying to be polite.
It's no surprise. It happens test after test. So
yeah,
we've just got to let it go now, don't we?
Well, it's even with Will Jacks bowling 16 overs
I know.
as well.
That's
and minimal DRS. There's been about 2 or 3.
Yeah.
No, I don't blame the players as much as I do the administrators. They're the ones who allow this framework so that the players don't really care. Theoretically, if you're bowling for a draw, fielding bowling for a draw, you could bowl 55 overs in the day and there's nothing anyone could do. You might lose a couple of World Test Championship points, but you get the draw that you need. Cast around the wicket to Mitchell Starc. He bowls and defends down the pitch.
He looks like he's got so much time, Mitchell Starc. And that ball is at 140 k's an hour, but he's making it look like it's been bowled at 120.
If you actually look at Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins' records, they both make more runs batting at number 9. Now, it's understandable they get more not-outs.
Yeah.
But it feels like they feel like the pressure's off at 9.
Yeah.
Who would you have, Starc or Cummins at 8? At the moment, Stark's the man in form.
Yeah, and he's played more cricket leading in.
Cast to Starc. Hits over mid-on. He didn't quite get it. The chase is on. Jofra Archer will have to track back. It's going to trickle into the rope. Mitchell Starc. He rarely lets the bowler bowl in his half without freeing the arms, and so it proved. He moves to 8. Australia 7 for 289.
It's the same sort of shot he played in Perth in the first innings, except that was off Ben Stokes, and he sort of just got the inside part of the bat and shanked it to mid-on. But on this occasion, just got a little bit more on it. And a little bit of extra pace of Cast helped do the trick.
It's his first boundary for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours. Cast bowls to Starc. This ball hits him on the thigh pad. Carey says no from the non-striker's end.
Yeah, and this is a dangerous partnership for England because, you know, Mitchell Starc is highly capable of getting in a good partnership here for the rest of the day with Alex Carey. We know Alex Carey's going to be busy and aggressive and put pressure on the bowlers, so if he does get to 3 figures, that 3-figure score in an hour's time could end up being, you know, 140 plus, and that's a lot of runs for Australia at the end of the day.
This partnership is 17. It's building. Mitchell Starc, the man in form after the Gabba. Cast bounds in. He bowls to Starc. That's pitched up over the bowler's head. And it's going to trickle all the way down for 4. Right over Braden Cast's head. Again, being punished for pitching it up even slightly. Mitchell Starc is in sublime form.
Powerful man.
It's like a golf swing, isn't it?
Yeah, he loves his golf.
Does played the day before the Perth Test. Cast to Starc, slower ball, opens the blade, and he'll hold on to the strike. Works it into the offside for 1. 7 for 294, the Australians on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. There's a change in bowling. Simon Katich. It's Ben Stokes, who's taken no wicket for 39 from 12. He'll come around the wicket to Mitchell Starc. He would dearly love one, if not two.
Yeah, I think he'll have to go back to Will Jacks as well at some point, because the ball's 70 overs old now. It's probably starting to get a fair bit of softness to it, and when that new ball's available, he'll want to probably go back to Archer and one of the other quicks. So it's up to Stokes and maybe Jacks now.
He's got a slip and a gully in place for Mitchell Starc. It's a regulation ring field. Pitched up, Starc defends into the covers. So Alex Carey can't get on strike. He wouldn't mind playing second fiddle at the moment.
He's milking it, Mitchell Starc. But look, that's the way things play out sometimes. He's managing, because there's so many gaps in the field too, he's getting off strike at the end of the over and hogging it.
Yep. Our expert Simon Katich for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. Beautiful Adelaide Oval. The hill is full. Imagine the bars at the back are packed as well. Sun is shining. Beautiful day for cricket. Stokes around the wicket to Starc. Stark's defending into the onside, and will pick up a signal just forward to the square leg umpire. Brings Alex Carey on strike, who theoretically is within, not theoretically, he is within one shot of bringing up a century. He's 95.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes about this now.
Did you get nervous in the 90s?
Oh, plenty of times. I butchered that many, it wasn't funny.
But were you actually nervous? It changed the way you batted?
Oh, it's not so much nervous. It's probably more just you start thinking about it probably more than you need to, and you stop thinking about the process. Now there's 3 men out on the leg side deep, so
one's going to come in.
He's coming in. I think it's Joe Root.
Still too deep, so Ben Duckett a deep backward square. There's a fine leg in place as well for Alex Carey. Shortish square boundaries. He'll know that. He loves the Adelaide Oval. Stokes to Carey. Pitched up, and Carey defends again off the middle of the bat. I don't think he's mishit a ball, Alex Carey. From the moment he walked to the crease, he's looked entirely accomplished at number 6.
Yeah, they had that one chance, I think, at cover after the tea break, Bryden Cast.
Oh, yeah.
Low to his left would have been a brilliant catch, because Alex Carey got a good piece of it. But can he get his third Test 100? He deserves it. He's been building nicely. I want him too, Tommy. He was my surprise packet for the series in my predictions.
Simon Katich is cheering him on. So is the crowd. Stokes to Carey. Pulls around the corner. As he dissected the gap, 2 fielders converged. They'll have to settle for 1. Carey to 96. 7 for 296.
He's had a good series. Started very well in Perth until he ramped that one down third man's throat. Yeah. And I think he knew straight away he's disappointed with it, but he's made up for it since then. And geez, the quality of his keeping in Brisbane was something to behold.
He's just in his sweet spot, Alex Carey, with the bat, with the gloves, his age, his life situation.
Yeah. He's comfortable in his team.
Yeah. Knows what he's doing. He's at the non-striker's end as Mitchell Starc faces up. He's on 14. Stokes delivers wide of the crease. Starc back to Stokes, who feigns a crowd catch. Yeah, the nervousness and the anxiousness in the 90s intrigues me.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen, because you're there to try and score as big a score as possible. So whether you get 100 or 110, it's irrelevant, really. It's more around making sure that you value your wicket and make it as hard as possible for the opposition to get you out, rather than just worrying about a milestone.
But you know the accolades, 101 compared to 98, hugely different.
Correct.
Stokes bowls to Starc, again defends on the front foot. He's looking as solid as Alex Carey. 7 for 296 at the end of the over on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
In the Parklands, a smash Anzac Highway near South Terrace, Paraka, a smash Montague Road, Mangles Road, Portrush Road at the bottom of the freeway. Residual delays there after a smash. Also a smash and a breakdown on the North-South Motorway near the Wingfield interchange at Dry Creek. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SEN SA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts. Mitchell Stark is on 14, but all eyes are on Alex Carey on 96. It's Carey back on strike as well. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan with you. So away from us, Cass. All eyes on Carey. Bowls to him here. Carey goes back and defends out to the offside afternoon. Baz, you're with us for UP POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. And so is Lisa Sthalekar. Hello to you both.
Hello, Lisa G.
Hello, Bharat bye.
Just walked past Brad Haddon and he looks like a proud parent watching Alex Carey do what he's doing. And I just told him, hey, you know, he's scored more runs than any other Australian batter this evening. Has he? Good for us. They're a weird lot, but a fun lot.
Keepers unite.
So Bryden Cass operating away from us at the southern end, up to Carey. Round the wicket on 96, and he will get one to mid-on. Every run being cheered, every seat in the members taken. Nobody is allowed at the back right now. 7 for 297, back to Stark.
It's about, 4 or 5 deep that are standing as well in the members area.
It is so good on that concourse when something big's happening in Adelaide. That's the real sign. It's not so much the seats, but you've nailed it there, Lisa. It's how deep the standing room bays are in front of the chapel stands, the Bradman Pavilion, and the Edward Smith stand on the far corner of the ground to us. So Stark is playing his role. This partnership's already 26 from 33. The game keeps moving. Catching mid-wickets in. Cass bowls. Stark pulls hard and high. Running back with the flight. Will there be a chance to dive? Not quite. Not quite. I thought Will Jacks, being such a gifted fielder, might have had a chance to dive full stretch unsighted, but not even he could manage that. They rotate for a couple, which will take Stark up to 16, and Australia 7 for 300, because, yes, that's right, Bryden Cass has overstepped again. How many oversteps today, Tom Morris?
6, I think.
Tom Morris will grab that for me for Marshall Batteries. Holler for a Marshall Battery.
Yeah, 6.
6
Baz is right.
times he's overstepped. It's going to cost him a wicket, mark my words. Stark, 16 from 22. Bowling to Cass bowling to him here. Sorry. Pushing out to the offside, no run.
It's been Mitchell Stark's ashes so far. Yet another vital contribution from him. But yeah, Australia, I mean, all focus will shift to Alex Carey, as it should. But Australia will look at what they've done so far and go, they would like to have Carey and Stark still unbeaten at stumps. Because if they don't, they will feel like they've left that door slightly ajar for England. A really hot day coming up tomorrow.
So Castaway to Stark on 16. He plays with a nice straight bat down the pitch, as he did for a good 3 hours at Brisbane last week, where he batted with complete patience.
Yeah, and that innings was so crucial to ensure that they actually were able to bowl in the difficult period to the England top order. And they picked up six wickets, was it? I can't remember. Yeah, 6 wickets. So he assesses the situation extremely well and knows, no, we need to make sure we're batting out here, almost in session number 2 for tomorrow as well.
Stark 2 left in the over, receiving Cass here, and off the hip it'll go. Behind square for 1. They walk the single. Oh, actually, Stark wants 2, and he'll call Carey through. Good batting, moves to 18. 7 for 302 Australia.
It's only 5 strides for Mitch Stark down the other end. Alex Carey, a few more.
Yeah, but he's so quick, Alex Carey. Makes it up, and you can trust him to run. The problem is when he wants to run and there isn't a run. Happens quite often with Alex Carey, if you're not batted a lot with him.
The crowd just want him on strike, that's the thing.
Because they want to go back to the bars, you see. Go back to the village green. That's how it works here in South Australia.
Jug of Pims and away they go. So Cass to finish. Bowls to Stark on 18 here. Cass goes back inside part of the blade, down towards mid-on, ends the over. No run from it there. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. They're now 7 for 302 with Stark 18 and Carey back on strike on 97.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com. Leading criteria and conditions may apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. It's going to be the captain, Ben Stokes, to Carey. They'll set it up with a third man and a deep backward point and two back on the leg side too. Wait for the short stuff. Round the wicket, Carey's 97. Stokes to him here. Carey gets inside the line and plays it conservatively out towards deep square leg for one. That makes him 98, 7 for 303.
Just keep chipping away. That's all he has to do. And Stokes will keep coming in. Back of a length at the body. The deep field is set. They all now, a couple of them start to creep in a little bit more for Stark.
So the field remains, well, it changes rather. They bring up the fielders on the offside for Stark. Slip, a gully, a backward point. No sweeper. They're both back on the leg side. Stark facing Stokes Cathedral and bowls here around the wicket. Stark on the front foot, plays on the bounce down to gully, no run. Wasn't in complete control, but got it down swiftly enough.
Also, what you're seeing with the way Mitchell Stark is batting, there are a lot of runs to be scored on this pitch, at least over the next couple of days.
Well, they've gone at 4.2 runs and over today. Every time they've lost a wicket, they've just carried on. There's been no real consolidation other than when they lost 2 wickets with the score on 33 when there was a quiet half an hour. It's been brisk batting. This partnership worth 32 from just 40 balls for the 8th wicket. Stark has 18 of them facing Stokes here. Leg stump line, tucks it into the onside. Gets one, happy with that. Gives Carey the strike back with 3 balls left in the over. Stark 19, 7 for 304.
Oh, they're getting edgy now. The members are getting edgy. The Adelaide faithful are getting edgy.
It is quite the sight, western side of the ground, those 3 stands where the members are.
No
it is
standing room.
A block, barely a seat, no room.
They were worried, actually. I think, there's 35,000 members. They were concerned if they got more than their usual, probably 10. They're like, where are we going to fit them all?
No change in the field. 2 back on the offside, 2 back on the leg side. Stokes delivers to Alex Carey on 98, and Carey plays it to mid-on, knows the call. He strikes it straight to Jofra Archer. And the performative boos from the crowd, as is their wont.
Yeah, now you can sense the restlessness. You can see a couple of guys, 2 beers in each hand, balancing it. He's made the effort. He's timed it perfectly.
Maybe a beer in one hand, a pie floater in the other to celebrate the South Australian. We'll see. He's made 98 in Test cricket before, unbeaten at Christchurch. That was his best Test innings. He's facing Stokes here. Alex Carey, 2 left in the over. Cathedral end bowls here. Carey drives through the offside. Big gap in that direction. He'll get at least 2. That's going to be the ton. The ball spills out towards the rope as well. It's either 3 or 4, but right now that does not matter a jot because Alex Carey has completed a maiden Ashes century. It comes appropriately in 2025 when he's really never been better. He's the hometown hero. All hail King Carey. 101 not out. What a moment for South Australia and what a moment for this Australian team, Bharat Sundaresan.
Well, bridesmaid no more. He is officially South Australian royalty now, Alex Carey. The last 3 Adelaide Oval tests, he's had to play in the shadow of Travis Head. This time Travis Head had no century to his name. It's Alex Carey's turn. And look at them cheering for him.
Oh, what a great moment. 4 years in a row at Adelaide Oval. South Australians have posted 3 figures. You've got to go back to Greg Blewett on debut in 1995 for the one before that. They have been blessed at this ground. An Ashes 100 when Australia needed it. Style and substance, Alex Carey, throughout 2025. What a classy operator. It was 3 in the end, so Stark gets back on strike with 1 ball to go. They're still checking it, but it looks like it's been dragged in at the last, and a relay effort will get the ball back to Ben Stokes. But 101 from 135 balls, 7 fours and a big 6 over long on earlier in the innings. Stark here, last ball of the over, facing Stokes, and plays and misses. But it's the over where Travis Head posted his 3rd test ton, 5 runs from it, 7 for 307, Carey 101, Stark 19, and that's on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au and start earning rewards today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Alex Carey running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Tommy Morris and Bharat Sundaresan, you both were watching towards Alex Carey's celebration, whose family as well.
He lost his father to leukemia in September, Gordon, and he looked to the sky mid-celebration, which was clearly an emotional moment, as it was for his partner, Baz.
Yeah, Eloise has been through this thick and thin, through this dramatic test career, cricket career of Alex Carey. She's seen it all, and he was very close to his father, and it did hit him hard. He's been dealing with sickness or illness for a long time, and then took a few days away from the cricket season just to reflect on the role that his father has played in his career, and immediately looked up towards the sky, didn't he, Tommy?
Yeah.
This is a special moment.
It's a good oil with Tom Morris for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil. Change of bowling. It's going to be Will Jacks taking up the attack away from us at the southern end. On the approach here, bowls to Carey, who it's another single out to deep extra cover, so he can start again to a certain extent here, Lisa, as Australia reached 7 for 308. But what would constitute a real win for Australia today is these two still batting at the close.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that they won the toss, elected to bat, and they've looked like they've been making the play for majority of the time, but then a few lapses in concentration, gifting of wickets to the English has allowed them to come back. But if Australia can be 7 down, and we've got another, how many overs?
Yeah, we've got 38 minutes left.
Yeah, 38, so probably another
9 at best.
Another 20, 30 runs would be perfect.
Jacks round the wicket, bowls to Stark, who lunges forward and defends.
But just on Alex Carey, he's not ever an over-the-top guy with his emotions and his reactions. A little fist pump is what he gave. Obviously, the guys spoke about him looking up to his father.
Stark's 19, facing Jacks round the wicket, short and wide enough to cut to deep point. Ends up at deep cover. Stark into the 20s. Partnership's 38 at 7 for 309.
And I reckon it's a bittersweet moment, isn't it? Because you want to perform well in front of your family and friends, and obviously your father, who's played such an important role, he's not there, and that very next test you get 100.
Jacks in, bowls to Carey, who moves easily from 102 to 103 with a single to deep point. 7 for 310 the score. So every run being applauded for Carey right now. They love him. They are filing out from standing room, I should say. They can prove that point from earlier. Out the back they will go. They're the big marquees and the many bars that they're blessed with in the Saka members. Jacks bowls here, and lunging forward is Stark into the offside. No run.
When do they actually kick them out of the ground to get ready for the next day?
By the way, I realised why they were cheering. Will Jacks has got a sidecar, 1 for 100, make that 1 for 101.
Oh, they keep it open for at least 2 or 3 hours after the close of play.
Especially the day test matches.
Oh, yeah, it's an early finish.
Before I worked in cricket, Lisa, and I was a member out here, it was it goes for several hours before they start booting people out. Jack's to finish the over here and playing straight is Carey. Down the pitch, he's 103. Starks 21, 7 for 311. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
West Hindmarsh to smash Grange Road, Welland Avenue. A breakdown north-south Spiderway to the Wingfield interchange, Dry Creek. This Watermain, Hampstead Road, Butler Road, Broadview. And the cricket is on today. Road closures there around the Adelaide Oval at the moment as well. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SEN SA Breakfast with Biggs and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. Tom Morris has got some more for us for Marshall Batteries. Hurler for a Marshall Battery. We'll come to you in a moment with Ben Stokes on the way here, bowling to Mitch Stark. Slipping a gully, you could say. Bowls here, and Stark tries to whack him over long on, ends up at mid-wicket, chunks it inside part of the bat. Tommy?
Well, the last designated wicket-keeper to score an Ashes 100 was Johnny Bairstow, the whacker in Perth, 2017-18. So it's been a while. But 200 in the calendar year, something that Brad Haddon never did, and Inner Healy did once. So he's starting to get up into some rare air.
The leading run scorer for Australia this year, averaging in the 50s. Had that unusual period of time between the Bairstow incident at Lords and, well, that malaise lasted for a time. He's never really done it against England until today, with the exception of one innings. Bowling here is Stokes to Stark, who defends to mid-off. His high score was 66. Fair bit of Ashes cricket in there. But today he's made it absolutely count.
I mean, there are two significant moments in his career, aren't there? The time he fell into the pool in Pakistan and his numbers really picked up.
Through the roof.
And then the Bairstow incident, the numbers dropped.
I mean, it truly does marry up beautifully. There's falling in the pool until Bairstow is averaging 50-odd. And then Bairstow for about a year and a half, it was about 20-odd, but now it's levelled out.
Yes.
His career average, Tom can grab it for us, but it's nearly got a 4 in front of it. And Stokes gets up and bowls here to Mitchell Stark, who defends down the pitch. He's got a 5 in front of it this year, that's for sure.
Yeah, he averages almost 37 now in Test cricket.
Wow.
Yeah, 300s, 1250s.
When you consider the role he's playing in the... We've talked quite a bit on the coverage today about where Cameron Green fits. Not really, as yet, dominating the positions that he occupies at 4, 5 or 6. And Josh Inglis still finding his way as a Test cricketer. It's been so important that Carey has been there. That match-winning 98 at Christchurch, not out. Tough chase that. Stokes round the wicket, bowls to Stark on 21. Hook set for 4. Just got it beyond the gloves of Jamie Smith, who was diving away to his right. Might have even come off the back of the bat, but it's certainly gone to the rope. Moves to 25. The partnership already 44 at 7 for 315.
Yeah, it just hung in the air, didn't it? Angle coming around the wicket. The length was good. Probably glove, it looks like. That's why it kind of ballooned. And it gave Smith an opportunity, and Stokes throws his head back going, are you serious? Can something go my way, please?
Does anyone do anguish better than Ben Stokes on a cricket field?
How he always throws the bat in the air when he's dismissed. He just can't fathom that he's been knocked over. Here is Stark facing Stokes and defending out to the bowler, who clicks in his follow through.
Just to finish on Alex Carey, not to finish on, we can continue talking about him for a while. The fact that, I mean, with Adam Gilchrist, there's always that talk, like, should he be batting number 6? I mean, the way he contributes with the bat. For Carey to bat 6, he made 60, crucial 64 or 60-odd runs in Brisbane. Now he's made 100 at number 6. You know, it kind of, you're talking about really rare air there for a wicketkeeper to be doing that position.
Yeah, Haddon never made a Test ton at 6, and neither did Healy. Gilchrist made 2 in that spot.
Last ball of Stokes' 15th over to Stark, who drives straight but not convincingly. Collected by mid-on. Just a boundary from the over. 7 for 315. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres. Carey's 103. Stark's 25.
A mug? How thoughtful. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Mont Blanc Legend 100ml, just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $161. Get Traban Lady Million 80ml, now $119.99. Don't pay RRP $230. Or Versace Pour Homme 100ml for just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Jacks to continue. He's going to be bowling at Alex Carey, who's our leading run scorer for TAC. Speeding. How your holiday ends is your choice. Carey. 103. Round the wicket. It's just plonked away to mid-wicket like it's the easiest thing in the world. That sat up to be hit. But happy with the single. 7 for 316. Carey's 104.
Now, I know praise should all be to Carey, Usman, what they've been able to do today. But I also hope that Alex Carey goes to bed knowing, hang on, there's a big 100 out there tomorrow. I can get up to 150 plus.
Jacks bowls to Stark, leg stump line, dug out to cover. And he might have experienced a wee bit of luck on 72, where there is a fair bit of conjecture about the snicko that wasn't. It's doing the rounds. And
I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more as technology experts get together and figure it all out.
Lots of opinions out there, but they'll be sifted through and analysed by the people that know best. Jack's bowling here and Stark defends back down the pitch, no run. But every 100 needs at least a little bit of luck along the way.
Absolutely.
Very few don't include some sort of chance.
I'm sure Lisa's was chanceless.
Mate. We don't even have vision, we don't have scorecards, we have nothing. You're right, actually.
Yeah. Come on, Lisa.
I hit that many sixes as well.
Halfway through the over, Jack's away from us, into Stark bowls here. Half tracker, cuts it to backward point, just behind point for 1. 26 for him, 7 for 317 Australia. 29 minutes until stumps here at Adelaide Oval.
There was a scorecard, so let's not get carried away.
No, I know. Yeah, for those that don't know, I'm a very small, slight person that used to struggle to hit it off the square at times, so...
Don't talk yourself down.
Just chip away.
ICC Player of the Year a couple of times, Lisa was. Yes. Don't you forget it.
Hall of Famer.
2 left in the over. Jacks bowls in to Carey here and goes back as well. Jacks has just lost his length in this spell a little bit. He's not been able to get it full enough to bother either left-hander. Places 1 to point, 105 for him, 7 for 318.
Well, it is quite hard, isn't it, because of the stark difference in height.
Yeah.
So you've got to be able to nail your length. And
Jacks will finish here, bowling to Stark again, and Stark expands a wee bit, knocks it down to wide long off where there is another single. He'll keep the strike. He's 27. Partnership's worth 48 with Australia reaching 7 for 319 at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres. And it'll be Gerard Whateley after the break to take you through to the close of play on day 1 at Adelaide Oval.
Caltex makes the engine cleaning power of Techron available in every grade of fuel, not just premium. Caltex with Techron is proven to clean vital engine parts by removing harmful deposits and keep your engine running smoothly. And for a limited time, RAA members can save 10 cents per litre at all Caltex locations in South Australia. Fill up at Caltex and give your engine the Techron cleaning treatment today.
Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply. See caltex.com/au for details.
A record-breaking day here at Adelaide Oval, shattering the previous record, 56,298, the highest attendance for a day of Test cricket at the venue. It had stood for so long, and the bodyline test of 1933 was broken when we went to the Pink in 2017. But you could tell from the moment we arrived in town, either on Monday or Tuesday, they were so bang up for it locally, and that record topples on a Wednesday. And who's to say it won't fall again during the course of this test match? Australia 7 for 319. Rich Stark's on 27. Stokes is bowling 2 and he's defended to cover. SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance and for Goodwee Batteries for Solar Hearts. Damien, Fleming, welcome back.
Gerard, Cato,
Simon
listeners.
Katich, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Flem, all our listeners.
And what a day they've had with the hometown hero, Alex Carey, posting the century.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved. He's been superb all series and richly deserved 100.
And this partnership just handy again. I mean, England haven't worked out where to bowl to Mitchell Stark either. Carey's having a great series, but so's Mitchell Stark with the ball, but backing it up with the bat as well.
Stokes is in from the cathedral end. He's around the wicket, bowling to Stark, who ducks the bouncer.
Yeah, it'll really sum up their tour if Mitchell Starc goes on and gets a triple-figure score himself here and Alex Carey goes large, and this partnership really grinds them into the dirt.
Because they're 1 wicket away, aren't they?
Well, they are 1 wicket away, but the other part of it is they saw what happened at the Gabba. If they don't get the job done now in the next 26 minutes, they could have to do some hard yards tomorrow in the real heat.
Yeah.
Timing was everything in Brisbane, and for different reasons here in Adelaide. It's 35 degrees now. It's going to be 39 tomorrow. Starc on strike. Bouncer went after it. Pulls it up into the deep. Didn't get all of it. It falls short of Duckett. At deep mid-wicket, they take a single, 7 for 320.
It's just at that stage now where England are just hoping for a mistake because they've had them all day.
Yeah,
they've had mistakes pretty much most of the day, and that can happen in these hot conditions. But when you look through all the dismissals today, Australia have gifted a few dismissals, well, most of them really.
Yeah, I mean, with 10 wickets, maybe 5 or 6 are batsman error, but you normally get 3 or 4 good deliveries.
Yeah.
I don't think one's been with a really good delivery today.
Stokes is in his 16th over. He does not have a wicket. He bowls to Carey. After the short ball, tucks it down to fine leg, and that's the 50-run stand between these two. Mitch Starc and Alex Carey. It's the 4th 50-run stand of the innings, and it takes Australia to 7 for 321 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
Yeah, Ben Stokes is trying everything, going short, but nearly 16 fruitless overs now. And it begs the question with his injury history, how much longer as a test all-rounder can he keep operating, particularly in these sorts of conditions? Different in England where the ball wobbles around and swings, but in these conditions it's hard at his pace.
Stokes bowls, Starc drives, hit it straight to Jofra Archer at mid-on, no run.
No, he's asking a lot of his body. You know, he's a very determined man. He's leading with his actions, but it's been tough. I mean, he hasn't had a lot of spark with the fast bowling attack. I mean, Archer's been very good today. Tongue's had a couple of okay spells, but a couple of very ordinary ones. And Cars has basically bowled the same as he has for the whole series, isn't he? Like, he's picked up a couple of wickets, but he barely bowls 2 balls in the same spot.
Last ball of Stokes over. He delivers to Starc, stays out of the short ball. Ben Stokes is the hard worker, work locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham, but still unrewarded. Australia 7 for 321.
I'm just going to go to the bar. Do you want another one?
What, now? Now something's going to happen here, mate. He's peppering his off stump.
Won't be long this time. Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, no, what happened? Was that a wicket?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Alex Carey is the leading run scorer for TAC Speeding. How your holiday ends is your choice. He's 106 unbeaten, full of emotion at the moment of milestone, thinking of his late father. 8 fours and a 6 in this knock. He stays home and defends the first ball of the Jacks over.
Getting that career average up too. It's just below 37. So the second best by an Australian wicketkeeper behind Adam Gilchrist. Great if he could get up to 40.
It's 4 in the deep. Jacks around the wicket to him. Carey hit it straight up in the air. Smith, the keeper, stands underneath and takes the catch. And the knock of Alex Carey ends 20 minutes from stumps. Jacks gets his second. Australia fall 8 down for 321, and all inside Adelaide Oval. This record crowd will stand to their local hero. A century that'll mean so much and has defined the opening day of this Ashes test.
Yeah, wonderful knock from Alex Carey. A richly deserved 106. He gets a wonderful ovation here from his home crowd. They've thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a tired shot in the end. And Will Jacks gets the reward, just took pace out of the ball. The length wasn't quite there for the slog sweep and went straight up at the top edge. And Jamie Smith did the rest, taking a comfortable catch, just running into what was a short mid-wicket position, but just spun enough and caught the toe end of the bat.
Great knock, isn't it? He come in at 4 for 94. So Australia were in real trouble. They'd lost a couple of quick ones in Marnus and Cam Green. So he not only had to rebuild, he got on the front foot and he scored quickly and he took the game away from England. So wonderful knock from the Australian number 6. Well-deserved 100.
He'll be the player of the day for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. 106 from 143 balls, 8 fours and a 6. And that brings Nathan Lyon to the middle. Well, Nathan Lyon's got a big role to play in this test match.
Oh, massively. He's seen spin and bounce from Jacks today. Yeah. He'll be licking his lips. He's been deprived overs in this series. To think that he's come into the 3rd test of an Ashes series with, 2 overs under his belt?
Yeah.
Yep. And he's only played 1 test. It's remarkable.
Yeah, that's one of the stories of the day, that Jacks has been able to turn it on day 1. And it's not because there was moisture in the pitch.
No.
It was ready to turn. So Nathan Lyon would have been watching those first couple of overs and his fingers would be twitching, thinking about getting out there tomorrow and having a bowl.
Leading wicket taker program commercial, painting hit, painting maintenance for 6, Archer 3, Carson Jacks now 2 each. Tongue has 1. Nathan Lyon returns to this Australian side. 20 minutes left in the day's play, so these next 2 wickets are important. Tied up as he looked to turn to the leg. No run. Slip and Pope's gone in under the helmet, just behind square at short leg. There's a catching mid-wicket. Lyon a long way forward to defend.
Yeah, the 2 England openers out there would be thinking, can we take these 2 wickets in 10 minutes?
Yeah.
So there's no batting tonight. Come back fresh tomorrow.
Lyon plonks forward, defends to the straight short mid-wicket. Stokes.
But I think these 2 have other ideas. I think they'll be thinking, let's get 1 more partnership to finish the day and go in 8 down. Come back tomorrow and frustrate them even more.
Field goes back, so Lyon can have a single if he wants it. Jacks bowls to him. He does take the... No, he doesn't take it. Stark sends him back. So a wicket maiden for Jacks. And England has Australia 8 for 321. A Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
We grew up watching classic catches on the telly, impersonating those gags about 2 for 22, and dreamt of hitting centuries in backyard cricket, all in the shadows of the Aussie shed. Best Sheds design and produce quality Australian manufactured sheds. Standard or customised, their batting lineup of sheds comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes. And in true blue Aussie fashion, Best Sheds gives you a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Best Sheds, raise the bat. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. 18 minutes left in the day's play, 8 for 321. New ball is due in 2 overs time, so that becomes an additional factor. Australia won the toss and chose to bat. We'll see if they make it to stump. Stark is 28. He's faced 47 balls. Ben Stokes is setting a pretty deep field. He's got a fly slip, fine leg, deep backward square, deep square, square in the infield, a deep mid-wicket and a mid-on. Around the wicket, Stokes to Stark, rising delivery left well enough alone.
If he gets any fuller and wider outside of stump, he is getting flayed through the offside here.
I don't think he's bowling there. Not with this field. It's going to all be upstairs, which begs the question, if he's going to go upstairs the whole time, does he need the mid-off? Does he have another one out just in case he tries to play a pull
This
shot?
is one where if I was Starkey, I would give myself room outside leg stump.
Yeah, true.
Smash it over cover or point for 6.
Stokes to start, rides the bounce, keeps it down to the backward point, no run. So Alex Carey had his moments. On 52, he was dropped by Castle. It was a hard chance. On 72, there was a DRS review for an under edge on a caught behind. There was a spike on the snicko, but the sinking was out. It was far more than a couple of frames. And Simon Torff was taking his time on Channel 7 to assess all of this, and he's hit it, and the technology has failed. It's not within the parameters to be able to give him out. Stark ducks the bouncer. So that's a fail on all fronts. There is a safeguard there. It doesn't have to marry up exactly, but it has to be within a couple of frames. This is outside that realm.
No, it was outside the sink.
Yeah, there's nothing else that it can be. So Torfel says from his experience that it's out, but that's not really how it applies.
Yeah. Well, and when you look at the actual dismissal live, the reaction of the bowler and the keeper and the slips, they all went up straight away. They felt like this was definitely out.
There's definitely
reviewed
a noise
it straight
in
away.
the headphones.
Yeah.
Stokes bowls to Stark. It's on the hip, turned down to fine leg for a single. So I think the other element that has been subsequently picked up is one of the fielders has asked Carey whether he hit it, and he says yes. But again, that's not... It's a failure of technology, not of umpiring. There are parameters in place about how far you're allowed to be out of sync, and this is further out of sync than it should be. So probably a little bit, maybe detention for those running those things, do you reckon? Keep them back for an hour just to figure out the how and the why, and it doesn't happen again.
Could be reasonably costly.
Did that bring back some bad memories, that, Flem, hearing about detention? Just detected a look in your eye there.
You had to write out the phone book. That was so boring.
No lines on the blackboard.
3 in the deep on the leg side for Lyon. Bouncer gets down underneath.
You wouldn't have copped too many, Simon?
Not, from memory, no, I don't think I did. The nerd that I am. Well, you were a nerd, were you? Nerds versus Julios?
Yeah. Oh, what do you reckon?
Yeah, of course.
Mate, you said some bad things to me over the years, but to accuse me of being a Julio is the worst thing you've ever said to me.
No, it's just winding you up.
No, we were just classic nerds, weren't we? And we used to win most of the games.
Most? No, we dominated. Julios didn't want to know about the warm-ups. They didn't like the hard yards
physicality.
At all.
All about looking good.
Every day they got smashed.
Yes.
Oh, you nerds ruled the world, eh? Stokes to Lime, tucks it away, doesn't take the single off the last ball. Stark keeps him at home again. 8 for 322. The Tyre Power scoreboard save on Toyo tyres.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes, meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Stats for pay.com.au. Points for business. Australia with a second century in this Ashes series. Travis Head in Perth. Alex Carey here in Adelaide. Partnerships of 61, 91, 59 and 50. So still just the one century partnership in the series. Stark forward defending the first ball of the Jacks over all the way back to the bowler. 8 for 322. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres. New balls due after this Jacks over. Stark back, stands upright, punches to cover. Can't find a run as Root dives away to his left and fields. Forward to defend, Stark on 29.
They just refused to bring the field up to Mitchell Stark. The same thing happened at the Gabba, and it played into Australia's hands, particularly late in the day here. So 12 minutes left.
Stark bat, go through with the cut shot, prodded it to point, no run.
They're just waiting for him to play a bad shot, and he's so disciplined, isn't he? But he's also not getting pressured about scoreboard pressure because there's so many gaps. He's going to score runs.
Jack It's 2 for 105. Flights a delivery that Stark is back to play to cover. Calls the field up now. Last ball of the over. See if they can keep Lyon on strike with the new ball due. Maybe a lively 10 minutes to finish this opening day's play. Napping down on the boundary on the leg side. Message finally arrives. All bar one.
He's going to leave him out there for that slog sweep of Mitchell Starks.
So Stokes crosses over to plug the hole at mid-wicket. Jack still was the last ball of the over. He's in on the toes. Played to square. Starks set off, sent back just as well. Archer was right there. End of the over. 8 for 322. The Tyre Power scoreboard save on Toyo Tyres. The new ball is next.
West Hindmaster smashed Grange Road, Welland Avenue. A breakdown, North-South Spiderway to the Wingfield interchange, Dry Creek. This Watermain, Hampstead Road, Buller Road, Broadview. And the cricket is on today. Road closures there around the Adelaide Oval at the moment as well. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SEN SA Breakfast with Bigston Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The new ball shown to the crowd, shown to the players. So the final phase of the day's play. 10 minutes remain. Australia 8 for 322. The Tyre Power scoreboard save on Toyo Tyres. I'm not sure Jofra Archer has another spell left in him. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 25. So Ben Stokes is going to continue from the Cathedral end. And I'm not thinking our leading wicket taker for program commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6. We're going to see him at the Riverbank end.
If I'm Jofra Archer, I'm going up to Ben Stokes, ripping that ball out of his hand. So, mate, I'm getting you fifer and I'm finishing the job off.
Good time to bowl.
I'm not sure he operates like that, does he?
Oh, he's had a very good day, and he's responded well from all the criticism at the Gabba. So credit to him for fighting back the way he has today.
Ben Stokes, new Kookaburra in hand. Let's fly to Nathan Lyon. Oh, that's well inside the off stump. That's sheepers, that's wide.
And it's not like he's coming on for a new spell either. No, I agree, Cato. Got 3 for, I'm thinking 5 for.
Yeah,
give me the
finish
new
it
ball.
off.
Yeah.
Do you reckon Nathan Lyon wants to face him now?
No.
And he's consistently been over 140 all day. So credit to him in this heat. He's showed up today.
Ben Stokes, 17 overs, 1 maiden, none for 53. That was a very tired ball the previous. Back and he comes to Lyon. Full toss, stroke straight to mid-on. No run. I suppose it's hot enough that nobody's limbering up to be at the other end.
Probably don't need to, do you? It's going to be hotter tomorrow, though. So it's going to be a tough day for Australia.
You fancy Nathan Lyon will bowl an awful lot of overs tomorrow. Jacks has bowled 20 today as the part-time spinner. Lyon nibbles at a ball and he misses. The rehearses a far more convincing cut shot.
What there has been on this surface is some good bounce, like consistently good bounce. You just wonder whether when it does really, really dry up in the next day or two, particularly after tomorrow, whether it starts to go a bit underground as well.
But yeah,
whether there are any little cracks underneath the grass.
When you
can't
miss the
see
cracks, it might still go through okay, and then have one's real inconsistent bounce.
Stokes in again from the Cathedral end, bowls, Lyon leaves.
Which would be great because generally with drop-ins we don't see that deterioration.
Yeah.
The bounce is reasonably consistent one way or the other. I've been so pleased to see the ball spin.
Yeah.
For Test match cricket and spinners.
It's not required in a rapid-fire test in Perth, and then the pink that's been decreed doesn't really suit them at the moment. Nathan Lyon's left out there. Adelaide, big chance to get into the series. He has bat in hands, Nathan Lyon. He's leaving the ball outside the off stump.
He looks like he's on a mission to get through to stumps. Just 7 minutes to go. Been very watchful. And sometimes all it takes is just to flirt with the ball like he did earlier in the over, just to sharpen up. and realise, hang on, I've got to be a bit sharper here. There's just enough little bit of swing early in the set, but it's been a bit too wide of off stump, so hasn't really challenged the stumps yet, Ben Stokes.
The hill's still entirely full, bathed in the sunshine under the old scoreboard. Stokes to the line, strokes it back. Stokes fields in the follow-through, tosses it into the keeper. A maiden over from Ben Stokes, 8 for 322. Our stats are for pay.com.au, points for business. Today, Weatherald 18, Head 10, Labuschagne 19. Green North, stunning over straight after lunch. Kawaja 82, Inglis 32, Cummins 13. Carey's the highlight, 106. Starks 29, and continuing on, Lions North. Jofra Archer has dragged himself into action down below us. He'll send now 1 over to close his day.
Interesting that he's changed ends too.
Yeah.
Because he's bowled from the Cathedral end all day.
And Cast taking a couple of catches for him in that first over after lunch. Stunningly, Labuschagne first ball, lazy as, and 2 balls later, Green for a duck. Cast a fine catch diving away. Classics for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. Cast wasn't able to hang on to an even more difficult chance from Carey on 52. So Archer's 16th over and his last of the day. He bowls to Stark way down the leg side.
His warm-up balls are getting slower and slower, aren't they?
130.
That wasn't 130 either.
That looks stiff.
He's bowling out of obligation, not because he's going, give it to me, give it to me.
I want the 2, another 2 wickets, get your 5 for. And it's important to maximise this new ball, because if Australia bat for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, it just means they have the first session short and then shortens the day in the heat.
Archer sets in around the wicket, bowls standing up defending Stark.
Yeah, and this is the big challenge here with that 132. He looks like he's done for the day.
He really does. He doesn't hide it very well.
No.
There's no bluff and bluster about him. He has no poker face.
Yeah.
5 5-wicket hauls in Test cricket. Stats for pay.com.au, points for business. It's got 3 for 25. He lopes in and bowls to Stark, who runs the ball out to point. Just doesn't worry about a run at this stage.
I think Jamie Smith and the slips are going to have to come up about 3 metres, because there's no way the ball is carrying to where they are at the moment. They're set back from probably earlier in the day, and that ball then just, it went nowhere.
If it's going to bowl like this, they might as well bowl tongue.
Yes.
Just for 1 over. Tongue would charge him.
Yeah.
2 slips in place. Archer just gets there. Stark had a big old swing at it and a miss.
Well, England has still obviously got the 2 wickets to take, but those wickets that they got gifted straight after lunch, the only way to maximise that now is they have to get 500 in that first innings. Have to. Just to get ahead of the game and to tie the Australians out, using tomorrow as the best chance of that. And then into day 3, that's the only way I reckon they get back in the series.
Archer gets in and bowls, played back down the line by Stark. He reminds me, there are these 3,000-metre races at Moonee Valley, and some they're slow horses. And sometimes, are they actually ever going to get here? 200 to go. Is he about 3 strides out? Is he going to get there?
I don't think he's up for a caught and bowled coming back at him.
Oh, dear. So
and Nathan Lyon's wasting time. I don't think Jofra Archer will worry about that.
No.
He'll probably bowl his deliberate no ball here.
1 left in Archer's over. Delivers to Stark, who flicks off his pads. He'll get a boundary, I reckon. Got it away through mid-wicket. It was well timed.
Beautiful.
Bonus runs late for Mitch Stark. He's 33. The boundary for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours. 8 for 326 with 1 over to come in the day's play. Yeah, I'm not sure about the worth of any of that.
Yeah, that was pointless.
Stokes should know that, shouldn't he? Like, have a real chat. Do you really want this? Because I just think Tongue would be charging in there.
Yeah. And his day could have been completely different if Harry Brook took that catch of Khawaja.
Because he bowled really well in that spell.
That would be 3 for 50. He bowled very good first spell. It was lively. There was movement. It's just amazing how the game can play out when you don't grab your chances.
Tyre Power scoreboard save on Toyo tyres. 8 for 326. Last over of the day's play. Ben Stokes, tireless as ever. Just riding the bounce. Nathan Lyon drops it to the leg side. He's in night watcher mode.
Yeah, doing a good job here, Nathan Lyon. 13 balls now. Still on naught, but he knows it's all about getting through to stumps. Refreshing overnight, coming back tomorrow and making England work hard for these last 2 wickets, which is what Australia have done really well throughout the series. They probably haven't done it as well today. They've gifted a few away, but if that happens, no one means to get out. They've just unfortunately made a few too many mistakes.
Stokes to Lyon, nudges it away to the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
And that's something that England have got to take a leaf out of that book from the previous test and really put a high price on their wicket in this first innings, because who knows, with the hot day tomorrow, how this wicket will unfold as it starts to deteriorate and potentially spin and bounce. And that's why they've got to go big in this first innings and have a big margin in front so that Australia are under pressure on the scoreboard with how they approach things in the second innings and have heavy legs.
Stokes gets the shoulders rolling and the legs moving, and Lyon has the bat raised and lets it pass through to Smith.
And just as importantly, give these bowlers a break, because if they have to back up again on day 3 and they've bowled today, tomorrow morning and then go again day 3, that second innings could be carnage, as we saw in Perth.
That's the trouble with Bazball. They score so quick, don't they? They might actually score a decent first innings total, but it'll be done quickly so the bowlers don't get a rest.
And that's why it has to be a big score. It has to go well into day 3.
Extra man into the cordon. Crawley goes to third slip. So 3 slips and a gully in place. Lyon faces Stokes. He's getting everything away to mid-wicket that he chooses to put bat on.
Been a little bit of swing so far for Stokes with this new ball. A couple of outies, and he's tried the in-swinger there, just a little bit too short. And Nathan Lyon playing it with a nice straight bat. He hasn't missed the Gabba test, so always enjoys his batting, Nathan Lyon. He'll make the most of it here.
2 to go. The mercury still at 35 degrees. Ben Stokes casting a shadow as he makes his way in. Past the umpire and bowls to Lyon, who feathers it a ball down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. Smith with a good take. No run. So they've all shut up shop. We'll be happy to get to the ice baths.
England players wouldn't be used to having ice baths. You don't tend to have them in England too often, although you can have some long days over there, but generally not in the heat.
This has been a baking day.
Early evening flight passes overhead. Still so many in their vantage points as they have been all day. More than 56,000. An intriguing start to this third Ashes test. Ben Stokes to deliver the last ball of the day, and Lyon blocks him out. 8 for 326 Australia, highlighted by the century of Alex Carey. At the close, Stark is 33. Lyon is yet to score. And the captain of England, he's tonguing it at the end of the day. Let's move into our post-game show.
The post-match show for Isuzu. Everyday life doesn't have to be everyday at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MU-X. And Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com.
Damien, Fleming, Simon Katich, give us your overall thoughts.
Well, it was the 9th coming of Usman Khawaja today. Got the reprieve with Steve Smith missing out. and didn't he make the most of it? Had a chance, dropped on 5 by Harry Brook off Josh Tongue, and he played superbly after that moment. Hardly put a foot wrong until he got out, top edging one off Will Jacks, but it was a very good knock of 82, given that there were a number of wickets falling just before him and just after him around the lunch break. And I thought between him and Alex Carey, they were the two standouts for Australia today. I thought Alex Carey thoroughly deserved his 100. Had a couple of close shaves there throughout the innings with the drop catch and then the reprieve with the DRS going in his favour when it looked like there was a little bit of a nick caught behind. But overall, I thought he put on a great display, and it carries on what's been a phenomenal series for him, and then finished off beautifully by man of the series so far, Mitchell Starc, once again showing maturity with the bat and just grinding out an innings of 33 now, and he'll be nuisance value tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, a good day for Australia winning the toss, but it really took until Alex Carey's 100 to be able to dig in and make the most of it. They're gone at nearly 4 and over. So, it was enjoyable to watch. A lot of soft dismissals. So there's a few Australian batsmen who'll be relieved that Usman was able to go and get 82 and Carey 106. England still really haven't worked out a plan to Mitchell Starc, the Australian number 9, to rush him, or he just looks like he's just playing the game at his own speed there. With the ball, Jofra Archer come back really well after all the criticism at the Gabba. Bryson Cast, that's pretty much what you get, isn't it? 2 for 70 off 13. Tongue's first spell, impressive. Got the edge of Usman Khawaja. Who knows? He might have got a couple early on when he was firing up in that first spell. And Stokes gave it 100%, as he always does. And Will Jacks, a couple of wickets, but went for well over 100. So, I'd like to be in Australia's position. England need to win this test match. As you said, they'll need a lead if they're going to win Caddo. But, these last 2 wickets, can they bat for another 30, 40 minutes? Be that ugly partnership, keep England out there in the hot heat, and then have a nice short, sharp spell before lunch tomorrow with that new ball.
I think we're about to hear from Alex Carey, Alyssa Healy and Adam Gilchrist down boundary side, so we'll be able to eavesdrop on this, our post-game wrap for Sonos this summer. Feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live with Isuzu MUX. Australia 8 for 326. Carey's 106, the highlight of the day. The fall of wickets for Smarter Light: 1 for 33, 2 for 33, 3 for 99 and 4 for 99, 5 for 185, 6 for 244, 7 for 271, 8 for 321, and it's 8 for 326 to close. So partnerships of 61, 91, 59 and 50. Nothing in triple figures for Australia, but individually Alex Carey got there. Made tough like the Aussie cricket team. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. No batteries required. SmarterLight.com. The player of the day and a contender for the player of the match, thanks to Ray White commercial. That is going to be Alex Carey, just on standby to join here. 106 from 143 balls, out 20 minutes before stumps. An emotion-laden century as he paid tribute to his late father in the celebration. We don't seem to have that. Ray White's commercial, Property Specialists, RWC. Who's been our hard worker? The Working Hard Award for Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Gee, that's an interesting one today.
Keep bugging you, mate. That's what you do to people, spectators of the game, 56,000 adoring local fans. Calling out your name, excuse me, it looked like a very emotional moment for you, mate. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. It was great. Great to be out there with Mitch. And a decent day's cricket. I think, the crowd, as you mentioned, 56,000 in Adelaide. It's, it was pretty special. And, to make 100 here in front of home fans and family was, special. And I guess, as well, I was looking to the heavens.
Yeah, well, we saw pictures of Eloise tearing up, and you've spoken openly about your love and affection for your father and the role he played in your life, not just as a person, but as a cricketer and a sportsman. The character has shone through. That was amazing scenes.
Yeah, I'll try not to tear up, but no, it was great. And, to have, mum, brother, sister, Eloise, the kids, it was a great moment. And as you mentioned, Dad was, played the biggest role probably in my cricket, coached me all the way through, as dads want to do, and sort of let me go once I got into my older teenage years, but would always shoot a message and put the reverse sweep away and keep hard on me. But yeah, look, it was great. I won't go into too much depth, but it was special moment for myself, but for the family too, I reckon.
Fair enough, and it's more than okay to get emotional. Well done.
Absolutely.
First Ashes Test century. Did it mean a little bit something more after 2023? I mean, you've been through a lot since that moment. We don't need to talk about it, but
I'm more happy to talk about that, I reckon.
Yeah, okay. First Ashes Test century. How cool is that?
Yeah, it was good. Look, went out there in a little sticky situation too. We lost 2 straight after lunch, and to build a partnership with Usman, who we saw back into this team, and we know how quality he is, and never good losing such a quality player in Steve Smith early in the day. But for Usman to come out, when I guess there's been a lot spoken about him, and we know how good a player he is, and his record speaks for itself, and that's a quality 80. I guess for both of us, we wanted bigger hundreds to really drive the game, but to be 8 down, over 300 on day one's not a bad situation. But yeah, hopefully we can keep scoring runs in the morning, and then our bowlers can go to work.
Sorry, mate, we've just watched some highlights there, and I can hear that they're playing the audio as well. The Carey cry going around this ground. Did you ever think, I guess you hope it might happen, probably with a Sharon in your hands.
Yeah, that's probably true. I actually didn't hear it. That's how much I get in the zone out there. Yeah, it was. That's very special. Would have been nice to go a little bit deeper and see us through tonight, but Mitch is playing really well. As I've got a big bug on my head. Mitch is playing well. Gaz was really good there. Chipped away. Would be nice to push over 350 in the morning, but also, they created over 10 chances, and hopefully we can do the same tomorrow when it's our time to bowl.
You're averaging over 50 this year with bat in hand, obviously gloving the ball beautifully as well. A lot spoken about the Gabba test, but we know you've been doing it over extended periods of time. Do you get confidence from both skills, doing them well, or is it just a search for perfection the whole way round?
Oh, yeah, I'm always looking to improve, and today, getting out just over 100, you want that big score, and got to be better next time. But the game is always presenting opportunities to learn from, and I feel like I'm learning little bits as we go along, and to be in this environment where you can really express the way that you want to play and be encouraged to do so. I think, we've seen players come in and really flourish. Bo Webster come in and played really well. Jake Weatherall's doing the same. It's a fun group to be around. Staff, leadership, the boys that are running the leadership program are really encourage guys to come in and play their way, and enjoying my cricket. But again, I want to just do everything I can to help us win a series against England, but without looking too far ahead. We've got a good opportunity. It'd be nice, like I said, to get a few more in the morning, but it's a decent track, and hopefully Mitch can keep up the form.
Well, mate, we thank you for putting on such a wonderful show, for allowing us to share your journey and emotion with it. As Hill said, don't ever be worried about showing emotion. You go and enjoy the accolades, mate. We'll let you go, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Alex Carey, 106 there, courtesy of Fox Cricket. Who's our hard worker, Flem?
I'll go Alex Carey.
Work like a Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Work for wherever you work. On the other side of it, the player of the day for Drinkwise, you won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. What about that first over after lunch? John Archer, 2 wickets in 3 balls. It's Labuschagne and Green, both inexplicably hold out to cast mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think Archer deserves some credit today, because he fronted up after, copping it a fair bit at the Gabba in that second innings, and it was tough conditions, hot, and he kept fronting up, apart from that last over.
Choose to Drinkwise. Righto, the honours, 8 for 326, balance of...
Oh, look, I mean, you'd say that Australia runs on the board, but it gives England a chance to get ahead of the game if they bat really well in their first innings.
See you tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Gerard. Thanks, Cato.
Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. 8 for 326 at the close of play. This has been the post-game wrap for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MU-X. A record crowd of 56,298 have been here for day one at Adelaide Oval. BBL coming up next. The Sixers versus the Strikers with Jimmy Smith and Mike Whitney. We sign off with the Tasman Butchers' sizzling moments from today's play before we head to Big Bash Nation.
He's made 98 in Test cricket before, unbeaten at Christchurch. That was his best Test innings. He's facing Stokes here. Alex Carey, 2 left in the over. Cathedral end bowls here. Carey drives through the offside. Big gap in that direction. He'll get at least 2. That's going to be the ton. The ball spills out towards the rope as well. It's either 3 or 4, but right now that does not matter a jot because Alex Carey has completed a maiden Ashes century. It becomes appropriately in 2025 when he's really never been better. He's the hometown hero. All hail King Carey. 101 not out. What a moment for South Australia.
Sizzling moments. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality fresh cuts for your family. The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.